He returns to his room. Fang Hao prepares 5 beads of filthy blood. He takes out the bone bell and gives it a light shake. The sound of the bone bell is not crisp and clear, it's more like a wooden mallet hitting a metal plate. A dull thud, and Fang Hao wonders if such a sound can attract the cranial rats. Perhaps it would be more effective to shake it near a sewer. Just as Fang Hao is contemplating whether to go out, a scratching sound is heard from outside the room. Opening the door, he sees 5 cranial rats. They are sitting straight up, their large eyes staring at Fang Hao. When a single cranial rat exists, its intelligence is similar to an ordinary rat. But when 5 gather together and their brains resonate, they possess a certain level of intelligence. Just that they cannot achieve the level of intelligence to speak and bargain with humans in the underground world. These are 5 beads, give me the blueprint. Fang Hao bends down, picks up the blueprint held by the cranial rats, and places the 5 beads in the arms of the 5 cranial rats. 1 bead per rat, the cranial rats hold the beads tightly within their small forelimbs. After receiving the beads, the 5 cranial rats turn around and leave. Curious about where they came from, Fang Hao keeps watching them as they leave. He sees the 5 cranial rats carefully follow the wall to the courtyard, then directly burrow into the sewer. The city's underground system connects the entire city, forming a special passageway for the rats. They really did come from the sewer. After completing the trade, Fang Hao promptly stores the blueprint. The blueprint turns into a light and merges into the Book of Lords at his waist. Level 1 City, Diversion Underground Pipeline. Wood 1200, Stone 2200, Iron 500, Cast Iron 320, Metal Parts 120. Level 2 City, Diversion Underground Pipeline. Wood 2000, Stone 3500, Iron 780, Cast Iron 500, Metal Parts 250. Level 3 City. Level 10 City, Diversion Underground Pipeline. High quality wood 27,500, stone bricks 58,200, fine stone bricks 34,700, cast iron 7,500, white steel ingots 3,750, metal parts 1570, white steel parts 850. Description: establish a diversionary drainage pipeline underground. It has 2 independent drainage systems for sewage and rainwater, collecting and draining sewage and rainwater respectively. The construction materials for the underground pipeline are quite different from the previous buildings. The amount of materials required depends on the city level. In other words, the higher the city level, the more materials are needed to build the underground pipeline, and the higher the required material grade. This point actually makes sense and is not hard to understand. Once he returns, Fang Hao can directly start construction in the city where he resides. At the same time, he opens the Book of Lords and shares this blueprint with the few lords under his charge, instructing them to construct all their underground pipelines as well. Preparing for the autumn rainy season. Alright, boss, I'll start building right away. Received, Brother Hao. Dong Jiayu and the others, in turn, send back messages. Ever since joining Fang Hao's subordinates' territory, they basically no longer have to worry about blueprint construction problems. Fang Hao periodically shares blueprints usable by human cities, and they proceed to construct them. Simply put, by being attached to Fang Hao, their development speed has been improved. Before he realized it, it was already late. When it reached 11 p.m., the darkness outside the window deepened. Due to the recent unrest in the city, the taprooms and evening entertainment venues had closed down. The entire city was completely engulfed by darkness. Falling into silence, Fang Hao releases the demon doll, brings Demetria and Little Yu, along with 100 Lionheart Knights. He comes out of his dwelling place. Taking advantage of the night, he quickly heads towards the warehouse in the East City. The mission this time is to find Lei Li. Now Lei Li, like a dog that had lost its home, was hiding in a dark basement of a warehouse. Without his henchmen and the powerful backing him, Lei Li is like a toothless tiger, he has lost all his lethality. Since Fang Hao already knows his location, he naturally won't let him go. Calculating the timing of the city's patrol guards, his party quickly weaves their way through the streets. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the abandoned warehouse in the East City. Using the moonlight to view the fifth warehouse from a distance, they could spot two people on guard in the dark. Little you, kill all the guards, Fang Hao commands quietly. No one is certain if there is an escape route in the basement. Therefore, the hidden lookouts need to be taken care of in advance. Yes, master. Once little you acknowledges, her figure disappears into the night. A blurry shadow is seen rushing towards the warehouse from the darkness. A lookout at the corner of the wall leans against the wall, yawning. Muttering to himself about getting stuck with such a crappy job. Having to keep watch late into the night. At that moment, a cold dagger is pressed against his neck from behind. Before he can react, a hand covers his mouth as the dagger slices open his throat. He struggles as he is pulled into the darkness. The same scene soon occurs to the second lookout. Under the watchful eyes of Fang Hao and his party, the two men have their throats swiftly slit. Storm in. If he's alive, bring him back. If he's dead, bring his body. Lei Li cannot leave this place tonight, Fang Hao commands resolutely. Yes, master, comes the reply. Whoosh. The Lionheart Knights rise to their feet, weapons in hand, and quickly rush towards the target warehouse. Not long after, a fierce fight erupts within the warehouse. And bursts of shouting. This time, the operation led by Demetria to kill Lei Li and others was without any difficulty. Bang! Soon, a muscular man covered in blood burst through the window. Without a closer look, he was immediately recognized as Lei Li. However, as soon as Lei Li appeared, he was pierced from behind by a slender sword, his body pinned to the wall. Demetria came out of the warehouse, pulling his long sword from Lei Li's body. Lei Li slumped in the corner, continuously vomiting blood. It didn't seem like he would last much longer. The battle, from beginning to end, didn't last more than 10 minutes. This place was remote, and the sounds of the fight didn't attract nearby guards. Lei Li saw Fang Hao coming out from the shadows. His drooping eyes widened instantly. Spitting blood, he roared, Fang Hao, it's you, why are you killing me? The fight happened so quickly that all he saw were large swaths of golden-armored soldiers who killed upon sight. He didn't have a clear view of the situation. He initially thought Rebecca's men had come, but he didn't expect Fang Hao to come out from the shadows. If it wasn't Rebecca, he might still have a chance. Fang Hao squatted down and looked at Lei Li, who was on the brink of death, and softly said, Lei Li, do you think I'm a fool? The Faceless One, arranging assassins, capturing transmigrators, which of these actions didn't warrant your death? Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, Lei Li's eyes went instantly dim. Then, they became frantic. Haha, you are Fang Hao, the #1 transmigrator, indeed formidable. But killing me changes nothing. Rebecca will die, you all will die, including you, Fang Hao. The transmigrators you want to protect. During the interrogation, they weren't as steadfast about your secrets as you thought. Lei Li spat blood and shouted loudly. His expression was distorted, as if releasing his final rage. After hearing Lei Li's words, Fang Hao remained expressionless. He said calmly, well, goodbye, boss Lei Li. The next second. With a swing of Demetria's sword, Lei Li's head dropped from his neck. It rolled on the ground. The boss of Lis City's gray industry died at the hands of Demetria. See if there's anything valuable here, we'll leave in 5 minutes, Fang Hao continued. Everyone spread out, searched the warehouse again. In the basement, they found 2 small chests of gold coins. Fang Hao collected them and then they turned to leave. As for the scene left behind, they would leave that for the city guard to handle, as he had helped Rebecca with the killing. The remaining cleanup, naturally, was left to Rebecca. They can't do all the work for them. In the following days, Fang Hao stayed in Lis City for 3 days. During these 3 days, both shops were closed. The city was still somewhat in chaos. The 4 city gates were strictly checking those who entered and left. Nobles and wealthy merchants were not allowed to leave the city for any reason. Many wealthy people who planned to leave for shelter were forcibly kept here. Even a few who sneaked out were caught and thrown directly into jail. Fang Hao was not too interested in these matters. Having the Book of Lords and the skill of God's presence allowed him to easily stay in touch with the outside world. If there was any situation outside, he could return to his territory to handle matters through teleportation. Staying in Lis City was a rare few days of rest. After dinner today, Fang Hao received an invitation from Rebecca to go to the City Lord's mansion. After the past few days, the City Lord's mansion had been repaired, but the entire second-floor balcony had collapsed and was not easy to rebuild. The door opened. The three heroes also entered the room with Fang Hao. After all, the situation in the city was still unstable, and they needed to be guarded wherever they went. In the room, there was only Rebecca. Seeing the three heroes following along, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. In her heart, she mumbled that Fang Hao was really afraid of death. "Did you kill Lei Li?" Rebecca leaned on her desk and asked. Although it had been 3 days since the incident, Rebecca could still confidently affirm that Fang Hao was responsible. In the city, the only ones who would have the resolution and courage to kill Lei Li were her and Fang Hao. And the only one who would do it so decisively was just Fang Hao. Fang Hao didn't deny it, but directly asked, "How did the Faceless clean up?" "Aubrey should have been caught, right?" Rebecca shook her head and said, "When the guards found Aubrey, his throat had been slit, and he was already dead. Probably killed by another Faceless, but we gained a lot from it this time. We found a lot of people. From the military movements in the city these past few days, it was known that some Faceless had been found. But the list of Faceless that Fang Hao obtained was only a small part of what the guards had captured." Fang Hao put his hand into his pocket, intending to pull out the list he had obtained from the cranial rat. Before he could pull it out, he already heard Rebecca continue, "After this is over, I have something important to tell you." "Oh, just say it, why be so polite?" Fang Hao held the note in his hand. Rebecca frowned at the three heroes standing by Fang Hao's side, and continued, "There's nothing dangerous in this room. Could you three please wait outside the door?" The three heroes were stunned. They saw Fang Hao at the same time. Fang Hao was also curious about what Rebecca wanted to tell him, asking them to leave. "You three wait for me outside the door. After the conversation, we'll go back together," Fang Hao said. "Yes, sir." The three of them rechecked the safety of the room before closing the door and leaving. At this point, only Fang Hao and Rebecca were left in the room. "All right, now it's just the two of us. Whatever secret you have, you can just tell me straight away," Fang Hao joked. But when he looked up again, he found that Rebecca's cheeks immediately flushed, even her neck and collarbone were blushing. She hesitated a bit before continuing, "You should have heard some rumors about Lis City." "Huh, what's up?" Fang Hao was a bit confused. "Although I am in control of Lis City, due to my own reasons, I can't gain recognition from the Federal Conference, so Rebecca's voice suddenly trailed off. Fang Hao still sat there, not understanding why Rebecca was telling him all this. He had indeed heard of these matters, but what did they have to do with him? Seeing that Fang Hao was still perplexed, Rebecca's face turned even redder. She gritted her teeth and said, "Since Aubrey is dead, I need a husband of human status to become the city lord of Lis City, while I remain as the lord's wife." Cough. Cough. Upon hearing these words, Fang Hao choked and coughed twice. You're Noda. Yes, I need a man I can trust and who can also help Lis City to be its lord. I discussed with Rolana, and we think you are suitable. Plus, I don't have any objections towards you." Rebecca stepped forward. Looking straight into his eyes, she spoke earnestly. Because of Rebecca's half-elf identity, the Federation wouldn't allow her to rule Lis City. Now that Aubrey was dead, she still needed a man to silence the members of the conference, preventing them from finding any reasons to take over the city. However, she had enough of Aubrey's incompetency and wanted to find a man who could actually be of help to Lis City, serving as her husband. These 2 days, she discussed all these matters with her supporters and Rolana. When discussing the requirements that the next lord of the city needed to meet, they realized it was difficult to find such a man in the city. Eventually, Rolana came up with a name, Fang Hao. If there was indeed a man in the city who could meet Rebecca's requirements, it would be Fang Hao, and no one else. If there was, Rebecca wouldn't have picked Aubrey from the decadent nobles in the first place. So, after a thorough discussion, Rebecca went straight to Fang Hao and told him all of this. Fang Hao was shocked at the news. Who could have thought that she asked for him to be her husband? This seemed a little too abrupt. I treated you as a partner, and now you want to make a move on me. Fang Hao sat in the chair, completely taken aback. Are you joking with me? Rebecca wore a serious look, exhibiting no signs of jesting. Do you think I would joke about something like this? Given Rebecca's character, she certainly wouldn't joke about something like this. Yet, Fang Hao found himself curious. Rebecca knew about his identity as a transmigrator and that he was an outsider, so why would she choose him? It would be simpler for her to pick the second man in the city and live off him. Wasn't she afraid that the power he displayed would threaten her political power? I'm curious, why not take your time to find a local? Why the rush? Fang Hao asked, voicing his doubt. Rebecca explained, I received news that a representative from the council would arrive in Lis City within 3 days. Although I'm not sure about his purpose, Lis City cannot remain without a city lord during this time. While Rebecca was busy combating the Faceless, she received news that someone from the council was already on the way. She suspected that this was part of Aubrey's plan. The plan was to have the council member arrive in Lis City right after murdering her. By then, the news of Rebecca's accidental death would naturally reach the ears of the council, solidifying Aubrey's position as the city lord. By the time it happened, even if the city guards found Rebecca's death suspicious, they wouldn't be able to investigate because the power had shifted to Aubrey's hands. Aubrey's plans were meticulously arranged, with every step taken into account. Unfortunately, his plans ultimately failed, leaving Rebecca to deal with the mess. The council was inherently distrustful of Rebecca's identity. Therefore, she needed to secure a candidate for city lord before the council's arrival, not providing them with any opportunity to intervene. This seems rather unfair to you. Fang Hao remarked. She was marrying herself off to solidify her power. Fang Hao felt that this was rather unfair to Rebecca. Inequality is present in every corner of this city, everyone bends over backward to survive. Compared to them, I'm better off. Besides, I promised the former city lord to take care of this city, I won't give it up easily. Rebecca looked up at the ceiling, speaking softly. Though her voice was faint, the firm conviction could be clearly felt. Compared to Pruel City, Lis City was much more developed. Only here did Fang Hao feel like he was in an actual city, everywhere else felt like small towns or villages. Fang Hao thought for a moment, scratched his head, and said, Rebecca, you don't really know me. What's there not to know? Rebecca asked. She had elf bloodline, inheriting a portion of the elf race's appearance and lifespan. Moreover, she was one of the leading beauties. No way she couldn't handle a young man like him. Ah, well, I own a large territory, and I already have several women by my side. After pondering, Fang Hao decided to disclose these facts. His camp mainly consisted of the undead, and his main forces were undead troops. Given Rebecca was an important figure in the human clans federation of the 100 cities, she might not be able to accept this. Moreover, he also had to consider Rolana's feelings. Anything else? Rebecca asked, expressionless. No, that's it, Fang Hao replied. I'm aware of your territory, and it's not a bad thing for Lis City. As for the womanizing, I won't interfere with you, don't worry. Rebecca gave a small smile. She had learned some details about Fang Hao from Rolana. Fang Hao's power could greatly benefit the development of Lis City. She could leverage Fang Hao's power to accelerate the development of Lis City, performing tasks she couldn't do previously with his help. She considered this aspect thoroughly. As for Fang Hao's womanizing, she wouldn't interfere. As long as he behaved like a stand-in husband when needed, that would be enough. Fang Hao continued to emphasize, no, you don't understand my point. I own a territory. If you choose me, your city will become an affiliate city under my territory. Do you understand what I mean? This was the key message Fang Hao wanted to convey. Lis City was an independent entity within the Federation of the 100 Cities, essentially functioning as an autonomous city. Although Rebecca was under the council's suspicion and surveillance, she still had the right to govern the entire city. But once she positioned Fang Hao as the city lord, with her being the city lord's wife. In accordance with the Book of Lords, Rules: Liss City would be categorized as an affiliate city in the territory, and Rebecca would become the city governor. Her role would change from a sovereign to a city lord. These positions had significant differences. I can accept that, but you must guarantee my position in Liss City, including control over the army and the city. Rebecca responded quickly. Rolana has mentioned all these points to her before. According to Rolana, Fang Hao possessed the power to deter and defeat the Federation of the 100 Cities. Moreover, there was a possibility of warfare between Fang Hao and the Federation in the future, and then Liss City would be stuck in the middle, in a dangerous position. So, it would be better to pick a side beforehand. Without going to war, Liss City is a part of the 100 Cities, and also a subsidiary city of Fang Hao. Once the war begins, the 100 Cities won't trust them either, so it's better to seize this opportunity and stand by Fang Hao's side. All of this, she and Rolana had discussed before talking to Fang Hao about it. On the side, Fang Hao was also considering this matter. If it hadn't happened so suddenly, he would have liked to go back and discuss it with Nelson. But everything Rebecca said doesn't have any downside to him. It's nothing more than a fake marriage with him. Not only is there an additional bustling subsidiary city, but there is also a large population to provide divinity and increase the power of faith. Truly it is a win-win scenario for both sides. Fang Hao took another look at Rebecca, who was dressed in a bone-themed cheongsam today. The tightly fastened high collar making her look more upright. The fullness in her chest without any sense of excess, the wrapped hips and slightly tight waist revealed an impressive figure. Especially the slits on both sides, while leaning on the desk, it exposed her round and tender long legs. He doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage either. After pondering back and forth, Fang Hao said, I can agree to your proposal. You will still be responsible for Liss City, I won't interfere in regular affairs. However, anything that contradicts the overall development of my territory, the development of the territory must be the priority. Agreed, Rebecca responded. Standing up from her leaning posture, she walked to Fang Hao's side. Let's go. I will introduce you at the hall. I still need to focus on investigating the faceless. Both of them left the room. 3 heroes and guards of the city lord's mansion followed behind them. They all proceeded to the hall. Once they reached the hall, Rebecca introduced, here is the city lord's mansion. I will announce your ascension to city lord later. Whoosh. Once these words were spoken, the whole place immediately erupted in astonished exclamations. No one expected that just after a private chat in the room, Fang Hao became the city lord. Plus, it wasn't even 2 days since Aubrey's death. Angia was about to exclaim. Fang Hao covered her mouth and said, I'll explain it to you later. Angia did not have any particular objection to this. But since she is close to Fang Hao, she had heard about the affair between Rolana and Rebecca. If Fang Hao and Rebecca teamed up together, who could bear the fury of that woman? Okay. Angia quickly nodded her head. Fang Hao didn't stand on ceremony, he directly walked towards the city lord's seat in the hall and sat down. The very moment his buttocks touched the seat, system prompts started appearing in succession. Liss City has become your subsidiary city. Rename the city here. All resources of the city and its subsidiary villages can be controlled by you. The appearance of the system prompt represented that Liss City had officially become Fang Hao's subsidiary city. He never thought that he would conquer another city through marriage. Cooperating with Rebecca to clean up the faceless in the city, after all the hustle, he himself ended up sitting here. Indeed, life is always unpredictable. In short, this place now belongs to Fang Hao. Moreover, with the addition of Liss City, the population of humans in his territory surpassed the orcs, becoming the race with the highest population. He opened the Book of Lords and directly filled in Rebecca's name under the governor column. Successfully set Rebecca as the governor of Liss City. Rebecca's current loyalty to you, 90 points. As soon as he set Rebecca as the governor, her loyalty emerged. Starting with 90 points, this loyalty is scarily high, and not at all like the original residences joining. It's even higher than the loyalty of those summoned by recruitment coupons. Such high loyalty should have a direct relation to Fang Hao's help in capturing the Faceless and later rescuing her. Rebecca's trust in Fang Hao even surpasses most of the other city officials. List city. City level. 12th level ancient original city. Attributes. Food production plus 30%, population growth plus 30%, city prosperity plus 25%, commerce plus 20%, military plus 20%. Description. A city with attributes can bring various bonus effects, accelerating city construction and development. The city level of List City is surprisingly a level 12 ancient city. This level has surpassed Fang Hao's main city level, making it the highest level city within his territory. Although he does not understand the speciality of ancient cities, the bonus attributes are the most and the largest among all the cities. This makes it clear why List City is different from other cities. No wonder its population is several times more than other cities. These bonus attributes are enough to make it far ahead of other cities. Just when Fang Hao thought everything was over, another system prompt appeared. Due to your affiliated alignment, the statue of the God of Light will stop functioning. Your actions have drawn the attention of the God of Light. 2 successive messages appeared in front of Fang Hao. As an undead alignment, he knew he could not construct the statue of the God of Light. But he never encountered a situation where an existing statue stopped functioning due to a change in city alignment. Moreover, it seems like his actions have drawn the attention of the God of Light. For him, this isn't a good thing. The strength that the quasi-god Lord of Thunder showed the last time he met him was already beyond the common heroes. He had consumed tens of thousands of people just to manage to kill him. This time, he'd drawn the attention of a real god, so he needed to be cautious and careful. But he didn't need to worry too much about such matters. Gods naturally had great power, but there were definitely rules limiting them as well. As long as the God of Light didn't personally descend, he had nothing to fear. After looking at the city's attributes, Fang Hao stood back up from his seat. According to the agreement, Rebecca was still in charge here. Unless what happened here conflicted with Fang Hao's plan, he wouldn't interfere with the rest of Rebecca's actions. Actually, right now, all cities and transmigrators' cities operated this way, and Fang Hao rarely intervened. Moreover, considering the current development trend of List City, he might not even match Rebecca's management ability. He might end up causing more problems with his interference. Sitting back down in his chair, Fang Hao continued, "What are your plans regarding the Faceless?" He'd originally planned to use this opportunity to hand the Faceless list to Rebecca. But he didn't expect that after being so busy, he'd ended up annexing this place as a subsidiary city instead. So he never managed to give her the list. That's what I'm worried about. Before the Federation people arrive, I need to suppress this issue. Even if I can't catch them, I have to ensure nothing unusual happens on the day they arrive. Rebecca sat down in a seat nearby and softly spoke. This issue is easy to solve. I can offer you a solution, Fang Hao said. Now, it's time for me to shine as the city lord. Oh, what's your solution? Fang Hao took out the list and pushed it across the table to her. Here's the list of all the faceless people in the city. You can catch them according to the names listed. It's faster than interrogating and investigating one by one. Really? Rebecca didn't believe it and picked up the list to glance at it. As she read, her disbelief slowly vanished. That was because a portion of the names on the list had been confirmed as faceless and had been arrested in the past 2 days. The rest of the people on the list were mostly already under investigation. So the list's accuracy was virtually confirmed. Where did you get this from? Why didn't you give it to me earlier? Rebecca frowned and asked. Fang Hao explained, I got this list at a great cost after the incident at the City Lord Mansion. I intended to give it to you today. He'd obtained this intelligence from the cranial rats. But it had cost him the body of a purple-tier hero. This was a steep price, something ordinary people weren't capable of paying. All right, thanks. Rebecca smiled gently. Rebecca's loyalty towards you increases by 5 points, current loyalty is 95. When she was putting away the list, Rebecca's loyalty increased by another 5 points. At this rate, she should quickly reach 100 points. By then, even if she hadn't signed a slave contract with Fang Hao, once it reached 100, she wouldn't betray him anyway. You're welcome, we're family, Fang Hao casually dismissed, then remembered something and asked, By the way, does this mean I can live in the City Lord mansion from now on? Yes, the place where Aubrey lived has already been vacated. You can stay there. In the City Lord mansion, Aubrey and Rebecca each had separate living quarters. Now that Aubrey was dead, his room had naturally been freed up. Moreover, considering the size of the City Lord mansion, it was more than enough for Fang Hao and his people. All right, Aseti, arrange it this afternoon. We'll move over here to live. Fang Hao didn't hold back at all. Yes, my lord. Aseti immediately agreed. After all the arrangements were put in order, Rebecca still had to deal with the faceless matter. All right, if there's anything else, let's talk over dinner. I need to handle the faceless issue as soon as possible. The two groups separated. Rebecca went to gather her troops to capture the faceless according to the list. Meanwhile, Fang Hao started moving house to officially take up residence in the City Lord mansion. At the same time, all the guards in his living quarters were replaced with Lionheart Knights. To ensure Fang Hao's safety. In the afternoon, the news of Fang Hao becoming the City Lord was posted all over the city. There was no grand wedding ceremony, nor a visit to the temple for divine blessings. Instead, notices were posted on city bulletin boards, confirming Fang Hao's identity as the City Lord, as well as his marriage to Rebecca. Currently, there aren't many people in the streets. However, this news would soon spread throughout the city, and everyone would then know about it. 3 o'clock. Fang Hao was sitting in his room in the City Lord house. Nearby were a few of his heroes. He simply explained to them about his sudden ascension as the City Lord. In summary, Fang Hao was playing the role of a husband. This prevented the Federal Conference from having an excuse to take over, and he managed to peacefully take control of this Level 12 subsidiary city. When Fang Hao relayed Rebecca's words, "Injustice happens everywhere. I'm fortunate to still have the chance to choose," everyone showed a measure of admiration for this woman. Those words perfectly represented the societal ethos of this era. War has never ceased, and survival of the fittest occurs at every corner. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. The door opened. It was the Lionheart Knight, standing guard outside. Sir, the priest from the temple is here, waiting for you in the hall. The priest from the temple was, of course, Miriam. Why did she come to see him? He was a fraudulent city lord. All right, let's go out and see. After saying that, Fang Hao led his people to the City Lord house's main hall. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw Miriam sitting there. But Miriam appeared to be in good shape. Her once old and wrinkled skin seemed much younger than before. Priest Miriam, you were looking for me? Fang Hao asked curiously. Miriam stood up and courteously saluted, City Lord. There was no surprise or doubt in her expression. Obviously, she had already received the news that Fang Hao was now the City Lord. Take a seat. Fang Hao took a seat on the side as well. Miriam sat down again. A maid brought over fruit tea. City Lord, there's some trouble at the temple. Miriam started speaking directly after sitting down. Priestess Miriam, shouldn't you be discussing this issue with Rebecca? It's actually quite difficult for me, as the City Lord, to mobilize resources and manpower in the city, Fang Hao directly responded. Though this city was his subsidiary city, in the eyes of its residents and soldiers, he was merely Rebecca's husband, an empty figurehead of a city lord. According to the agreement he had with Rebecca, he would not interfere with her powers in Lis City. In any case, it would be more beneficial to seek Rebecca's help in the city than his own. It's Lady Rebecca who asked me to come to you. Miriam held her staff in front of her, gazing straight ahead. Oh, then let's talk. What do you need? For some reason, divine blessings will no longer be bestowed upon this city, and the God of Light statue in the temple has developed cracks, Miriam elaborated while making church gestures. Upon hearing Miriam's words, Fang Hao immediately remembered the system notification he'd seen after taking over the city. Due to a factional conflict, the God of Light statue would lose its function. Not only could the temple priest sense this, even the divine statue had cracked too. Fang Hao looked at Miriam and asked, do you know why? I'm not sure. Perhaps the bishop might receive some divine revelations, Miriam replied. So, Priestess Miriam, did you come here to have me do something for the temple? Repair the statue. Fang Hao continued to inquire. Many residents of Lis City worship the god of light. Even if the statue is broken, it cannot be simply thrown out of the temple. They would need to gradually transition its role, then replace it with a statue of the king. Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, Miriam fell silent. As if making some kind of decision, she finally spoke, "City Lord, my son will stay here. His identity does not allow him to settle down in other cities, so I have decided to stay. Although I can't continue serving as a priestess of the light, I can pass on my knowledge." Miriam's son was a half-demon. Not to mention going to other human cities, even in Lis City, he had to tread carefully. Once his identity was exposed, even if he had never committed any wrong, his half-demon status would warrant a death sentence. Therefore, for her son's sake, Miriam did not plan to leave. After hearing Miriam's reason, Fang Hao did not show any surprise. In his opinion, although Miriam is a believer, she was not a fanatic. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept the half-demon a secret from the church. Leaving the Church of Light to stay here could be understood. I can agree to this on behalf of Rebecca. You can continue to stay in the temple. The temple will undergo refurbishment and adjustments, and you can still be the priestess, Fang Hao agreed directly. Miriam pondered for a bit, but did not reject the offer. I understand, City Lord. I will do my job. Yes, when the time is right, I will provide your son with an identity, allowing him regular access to Lis City, ensuring no one would pass judgment on him based on his identity. Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, a noticeable change appeared on Miriam's face. Murky eyes, at this moment, flashed a special light. Thank you, sir, I understand, Miriam replied. Good, go on with your work. You don't have to worry about the changes in the city, the army won't interfere with the temple. Yes, my lord. Miriam left, and Fang Hao returned to his own room. Before dinner, Fang Hao met with Rolana. He also met several officials in the city. Unlike Fang Hao's other subsidiary cities, Lis City had a complete official system. Everyone had a fixed scope of responsibility. Unlike Fang Hao, in his land, apart from himself and the heroes, there were a bunch of undeads. After dinner, Fang Hao used demon teleportation to return to his main territory. Lis City had become Fang Hao's subsidiary territory. He could use the teleportation screen to directly teleport into the City Lord's Hall, rather than in the center of the city. This was enough to meet his conditions for commuting back and forth. Just like going to work. He would go to Lis City during the day and return to his territory to rest at night. The teleportation screen appeared in the main city, and Fang Hao, along with Demetria and Angia, emerged from it. Returning to his own home made him feel a lot more at ease instantly. He didn't have to worry about encountering any unforeseen dangers. Master, you're back. Aira walked over with her maids. Yes, anything happened in the city lately? Fang Hao asked with a smile. Just as Aira was about to answer, she was put gently to one side by Angia. I have something important to tell you. Angia pulled Aira away as she proceeded to speak. Aira, being pulled away, hurriedly called back, Scholar Nelson is out, and there is a skeleton hero. After saying this sentence, she was pulled back to the City Lord's mansion by Angia. The other maids, after greeting Fang Hao, also left one after another to attend to their own matters. Fang Hao was well aware of Nelson's reappearance. The demon rat hero corpse that was swapped by the cranial rat was only transported to Lis City after Nelson confirmed that it did not carry any viruses. Otherwise, Fang Hao would not dare to transport such a corpse to the densely populated Lis City. The new skeleton hero who came out with Nelson must be the orange hero from Blood Mountain Range, Meatfist Caius. He walked out of the Lord's mansion and went straight to the Viscera Museum. As soon as he entered the first floor of the lobby, he saw some funeral priests making medicines and ceremonial materials. Lord. One of the priests greeted Fang Hao respectfully as he saw him. Where is Scholar Nelson? Fang Hao asked. The priest responded, the scholar is on the second floor. I will notify him. Please wait a while, my lord. The priest bowed again and quickly walked towards the second floor. The Viscera Museum, Unlike other buildings, always gives people a sense of gloom and coldness, having a variety of organs and materials stored inside. If it wasn't necessary, Fang Hao had no plans to go to the second floor himself. Before long, footsteps sounded from the stairs. Nelson was slowly walking down with a tall troll skeleton hero. My lord. Nelson bowed slightly, while the tall skeleton hero behind him knelt on one knee, showing even more reverence. The skeleton hero was tall, clad in heavy armor, had sturdy palms, and wore a pair of large gloves covered with scales. Meat Fist Orange Rank 3. As expected, it was the orange hero, Caius. The leader who had planned to lead the trolls out of the Blood Mountain range. Now, he had become a skeleton hero, loyal only to Fang Hao's territory and heroes. Meat Fist Orange Rank 3. Camp. Undead. Template. Gold. Racial traits. Undead, hollow skeleton, light vulnerability. Legion talent. Giant leader, concentration of power, fight or die. Skills. Sturdiness, multiple attacks, build up punch, ignore pain, fury of the berserker. Innate abilities. Advanced combat mastery, advanced defense mastery, field fist mastery. Giant leader, this unit leads troll-type troops, including troll, giant descendants, skeleton trolls, increasing attack power by 50%, critical hit chance by 20%, movement speed by 5%, morale by 20%. When the army stays at standby state, extra 1% morale recovery is added. Concentration of power, this unit boosts all attributes of infantry, ranged, and cavalry troops in the army by 20% when leading them simultaneously. Build-up punch active, swings a build-up punch forward, damage increased by 300%. Ignore pain active, all damage received decreases by 50%, immune to all control effects, lasts for 15 seconds. Fury of the Berserker active, enters a rage state, critical hit chance increases by 10%, attack speed increases by 25%, dodge chance increases by 20%, movement speed increases by 20%, last for 20 seconds. Description. Product of an immortal corpse which, not recognized by the god of Undead, this hero cannot level up or promote. Meat Fist is an orange combat-oriented hero. All attributes and skills are more oriented towards combat and attack. If compared with the newly joined Asceti, Meat Fist emphasizes personal combat power more, while Asceti is more like a commander. There is still a certain difference between the two. Welcome to join us, Meat Fist. Fang Hao also spoke. After being made into a skeleton hero, their original names were removed, only retaining the nicknames of their former hero life. Like Blood Hunter, Fireblade, these names are still good. It sounds pretty impressive, but Meat Fist doesn't sound as domineering when you hear it. Thank you, my lord. Meat Fist stood up, respectfully waiting on the side. Well, Meat Fist, you go out and work with Rock Leader to be responsible for the city's defense and patrol, continued Fang Hao. Yes, my lord. Meat Fist took his orders, striding towards the city gate. After Meat Fist left, Fang Hao recounted the events that had taken place during this time to Nelson, from beginning to end. This included killing the quasi-god, the Lord of Thunder God, subsequently marrying Rebecca and incorporating the level 12 city of Lys into his territory as a subsidiary city. Nelson remained silent, quietly listening to the account of everything that had happened in his domain while he was sequestered away in work. He also expressed approval of Fang Hao's decisions. Perhaps some matters could have been handled better in hindsight, but Fang Hao's initial actions were reasonable given the circumstances. After chatting with Nelson for a while, Fang Hao returned to the Lord's mansion. In front of the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, searching for the newly obtained blueprint, a diverted underground drainage system, blueprint. Level 10 City, diverted underground drainage system. Hard wickers 27,500, stone bricks 58,200, fine stone bricks 34,700, pig iron block 7,500, white steel ingot 3,750, metal parts 1570, trace of the earth 5. Description. Set up the divided drainage system for sewerage and rainwater beneath the city, each with their own independent pipe system, separately collecting and draining sewage and rainwater. The current city level of the main city is level 10. All required materials are available in the warehouse and construction can begin immediately. The ground began to tremble softly. The maids, thinking it was an earthquake, hastily fled the buildings. Seeing Fang Hao standing in front of the Lord's mansion, they all rushed over in concern. Fang Hao explained to them that a sewer system was being built. However, the maids still stood by Fang Hao's side, waiting together for the construction to finish. After about half an hour, the ground ceased to shake. Level 10 diverted underground drainage system has been completed. From now on, dealing with rainfall and drainage from the territory will be much more convenient. After the sewer system was completed, Era had dinner ready. She informed Fang Hao that it was time to eat. After dinner, Fang Hao leisurely soaked in the hot spring, enjoying the evening's comfort. Era walked in with fruit wine and a fruit platter, sitting down beside Fang Hao. Without Fang Hao needing to lift a finger, her delicate hand picked up a piece of fruit, feeding it to Fang Hao. Fang Hao took a bite and the sweet taste of the fruit and the aroma of the wine exploded in his mouth. What is this? Fang Hao asked curiously, trying it for the first time. Era smiled and replied, just fruit soaked in wine, how does it taste? It's delicious, Fang Hao commented while chewing. Era's face blossomed with joy, feeding the fruit to Fang Hao one piece at a time. Just as Fang Hao was enjoying Era's attentive service, the Book of Lords suddenly buzzed with a private message. Fang Hao opened it and found it was from Deng Bin, the lord who sold him flax. Deng Bin is a woman, but both her name and appearance are more masculine. Especially last time, she had sent Fang Hao a photo of herself. Under the torch's light, her thin face, cropped hair, and full-arm tattoos gave off an intimidating impression. However, she revealed a straightforward and outgoing personality in later collaborations. And thanks to her continuous supply of flax to Fang Hao, providing ample food and clothing supplies, she quickly developed her territorial strength. Her main city had reached level 7, and the number of troops in the city was also over 500, making her a middle to upper class lord in the channel. But reaching level 7, to further upgrade the main city, she needed tiles. Even at this point, not many lords have tiles. The largest seller of tiles in the channel was still Fang Hao. Lord Fang Hao, I want to purchase some tiles from you, is that okay? Deng Bin cut straight to the point. Fang Hao replied, of course it is. Right now, our tile production is still quite plentiful. The main city, as well as Shu Yang's territory, were both producing tiles. In particular, the territory where Shu Yang now lives used to belong to Chu Ji Shang. It had a tile production base, with a large number of kilns producing tiles. Well, bro, you know I don't have much money. I have a blueprint here. It's pretty good. I want to exchange it for 1200 units of tiles. Blueprint for precision parts production, blue. Upon seeing the name of the blueprint, Fang Hao felt a stir in his heart. The name, precision parts, was all too familiar to Fang Hao. When he had killed construct units in the past, they had dropped this type of material. Fang Hao had initially accumulated some, planning to use them in the construction units later. However, not long ago, he had recruited some dwarves, and all of the precision parts had been used up when they were building the Great Mountain Furnace. Now, there was no stock of precision parts in his repository. The blueprint of precision parts belonged to special materials that regular weapons and equipment didn't require. They only came in handy for constructed units, or precise machinery. Unexpectedly, Deng Bin had obtained one. How did you obtain it? Fang Hao asked. Could it be that Deng Bin also had some construct unit scenery, and thus obtained this blueprint? Deng Bin did not hide anything, he directly replied, I exchanged it with the dwarves. They are selling some items like firearms, so I plan to accumulate enough warfire coins and buy some from them. So it had come from the dwarves. Precision parts, besides being used in constructed units, were also applied in dwarven machinery. Blueprints for firearms or various cannons required precision parts. It seemed that Deng Bin's territory was near the dwarves. After understanding this, Fang Hao did not ask further. He agreed directly, all right, I will list the clay bricks for trade. You can directly exchange them. Okay. Thanks, boss. Deng Bin gratefully thanked him. If you come across any good blueprints with the dwarves, do contact me. If you don't have enough funds, I can buy them. Fang Hao added. Understood, I get it. But I must wait until the next time the dwarves come. I will contact you when there's new stock. Deng Bin naturally understood Fang Hao's proposal. Deng Bin didn't have many warfire coins. It was difficult for him to acquire any high-level blueprints. But Fang Hao was loaded, and even had spare cash that he had nowhere to spend. She could act as an intermediary to help complete the transactions. The two ended the transaction. 1,200 clay bricks disappeared, and a blueprint for precision parts appeared in Fang Hao's possession. He recorded it directly in the Book of Lords. Precision components. 2 cast iron blocks, 1 fine iron. Materials for the precision parts had already included fine iron. No wonder Deng Bin had sold the blueprint to him. Even if she had acquired the blueprint, it would be hard to mass produce without fine iron. It made more sense to exchange it for something she needed. After ending conversation with Deng Bin, Fang Hao continued to soak in the hot spring. The next day, early in the morning. After breakfast, Fang Hao used the demon teleportation, and directly arrived at Lysis City. Originally, this city belonged to the Stonehead tribe. After Fang Hao gifted it to the dwarves, they renamed it Lysis City. When Fang Hao, Angia, and Demetria stepped out of the teleportation light curtain, they saw a few dwarves had surrounded them. These dwarves were bare-chested, their solid and exaggerated muscles exposed. In their hands, they held crossbows, firearms, pickaxes, all sorts of weapons, vigilantly watching the group of 3. I am Fang Hao. Summon Belerga to see me. Fang Hao declared his identity promptly. The dwarves were the race that had the least interaction with Fang Hao. Dwarves only knew that there was a human city lord who helped them rebuild Lysis City, but most of them didn't know what the city lord looked like. Even those who have seen him once might have a vague memory due to the passing time. On the other hand, Demetria's lizardman figure was remembered by some of the dwarves. Soon, one of them said, I recognize that lizardman, he must be the city lord. Quickly, go call the clan leader. As the dwarves whisper, someone quickly leaves to find Belerga. Not long after, the crowd made way, and Belerga, alongside a group of dwarven elites, swiftly headed over. Upon seeing Fang Hao, he immediately greeted, City Lord. Dwarves might be hot-tempered and impulsive, but they retained their respect towards Fang Hao, the one providing them with a stable living environment. Tell everyone to disperse. There's no issue here, Fang Hao said. Belerga nodded and immediately ordered the observers to disperse and return to their respective positions to continue their work. When everyone had dispersed, Belerga continued to ask, City Lord, do you have any instructions for this visit? Not much, we have sufficient materials now. Planning to build 2 more mountain furnaces for you. Fang Hao said casually. Initially, he only built a large mountain furnace for dwarves due to a lack of precision parts. But yesterday, he received the blueprint of precision parts from Deng Bin. Now, the conditions to continue building the mountain furnace have been met. It could also increase the speed of iron ore melting, ensuring a consistent material supply for making equipment. Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, Belerga was instantly elated. Stroking his wire-like beard in excitement, he said, That's excellent. This will significantly speed up production. Seeing his reaction, Fang Hao smiled at him, saying, That's what I was thinking, too. The group moved out of the city. Lysis City was located in a peculiar locale, situated amidst 3 tall mountains. Previously, one of these mountains was chosen for the construction of the mountain furnace. This time, Fang Hao planned to use the other 2 mountains as the foundation for his furnaces. Taking Belerga to the front of the mountains, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and found the blueprint for the mountain furnace. Mountain Belly Great Furnace. Wood 15,750, stone 1,258,850, hardwood 27,580, fine masonry bricks 185,470, thick leather 5,435, iron 15,820, cast iron blocks 8,575, metal parts 1255, Precision Parts 420, Red Flame Essence 22, Perfect Essence 10. Start with the production of precision parts first. Precision parts. Cast iron blocks 2, fine iron 1. Set the production quantity to 10. Hundredfold amplification triggered, obtain 10 precision parts. After having enough precision parts, Fang Hao continued to the two mountains and chose to build the mountain belly great furnace. A light enveloped the two mountains. Bit by bit, the furnace structure was built. Shortly, the furnace was completed and Fang Hao finished his task too. Belerga, along with the dwarves who followed, looked at the newly built furnace with excitement, blushing and somewhat unbelievably thrilled. Eight Peaks Mountain only had one great furnace. And they already had 3 here. In a sense, they have the foundation to surpass 8 Peaks Mountain, as long as they continue to develop steadily. Regaining what they lost is not impossible. I will have the ores mined by the trolls and orcs transported here. The beasts and dangers on the way need to be cleared out to ensure the safety of the transport team. Fang Hao closed the Book of Lords. Okay, sir. I will organize a team to clear out the beasts on the road once I get back. Belerga immediately agreed. Fang Hao nodded, leading a few people towards the city. Well, let's go back. I have some buildings that need to be constructed for you. A few people returned to Lysis City. Fang Hao continued to build the diversion underground pipeline, temple, and king statue in the city. He also made a large number of trolleys, mine tracks, mine carts, and some production tools that would be used. When the statue of the king was erected in the temple, the dwarves were all watching, their heads tilted back to look. Their height barely reached the base of the statue. Sir, this is a statue of the king. If necessary, we can make a metal one for you. Belerga curiously looked at the statue modeled after Fang Hao. 8 Peaks Mountain also had a giant king iron statue. Made entirely of metal, it represented the greatest dwarf king. But it was much larger than Fang Hao's, and unlike the stone carving of Fang Hao's, the dwarf's was pure metal. This is good enough, no need. Fang Hao declined the dwarf's kindness. The establishment of the statue was just to gather faith for his divinity. Whether a statue made of iron could collect faith or not was questionable, and there was no need to waste effort and time. Then, Fang Hao asked, there is still a vacant spot for a statue in the temple, what do you plan to build there? If possible, we could build a statue of the Forge God. Belerga said. The Forge God, it was clear what he did just by the name. But Fang Hao didn't have this statue. I only have 4 statues in my possession. The Goddess of Harvest, the Slaughter God, the Undead God, and the God of Deception. Then let's go with Goddess of Harvest, said Belerga without hesitation. The Goddess of Harvest not only enhanced the planting, but also boosted the industry. And the other 3 were not suitable for the dwarves, so he could only choose the Goddess of Harvest. Fang Hao nodded and built a statue of the Goddess of Harvest on the other pedestal. After finishing, Fang Hao chatted with Belerga. The dwarves who went to Lis City to learn at the temple have been very diligent. When they come back, they can use their knowledge of herbal medicine to treat everyone's illnesses. Thank you for your care, sir. Belerga also nodded his head. Fang Hao and Belerga chatted a bit in the city. After giving the dwarves several troll brewing barrels, he returned to his territory using the teleportation array. Time flew by, and 3 days later, Rebecca had shown unprecedented determination in these days. She followed the list of anonymous names and conducted a purge of the nobles and merchants throughout the city. Once confirmed, without exception, all were executed. Without any tedious interrogations, everyone on the list was eliminated within 3 days. Regardless of their status, how complex their background was, there were no exceptions. When Fang Hao heard about this, he was also shocked at Rebecca's decisiveness. At 10 a.m., in front of the Lis City Lord Mansion, Rebecca was standing outside waiting. From a distance, 3 carriages under cavalry escort stopped in front of the City Lord's mansion. The servants opened the carriage door. A middle-aged man with lavish clothing came down from the carriage slowly. Upon seeing Rebecca, he bowed like a gentleman, Lady Rebecca. Seeing the man's face, Rebecca also greeted, "Oh, it's Mr. Hubert. Even though both parties maintained the etiquette of nobility, their words were filled with distance. It seemed that they were just maintaining surface courtesy. Behind Hubert, another middle-aged man in brocade stepped down. He wore gold rings on his fingers, with an air of a nouveau riche. Lady Rebecca, this is Mr. Groot from the Marshall family. Hubert continued to introduce. Hearing about the Marshall family, Rebecca looked at this man again. Also with a smile, welcome to Liss City, Mr. Groot. Groot's eyes swept up and down Rebecca, seeming a bit lost for words. When Rebecca greeted him, Groot smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, Lady Rebecca. You are even more beautiful than the rumors say." "Thank you. Please come in," Rebecca said, turning to lead the way. As Hubert and his companion followed, Hubert continued to ask, "Why haven't we seen Lord Aubrey?" "My husband met with an unexpected accident not long ago," Rebecca said in a calm tone, with no trace of melancholy to be heard. Hubert and his companion were both stunned, their brows furrowing for a long while before they responded, "Our condolences, ma'am." "Ah, Aubrey did much for the city. This time, he managed to draw out all the faceless," Rebecca replied. After Aubrey planned to assassinate Rebecca, he enraged Rebecca thoroughly, leading her to purge all the faceless in the city. "Does this mean that the faceless are already so active in Liss City?" Hubert asked in surprise. "Liss City is still relatively peaceful. No major disturbances have occurred," Rebecca responded. As they chatted during their walk, they arrived at the city lord's mansion. Before entering the mansion, Hubert beckoned a dark-haired and dark-eyed attendant and whispered to him. Then, the dark-haired attendant led the team of cavalrymen to the rest barracks. Hubert and Groot followed Rebecca into the city lord's mansion. Before night fell, Fang Hao used the teleportation light curtain to return to Liss City. Today, Rebecca told him through the sound transmitting shell that the representatives of the Federation had arrived in Liss City. At the banquet that night, Fang Hao needed to appear in his capacity as City Lord to prevent the Federal Conference from interfering with Liss City. In the room, Angia helped Fang Hao change into a stately noble dress. With his upright posture and handsome appearance, Angia kept praising how good he looked. Squeak squeak. Suddenly, there was the sound of a mouse coming from beneath a wardrobe. A mouse. Angia raised her hand to slap, but Fang Hao stopped her. He explained, "Don't be in a hurry. This is the cranial rat that traded information with me last time." Under the wardrobe, a mouse, with protruding eyes, two white-furred cranial rats, held a folded message together. Fang Hao bent over to pick it up, and the mouse turned his head and burrowed back into the wardrobe, disappearing from sight. He opened the letter, and on it was written information concerning Adeline. This was the information Fang Hao got by exchanging it with Filthy Blood. There were two pieces of information in the intelligence. Rebecca began investigating based on Adeline's appearance and name, and half a month ago, she entered Liss City as a relative of a merchant. The church's records show that Adeline was a priestess managing the church's orphanage 52 years ago. The orphanage was later attacked by a monster, and Adeline died during the attack. The mention of the orphanage made Fang Hao immediately think of the orphanage he had explored before. In the dilapidated basement, they found a 7-level fear devourer made up of lumps of flesh with countless mouths and eyes piled together. The fear devourer they encountered, its intelligence resembled that of a group of children who had not yet matured. What they were shouting at the time was Teacher Adeline. They claimed Adeline left them there, waiting for the teacher to pick them up. It appears that these two, Adeline and the teacher, are very likely the same person. Thinking back now, Liss City alone wouldn't need to employ a hero of Adeline's level to kill Rebecca. The key issue may not be Liss City. After all, even the Faceless wouldn't have known about Fang Hao's specific capabilities before he got involved. It's highly likely that the main goal was to retrieve the fear devourers. After all, they'd been raised for decades and had gained a certain level of power. There was also the demon doll and Pope's arm that he had found in the secret room. Alas, she didn't expect the situation to change so dramatically once Fang Hao got involved. Even if she had known about Fang Hao's involvement, she couldn't have anticipated a transmigrator would have dark gold and orange heroes. What does it say? Angia curiously asked while draping her arm over Fang Hao's shoulder. Information about Adeline, Fang Hao responded. Who's Adeline? She's the one from the last banquet, the one with the big wings who fought Rolana from the ground to the sky, Fang Hao explained. Oh, who is she? The information may not be accurate. 52 years ago she was a priestess of the church, then joined the demons and is now a faceless, said Fang Hao, folding the letter and storing it. 52 years ago, huh? How is she still so young? Angia questioned, surprised. It must be the power of the demons. Can I learn it too? I want to stay young. Who would you learn from? I don't know how. As the two were chatting, a knock came from outside the door. A maid's voice carried in from outside. Sir, the lady requests your presence in the banquet hall. Thank you, I'm coming right away, Fang Hao replied, getting up to leave the room. Fang Hao wasn't particularly keen to mingle with these nobles, as they often had a certain arrogance about them. However, this banquet involved the welfare of Lis City, so he still needed to cooperate with Rebecca. Whether it was Cruel City or Lis City, maintaining membership in the Federation of 100 Cities was still important for the development of a territory. Fang Hao opened the door and walked out. Outside, Aseti, Demetria, and several Lionheart knights followed Fang Hao towards the banquet hall. The banquet hall of the city lord's mansion was still under renovation. This banquet was held in an adjacent temporary hall. Fang Hao hadn't arrived yet. But at present, the dinner table was already filled with people. Hubert, Groot, along with a black-haired transmigrator in Hubert's service, and a few bodyguards. On the other side was Rebecca, accompanied by a group of officials from the city. Madam Rebecca, there have been rumors that Lis City is not letting the local merchants leave the city. Doesn't that violate the council's rules? Hubert casually asked with a smile. The human territory is only so big. Whether they're nobles or wealthy businessmen, their relationships are a tangled web. Some collude for the sake of interest, while others are tied by marital relationships. To put it bluntly, Rebecca's lockdown of the city and the citywide hunt for the faceless ones have long reached the ears of other cities. It was merely to hunt down the faceless ones. After that period, the city gates have been opened to everyone. Anyone can come and go freely, Rebecca answered calmly. Hubert continued to probe into events that happened in the city. Rebecca always managed to find a logical and unimpeachable reason to explain them. Hubert changed the subject abruptly, saying, Madam Rebecca, I deeply regret what happened to Lord Aubrey, but according to the council's laws, I'm afraid you can't live here anymore. The council will soon appoint a new city lord to manage Lis City. As these words exited his mouth, the room fell silent. The accompanying city officials instantly shut their mouths, no one uttering a single sound. These past few days, Rebecca has been causing a bloodbath in the city. A woman going berserk is even more terrifying than a man. Just as everyone was anxiously wondering what would happen next, Rebecca smiled and said, the council does not need to worry about this. Before Lord Aubrey died, he left a will, whereupon his death a new city lord would succeed him. This new city lord already held an important position in the city and is well versed in the affairs of Lis City. Hubert's brow furrowed momentarily. Oh, there's such a matter. On top of that, I have already married the new city lord. This too was a wish expressed by Aubrey before his death. Rebecca spoke in a casual tone. It was as if the matter had nothing to do with her, like she was simply reciting a pre-written script. Hubert and Groot, among others, widened their eyes. They were astonished by Rebecca's response. But Hubert understood why. Aubrey had indeed been a puppet city lord, and it was essentially just swapping people after his death. What shocked him was how calmly Rebecca dealt with these matters. Compared to previous years where Rebecca would put on a show, it seemed she no longer wanted to act. She simply followed the rules, leaving no room for fault-finding. I'm quite eager to meet this new city lord, Hubert chuckled twice, leaning back in his chair. After a little while, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed down the hallway. Straight away, a group of soldiers armored in gold marched in. Hubert opened his eyes wide. What's going on in the banquet hall? He thought. Before he could question Rebecca, Fang Hao, guarded by 3 heroes, strode in. Rebecca revealed a soft smile, turning to address the crowd. Mr. Hubert, Mr. Groot, this is my husband, and the current city lord of List City, Fang Hao. Clang. Hearing this name, the black-haired attendant sitting next to Hubert suddenly stiffened. His wine glass dropped onto the table, splattering scarlet fruit wine in all directions. Clang. The black-haired man's unusual behavior drew the attention of everyone around him, instantly stealing the limelight from the grand appearance of the new city lord. Startled by the sound beside him, Hubert frowned and asked in a low voice, "What is the matter?" "Nothing serious, sir. I will tell you after we go back," the black-haired man replied in a low voice. Hubert nodded. As he turned back, Rebecca affectionately wrapped her arm around Fang Hao's arm and introduced, "This is Mr. Hubert, the representative of the Nasir City Council from the 100 Cities Federation. Nice to meet you, Mr. Hubert," Fang Hao said with a smile. "A transmigrator." Hearing Rebecca's introduction, Hubert and his entourage all turned their attention to Fang Hao. They had speculated about many people who could be the new city lord. The nobles in the city are wealthy merchants who could provide large sums of money. With Rebecca's maturity and beauty, it wasn't difficult at all for her to find a powerful husband. But they never could have guessed that the person who appeared before them was a young transmigrator. Seeing how affectionately Rebecca was hanging on the young man, jealousy surged in everyone's hearts. If the news of Aubrey's death had been announced earlier, probably, men from all cities would have rushed to List City to pursue Rebecca. At this point, everyone had arrived, and the servants began to serve the exquisite food. The table, 3 meters long, was laden with sumptuous dishes. Hubert cut a piece of beef with his knife and fork while saying softly, "City Lord Fang Hao is really young. You're a transmigrator, aren't you?" Fang Hao didn't hide anything and played along. "Yes, that's what they call us." With the passage of time, as more transmigrators came into frequent contact with the indigenous people, this was no longer a secret. Perhaps ordinary residents didn't know much about it, but those in power had already learned of the existence of transmigrators through various channels. Among those who accompanied Hubert to the banquet was also a transmigrator. Fang Hao saw him when he entered. This man had his head down the entire time, eating silently. "City Lord Fang Hao, how did you meet Mrs. Rebecca?" Hubert continued to probe. Fang Hao replied, "I have a mercenary group, and we met through some tasks." Upon hearing about the mercenaries, contempt was evident in the eyes of Hubert and his companions. Transmigrators indeed had their own advantages. But the profession of a mercenary, notorious for bloodshed, was considered far more lowly than bodyguards and guards in the eyes of the nobility. A mercenary within the city is a soldier, outside the city is a bandit. Mercenaries have always had a bad reputation. Hubert looked at Rebecca again, his gaze returning to Fang Hao. He continued to ask, "City Lord Fang Hao, in another month, the federal conference will take place. The upper house has proposed a unified command to mobilize the armies of all cities. What's the position of List City on this?" After asking, Hubert fell silent, smiling as he waited for Fang Hao's reply. Fang Hao turned to look at Rebecca. The latter quietly shook her head. As for the draft resolution of the upper house, Fang Hao had no idea, having been city lord for just a few days. "We, Rebecca and I, are discussing this issue. Once we've made a decision, we'll announce our position at this year's conference," said Fang Hao, taking a bite of the steak he had just cut. The agreement between Fang Hao and Rebecca was that she would handle affairs in List City. As long as the decisions didn't contradict their territory's development plans, he wouldn't intervene. In case of discrepancies, the two would discuss it privately and arrive at a more prudent decision. As for the federal conference, Fang Hao wasn't well acquainted with such matters. Particularly, power struggles among the nobility were beyond his understanding and enthusiasm. Therefore, Rebecca would handle conference affairs, and he would provide necessary support. Hubert continued to ask several more questions afterwards. Fang Hao's answers were rather nonchalant, practically echoing the same things. The conversation died off. Hubert, unable to find more topics to discuss with Fang Hao, started talking with Rebecca again. "Fang Hao, now left alone, quietly enjoyed his meal, eagerly waiting for the banquet to end so he could go back and rest. Just then, Groot, seated beside Hubert, picked up his wine glass and stood up. His hand was adorned with gemstone rings that dazzled the eyes. Groot Marshall was from a well-known family in the Federation and was responsible for the family's business operations. He and Hubert had long been friends, and they came to Liss City together this time. This was his first visit to Liss City, and he was amazed by Rebecca's beauty when he saw her. Upon hearing that this beautiful woman had just lost her husband, he felt a sense of destiny in his heart. Because, just a month ago, his wife had also passed away from illness. His wealth allowed him to have any woman he wanted, but none could compare to Rebecca. He had been silent because he was waiting to see what kind of background and strength Rebecca's new husband had. Now, he was certain. This boy, who knew nothing and was still immature, was just a transmigrator. Compared to this transmigrator, he could provide Rebecca with more help. Groot, holding his wine glass, walked over to Rebecca with a smile and said softly, "Mrs. Rebecca, it's an honor to meet you." The Marshall family wielded considerable influence in the Federation. He holds power over the merchants and possesses a seat in the council as the representative of the merchant group. However, when it comes to social standing, he is much inferior to a city lord like Rebecca. Rebecca merely nodded politely in response. Groot went on to say, "Madam Rebecca, I'm sorry to hear that Liss City has recently encountered many troubles. If you're facing any difficulties, you're welcome to discuss them with me." The Marshall merchant group Kana. Before he could finish his sentence, Rebecca interrupted him. "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Groot, but I am not in need of help at the moment." Groot was taken aback, not expecting Rebecca to refuse so decisively. Her tone also revealed a sense of rejection. However, he disregarded it and continued, "Liss City faces many problems. The Senate will make increasingly severe demands on Madam Rebecca at this year's annual assembly." Groot paused for a moment, a slight smirk forming on his lips as he glanced at Rebecca's exquisite face and her full bosom. "Actually, the solution is quite simple. If we can discuss the matter in detail, we should be able to find a solution. After the banquet, if you don't mind Madam Rebecca, I would like to invite you." His words were extremely polite. However, he was employing an outdated technique to flirt. Rebecca's face darkened, and she replied coldly, "I'm sorry, but I don't require your assistance." Fang Hao, who was seated nearby, furrowed his brows slightly. Although he and Rebecca were married in name only, he thought it was rather inappropriate for Groot to flirt with Rebecca right in front of him. However, he did not say anything immediately. It was clear that Groot had employed a wrong approach, using his flirting techniques that usually worked in taverns on Rebecca. If they weren't guests, Rebecca would probably have him beheaded on the spot. That's unfortunate. Seeing that Rebecca remained unmoved, Groot shrugged. A shadow flickered in Groot's eyes, and he sneered at her unabashedly, "You must be well aware of the influence of my Marshall family. Coincidentally, my wife passed away last month. I can offer marriage to you and provide you with support." As he swirled his wine glass around, the luminous red wine forming whirls, he added, "But, I gave you the opportunity. If you refuse it, that's your choice. If you change your mind later, you can come and find me at your convenience." His words were haughty, making it hard to believe that a merchant was addressing a city lord in such a manner. Moreover, his words implied that he was offering her something she desperately needed, paired with a subtle threat. Hubert, on the other hand, remained silent without any intention to intervene. A cold expression settled over Rebecca. Being addressed in such a manner by a merchant, she was seething with rage. If the Marshall family didn't possess powerful connections within the Federation, she would have given the order to have this lecherous old man beheaded on the spot. "Humph. Mind your manners, Groot. Now, return to your seat and have your meal. If you utter another word, I will read all that you have said today in the council for everyone in the Federation to witness your glorious Marshall family," exclaimed Rebecca coldly. Groot was taken aback. He indeed believed that Rebecca was capable of doing so. Therefore, he chose not to say more. Unable to say anything to Rebecca, he turned his gaze to Fang Hao. If he couldn't deal with Rebecca, could he not handle this transmigrator? Your name is Fang Hao? Groot questioned while leaning back in his chair. Yes indeed. Is there something you wish to discuss? Fang Hao responded directly. Groot was enraged by his tone. A puppet city lord, who was only being used as a shield, had the audacity to speak to him like this. Ha! Everyone knows that Madame Rebecca needs a freeloader. Don't tell me you actually believe that you're the city lord. Have you met Aubrey? Even when you die, there will be a second city lord to take your place, Groot said mockingly. These words were a direct sneer at Fang Hao. But Fang Hao was not Rebecca. He did not care about the face of the noble families like Groot who insulted him to his face. He directly ordered, "This clown has had too much to drink, send him back to rest." 2 guards stepped forward, indicating Groot to leave the area. Groot's face instantly darkened. He cried out, "Transmigrator, you dare speak to me like this?" In response, he pushed away the guards who were beside him. However, before he could say anything else, bang! A settee, who was acting as a guard, stepped forward and kicked Groot in the stomach. Groot's body flew like a cannonball. He staggered and flew several meters before hitting the ground heavily, his body curled up like a shrimp. He fell into unconsciousness instantly. Hubert and the others watched with wide eyes as Groot was sent flying and laid motionless on the ground like a dead dog. Being only a merchant, he was no match for a kick from a settee. The sequence of events had happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to intervene before Groot was knocked out cold. Fang Hao, what is the meaning of this? Hubert stood up and questioned loudly. Was Mr. Hubert sleeping earlier? Did you not notice how he insulted me? If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll assume he's the master here and dare to boss me around, Fang Hao retorted strongly. Faced with Hubert's interrogation, Fang Hao didn't show a trace of fear. He wasn't Aubrey, nor did he have any weaknesses that these people could exploit. Moreover, he didn't have to rely on his relationship with Rebecca. In fact, Liss City had become a part of his own territory. He wouldn't tolerate such disrespect anymore. HMPH. Groot is a member of the Marshall family, he just got drunk and spouted nonsense. Is this how you treat your guests? Hubert declared loudly. If he knows he is a guest, he should be clear about what can and cannot be said. This is the first time, I'll forgive his loose tongue. But if there's a second time, I'll have his tongue cut off. Fang Hao showed no signs of backing down. Seeing that Fang Hao was entirely fearless, and even seemed ready to have someone arrested, Hubert cast his gaze onto Rebecca, sternly asking, Rebecca, is this how you treat your guests? Rebecca looked utterly innocent, confused as to why the blame was being directed at her. After thinking for a moment, she replied, I have already contacted the temple. Someone will soon arrive to treat him. There's no need for you to worry, Mr. Hubert. Hubert's face turned red with anger, his eyes sweeping around the room, unsure of where to direct his fury. Finally, he could only harumph once, saying tersely, let's go. With that, he quickly left with his entourage. After Hubert and the others had left, the entire dining room suddenly quieted down. This was Fang Hao's second time attending a high society dinner. Rebecca was used to the verbal sparring among the nobles and knew how to handle herself. However, Fang Hao, unfamiliar with all of this and uncertain of who the others were, responded with simple and unrefined defiance. He had no idea who Groot was, and Rebecca had not introduced him. In any case, Groot had been knocked unconscious with a single kick. Now that Hubert had left, only the city officials remained. They all stared blankly at Fang Hao. They all felt that this new city lord was very different from Aubrey. Why are you looking at me? Eat. Don't let those guys ruin everyone's mood, don't waste the food. Fang Hao signaled everyone to continue eating. Everyone looked at Rebecca. The latter nodded, the banquet continues, don't mind them. Hearing Rebecca's words, everyone resumed their activities, chatting and continuing with the banquet. In a room. The temple's adjunct priest surveyed Groot. After taking a potion, Groot was in no danger. He was just unconscious, yet to wake up. After the adjunct priest finished examining Groot, he left the room. Accompanied by Hubert, Wang Dongshu, the transmigrator with black hair, stepped into the room and respectfully stood to one side. That Fang Hao is a transmigrator as well, do you know him? Hubert asked in a grim tone. Hubert usually had two individuals by his side. A guard, and the transmigrator standing before him, Wang Dongshu. Wang Dongshu lowered his head and quickly explained, "My lord, Fang Hao is quite famous among us transmigrators. I didn't expect to see him here." "Oh, famous." Hubert looked curious. "Yes, very famous. Among us transmigrators, one could say that he ranks first. He has killed many transmigrators by himself in just half a month. Nobody dares to provoke him." Wang Dongshu promptly explained. Transmigrators usually came in groups. Some might have secretly killed other transmigrators. However, in the channel, Fang Hao wielded significant deterrent power. Whether it was Li Teng, who was beheaded at the very beginning, or Yu Tianpeng, the alliance hierarch of Tianpeng Alliance, all had left a deep impression on everyone. This was why he felt tense when he heard Wang Dongshu mention Fang Hao's name. HMPH. A mere transmigrator. If he can rank first, he must have been entangled with Rebecca for a long time. Aubrey was likely killed by both of them. Hubert snorted. He had visited Wang Dongshu's city, and it was but a small city with only a few hundred people. Although transmigrators possessed abilities that were truly incredible, their foundations were still too shallow and simply couldn't compare to his own. As for Fang Hao being known as the top-ranked transmigrator, it was now clear that this was due to Rebecca's support. Lis City was a city with a solid foundation. To support a pretty boy that she fancied was not a big deal for Rebecca. Even though Wang Dongshu didn't agree with Hubert's words, he didn't dare to refute him outright. After all, he was dependent on Hubert and had no say in the matter. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "Mr. Hubert, there is something else I need to say." "Say it." The lizard man beside Fang Hao and the person who attacked Mr. Groot are both orange-ranked heroes. The bodyguards with them were all Lionheart Knights of the 8th rank. Wang Dongshu said cautiously. Upon hearing this, Hubert's eyes widened in shock. The reason why he allowed Wang Dongshu to follow him wasn't because of his bravery or strategy, but the special abilities he possessed as a transmigrator. He could see the job class and tier of a target, and he could also create various items. These were the reasons why he brought Wang Dongshu with him. Initially, he thought that Rebecca had also seen the benefit in having a transmigrator like Fang Hao with a physical stature that was certainly easy on the eyes, hence they were together. But hearing that Fang Hao had two orange-ranked heroes, and an 8th-rank bodyguard team, it was simply impossible. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Hubert asked, not quite believing Wang Dongshu's words. "My lord, I would not mistake such things," Wang Dongshu assured earnestly. Hubert fell silent, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest of his chair. After a while, he asked, "These guardians are Fang Hao's subordinates?" "This, I cannot guarantee. I am guessing, even if Fang Hao is powerful, he couldn't possibly have two orange-ranked heroes. Could it be that the female city lord is backing him?" Wang Dongshu cautiously suggested. Although Fang Hao was powerful, and seeing Fang Hao had made him tense. He did not think that Fang Hao's power had reached such an extent. Two orange-ranked heroes, this was already beyond comprehension. Hubert remained silent for a long time. He muttered under his breath, "I'm intrigued to see what secrets Lis City is hiding that I'm not aware of. The old men of the council might find it of interest." He stood up again. Addressing Wang Dongshu, he said, "Arrange for someone to take good care of Groot. I am going to see what Rebecca is up to." As the banquet was drawing to a close, Hubert returned with a cheerful grin on his face. He took his original seat and chatted intermittently with Rebecca. After finishing his meal, Fang Hao left the banquet directly and returned to his room. His task was done. Upon arriving at his room, he changed into comfortable clothes. Sitting at the desk, he picked up a pen and began to write. After finishing, he folded the paper and took out a bone bell, gently shaking it twice. Squeak squeak. Before long, sparse noises could be heard from behind the wardrobe. A cranial rat emerged, staring intently at Fang Hao with its big eyes. Fang Hao handed the paper to it. The cranial rat took the paper in its mouth, turned around, and disappeared back behind the wardrobe. The message on the paper was simple: to keep a close watch on Hubert and his cohort, and to relay any unusual sightings or meetings in the city. This was to prevent these malicious individuals from causing any unknown problems in the city. Liss City had just finished clearing out the faceless, and the residents had not yet managed to relax from the tense atmosphere. If these people caused any more trouble, the situation would become severe. The room in the city lord's mansion was very quiet. Unlike his previous residence, where he could hear footsteps from the street below. The sky outside the window was gradually darkening. The voices of the guards could be heard from outside the door. "Sir, Lady Rebecca is here. Let her in." The door opened, and Rebecca walked in. She took a seat to the side and grumbled, "This is my city lord's mansion, now I need to report to see you." "That's not right. Even if it's your place, this is the room where I stay. You can't just walk in whenever you want." Fang Hao immediately responded. "Why do you always have so much to say?" Rebecca shot him a look. "Hubert came to find you again. Could it be that he's taken a fancy to you?" Fang Hao teased. Rebecca glanced at him and said, "Hubert hasn't taken a liking to me, but it seems he's quite interested in you. He mentioned you several times, and rumor has it he doesn't discriminate between males and females. You better be careful." Fang Hao was stunned. This Hubert, he couldn't be that twisted, could he? Thinking it over carefully, he immediately understood why Hubert had returned and started inquiring about him. Fang Hao explained, "It's not surprising. Hubert has a transmigrator with him, and after he returned, he must have mentioned some things about me, which aroused Hubert's interest. The problem was not difficult to deduce, pulling all the information together made it clear. When the transmigrator at Hubert's side smashed a wine glass on the dining table, it had attracted his attention. At that time, he had surmised that some of his information would reach Hubert's ears. But it would be limited to what the transmigrators in the channel knew. The hidden information was unknown to those transmigrators. "Do you know each other?" Rebecca was curious. It seemed as if the transmigrators had a way of keeping connected, otherwise how would they know so much about each other? "We don't know each other, but I'm somewhat famous among transmigrators, and they basically all know me. So when he heard my name, he quickly associated it with my information." Fang Hao continued explaining. "It seems that even if your information got out, it wouldn't pose much of a threat to you." "Yes." Fang Hao nodded. Hearing this response, Rebecca pursed her lips. He responded with such confidence. The room fell into a brief silence. Fang Hao suddenly remembered Hubert had asked him about the council during dinner, and in curiosity, asked, "During dinner, what did Hubert mean by an upper chamber and a lower chamber?" It could be guessed that the upper and lower chambers were part of the council's organizational structure. But he didn't really understand what it meant, nor had he heard anyone mention it. Now was a good time to ask Rebecca. Rebecca replied directly, "Before the establishment of the council, the decision-making of human city-states was each to their own, and collaboration was achieved through mutual discussion. At that time, humans were weak, and they suffered severe losses in battles with other races. In order to coordinate conflicts between cities, the human cities established a council system 53 years ago." Rebecca began her explanation. It was clear that she was well versed in this history. Fang Hao now understood how the council was initially formed, and how it evolved into its current mode over time. In simple terms, the Council of 100 Cities was divided into the upper and lower chambers. The upper chamber consisted of 5 heavyweights, namely the Hall of Justice, the Church of Light, and 3 powerful city lords. As for the lower chamber, it was much larger and more diverse. It included representatives of city area lords, aristocratic representatives, worker union representatives, NGO representatives, trade union representatives, mercenary representatives, etc., totaling up to 100 delegates. The group marshal, whom he had beaten up, was the trade union representative this year. Though a businessman, he had quite a few connections. The idea of unified military command that Hubert mentioned was a proposal from a couple of years ago. The goal was to legalize the council's power to mobilize the military forces of different cities, thereby increasing the effectiveness of a unified military command. This issue has been at a deadlock as it would impact the influence of various city lords and contradicts the clause in the agreement which prohibits interference in the affairs of individual cities. In reality, it was a ploy devised by some people wanting to gain better control over the military forces of various cities. Oh, how do you plan on dealing with this matter of unifying the military? Fang Hao continued to ask. No city lord will agree to this proposal unless the Senate gives them some secret promise. No one will agree to divide the command of the troops in their hands, at least I won't agree. Rebecca directly clarified her stance. The parliament proposing this draft means to gradually control the command of the troops in each city. All city lords understand this naturally and naturally will not agree. Of course, the energy of the Senate is still huge. Even though this draft cannot be passed, it cannot be directly rejected either. So it is being delayed day by day. Every year it is brought up, every year it's delayed for various reasons. Oh, so that's how it is. Fang Hao nodded, indicating he understood. Fang Hao didn't quite understand these issues, nor could he provide any suggestions. As long as Rebecca confirmed she would not hand over command of the troops, that's good enough. He would not allow the troops of the subsidiary cities to be controlled by others. The two chatted, and time passed bit by bit. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Rebecca still had no plans to leave. Although the two publicly claimed to be husband and wife, they hadn't progressed to the stage of living together yet. Are you planning to stay? Fang Hao asked directly. Rebecca's face turned slightly red and said, I want to stay a little longer at least. Hubert is quite curious about our relationship. Fang Hao understood Rebecca's meaning. It was all about playing the long game. Hubert had expressed curiosity about Fang Hao's identity. Even if the identity Fang Hao was posing as was just a puppet city lord. Their status as husband and wife must not be detected by others. Just as Rebecca said, at least they should stay a little longer until late at night before Rebecca goes back. What, you're afraid I'll eat you? Rebecca looked at Fang Hao's silence and counter-queried. You have such a good offer. Tisk. Rebecca was amused and laughed. You should be so lucky. Then she continued, it's annoying, I originally wanted to have a relaxing bath, but now I have to play this pretense with you. Speaking of which, she stretched lazily, her curves magnified. Fang Hao glanced critically. He also said, since you are staying, do you want to go to my main city to see? Rebecca's eyes lit up, curiously asking, how do we get there? I naturally have a way, but how's your heart condition? Are you afraid of corpses? Don't carry any psychological burdens afterward. Fang Hao asked. Do you think I would be scared of these things? Rebecca said with disdain. After receiving Rebecca's firm answer, Fang Hao called Demetria and Aseti, told them he was taking Rebecca back to the main city and they didn't need to worry. Then, he directly released the demon doll. When two identical Fang Haos were standing in the same room, Rebecca rose from the seat in shock, her mouth gaping wide, continuously looking at the two identical men. You, twins. After stuttering for a while, Rebecca came to a conclusion. Twins my ass. It's a substitute. Follow me in later, don't be afraid. It's just an ordinary transmission. Fang Hao explained. The demon doll waved its hand, directly in front of them, forming a magic light screen. You go in first. Go in. Rebecca kept her eyes wide open, she had never seen a transmission light screen before. Hurry up, time is limited. Fang Hao gave her a tug, pushing her into the light screen in the process. Rebecca's figure disappeared and Fang Hao also walked in before the light screen disappeared. Rebecca felt the world spinning. When she opened her eyes again, she had arrived in an unfamiliar place. Clean ground, both sides of the street were lit up by Nightstone street lights, illuminating the entire city. Is this Fang Hao's city? Using Nightstone as street lights. Is he so rich that he doesn't know where to spend his money? Thud, thud, thud. The sound of orderly footsteps came from one side. Rebecca turned her head and her heart tightened instantly. She saw a team of skeleton soldiers with swords and shields, walking past her in orderly steps. Rebecca turned around and was about to run. But then she saw several bunny girls, holding wooden basins and towels, walking past the skeleton soldiers. One of them even propped up a skeleton, shaking off the sand in his shoe. What is happening? Just as Rebecca incredulously watched the ongoing situation, Fang Hao emerged from the light curtain behind her. Seeing the dazed Rebecca squatting on the ground, he said, "Welcome, what are you doing squatting on the ground?" Rebecca quickly stood up from the ground. At this moment, the bunny maids not far away also noticed Fang Hao. They immediately ran over. "Good evening, master." You shouldn't run around in the middle of the night. You might get cold." Fang Hao spoke to the maids. The maids giggled, took a careful look at Rebecca, and started whispering amongst themselves as they slowly walked towards their residence. And two of them immediately ran towards the Lord's manor, to inform Era. After the maids left, Fang Hao said to Rebecca, "Let's go, I will show you around my territory." "Oh, okay." Fang Hao led Rebecca on a tour around his territory. Thought Patrol Skeleton would be horrifying enough, but when Rebecca followed Fang Hao onto the city wall and saw the endless undead army outside the city, she truly understood what terror was. Her legs began to tremble, and she started to lose her balance. Fang Hao steadied her and explained, "This is what I wanted to tell you. You know that I am a transmigrator who has many things you might not understand. These are all my soldiers, there's no danger. As all this army yours, so many." Rebecca's body became a bit stiff. It was clear that Fang Hao had taken human soldiers with him. So why were there so many undead here? Rolana might not have explained it to you clearly. In my territory, there are humans, orcs, undead, dwarves, and trolls living here in peace. I won't initiate any wars. Fang Hao seriously introduced his territory to Rebecca. There are so many. Rebecca's mind slightly struggled to keep up. Not only does Fang Hao possess such a large undead army, there are also many different races living in his territory. Those races that were once hostile are unexpectedly living peacefully in a single territory, accepting the rule of a human. Even though she knew that Fang Hao was not lying, she still felt a sense of unreality. "Let's go. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. There's also a hot spring here. Didn't you say you want to take a bath?" They both came down from the city wall and headed towards the Lord's manor. Upon returning to the manor, he introduced Rebecca to Era. Although it was their first meeting, Era had heard about Rebecca from Fang Hao before. So, the two women greeted each other. They arrived at the backyard. Fang Hao introduced Rebecca to the effects and functions of the life spring. After asking Era to prepare a change of clothes, he left Rebecca alone in the backyard. Rebecca sat by the pool. Underneath her black cheongsam, she revealed her silky smooth long legs that were as smooth as a lotus root, kicking up ripples in the pool. Looking around and seeing that nobody was there, she finally changed into the spare clothes and bathed in the hot spring. As soon as she got in, she felt as if a gentle spring was wrapping around her body, a gentle energy rushed through her limbs, driving away the feeling of fatigue. After all was prepared for Rebecca, Fang Hao went back to his room to rest. The next morning, after breakfast, he escorted Rebecca back to Lis City. In the following days, life was as ordinary as before. Lis City was gradually returning to normal as time passed. Hubert and others stayed in the city for 3 days. Groot, who was knocked unconscious by a Seti's kick, was almost recovered. After venting his anger in his room, he decided to leave Lis City, not wanting to stay there for even a moment longer. "Lord Hubert, the carriage is ready. We can set off." A guard stood outside the door and said. "Okay. Noted," Hubert replied, just as he was about to open the door with his things. The sound-transmitting shell in his hand suddenly made a noise indicating a message. Hubert took out the shell from the package and put it to his ear. As the sound came from the shell, Hubert's face gradually turned serious, and his eyebrows furrowed. He pushed open the door and told the guard, "Let's go to the temple." Hubert, along with a group of guards, made his way directly to the temple via the street. There were many pedestrians on the street, who gave way when they saw Hubert's large entourage. They ascended the stone steps and directly entered the temple. However, upon seeing that only the statue of the goddess of harvest was on the high platform, and that the statue of the god of light had been moved to a side. Hubert's eyebrows immediately furrowed. He was not a devout believer, but the church still held an important position in the human federation. Moreover, the church was a member of the upper house with considerable decision-making power. It exerted a great influence, and establishments for the god of light were set up in every city. But the statue in Lis city was replaced by the new city lord after his succession. Hubert had to associate these two issues. Hubert stopped an assistant priest who was passing by and asked, "What happened to the statue?" The assistant priest glanced at Hubert and his guards, and explained, "The statue of the god of light was damaged a while ago, and we are waiting for a craftsman to repair it." "Damaged? When did this happen?" "Just a few days ago," the assistant priest replied. Hubert's brows furrowed even more. It seemed that something was really happening to the church, otherwise, they would not have sent him a message through the sound-transmitting shell to investigate the situation here in the temple. Hubert didn't make a fuss, nor did he meet the priests here. Instead, he remembered everything he saw. When the time came, he would pass on what he saw and heard to the church. What the church would do then had nothing to do with him. Hubert left the temple with his men. Without even waiting for Rebecca and the others to send him off, he hurriedly left the city. In the carriage, he sent off a message using his sound-transmitting shell after leaving. Looking at the scene outside, he revealed a smile. "Having offended both the Martial Consortium and the church, Rebecca, even with your great capabilities, you will have to step down from this position." After Hubert and the others departed, Fang Hao immediately received the news returned by the cranial rat. Indeed, Hubert's actions were questionable. But the person had already left, and he seemed to have not caused any danger, so it was considered over. In the following days, Fang Hao quietly enjoyed his comfortable lord life. All the subordinate cities and villages built underground drainage systems. The next day after Hubert left, Lis city's temple also added a statue of the king. The assistant priests began to introduce some of the king's blessings. Time passed and 5 days later, inside the lord's mansion in the main city, Fang Hao stood in front of the window, watching the heavy rain outside the window. This rain had been going on for 3 days, and the sky was still filled with dark clouds, with no sign of the sun. A lot of lords were cursely complaining about the terrible weather daily on the channel. Has the sky sprung a leak? How many days has it been raining, and it's still not stopping? The whole sky is black, it couldn't be something like Cthulhu coming, could it? We all migrated, so if something we don't understand pops up, it's all pretty normal, right? Normal your sister, if you say it again, I'll pee on you. Fuck, my city is in a low area, and it's all flooded now. I and the residents are hiding on the 2nd floor. If it keeps raining for 3 more days, I can make floating bladders. Cough cough. Selling fishing boats. Just give me 5 units of rare resources, and you can get an exclusive fishing boat. Limited quantity. First come first served. Damn, you upstairs are doing it on purpose, selling boats at this time. Hey, the residential buildings in my territory were washed away by the rain, and now the loyalty points of the residents are dropping like crazy. What should I do? You are not suggesting that I will kill me as a sacrifice to heaven, are you? Sacrifice to heaven? Yes, isn't there a god in this world who controls the rain? If anyone has one in their territory, please pray a bit, don't let it rain anymore. Are you referring to the god of thunder, or the Dragon King? Stop it, brother who's selling boats, could you make it cheaper? Sorry, it's sold out. Wait for me to collect materials to build Uonia. Quote. This heavy rain had been going on for a long time. Food and basic resources, which were once in surplus, began to be in demand again. Many territories began to brave the rain to repair damaged buildings. Gathering stopped, and all materials had to be purchased from the channel. On Fang Hao's side, because of the construction of the underground drainage system, there wasn't much water accumulated in the city. However, Fang Hao was worried that the rainy season would cause many avoidable consequences for the skeleton and undead army. After all, anti-corrosion wind drying was a step in the work of the mortuary priests for the skeleton soldiers. It could be seen that maintaining a dry state was beneficial to the skeleton soldiers. "Sir, everything is ready." Outside the door, the stone-featured guard stood in the rain and spoke. Fang Hao put on a leather rain cape and walked out with large strides. Large raindrops fell, akin to pebbles being poured from the sky, patteringly landing on the body. He braved the heavy rain all the way and went straight out of the city. Outside the city, Fang Hao had set up a troop hiding cave. Apart from the soldiers who patrolled daily, all the other soldiers stationed in the main city were all placed in the troop hiding cave. The troop hiding cave was a special building with a perfect drainage system inside. Although it was built underground, the entrance was above the ground, and there was a drainage outlet inside, which could greatly reduce the degree to which the undead were drenched by the rain. But even so, the entire space was still damp. If he wanted to rely on mortuary priests to deal with these hundreds of thousands of soldiers in front of him, it was clear that the workload would be too huge. The only feasible method is to let the troop hiding cave form a space for drying. After 2 days of pondering, Fang Hao thought of the underground space where the Red Duke hid roll on his wings. At that time, the entire space was in a dry and heated state. The way to achieve this was by using the exquisitely carved sun array stone slabs embedded in the surrounding walls, which gave off heat. Fang Hao also obtained the blueprint after clearing the level. Back then, he didn't see how these sunstone slabs might be useful other than using them as underfloor heating in winter. Now, Fang Hao plans to imitate that underground space and build an underground troop hiding cave that could dry up the rainwater. He made his way to the troop hiding cave outside the city. As he descended the stairs, he saw neat rows of undead soldiers. Each soldier's body was dripping wet, with rainwater trickling down their skeletons and forming puddles on the ground. Fang Hao went back outside, opened the Book of Lords, and searched for the blueprint. Exquisitely carved sun array stone slab. Fine carved stone plate 1, mithril 1, solar essence 1. Description: a complete array pattern, embedding the temperature of the sun into the finely carved stone plate. Set the quantity to 1. First, test its effect. Select production. A hundredfold amplification triggered, receiving 101 exquisitely carved sun array stone slabs. Puff, puff, puff. Pieces of stone slabs carved with sun array patterns appeared out of nowhere. 101 pieces scattered about. The originally damp ground started to emit a wisp of white smoke, and Fang Hao could distinctly feel the atmosphere heating up by his side. "Yanshou, my lord, arrange for the soldiers to carry these stone slabs down and test them," instructed Fang Hao. "Yes, my lord," Yanshou agreed, immediately summoning several skeleton soldiers to carry the stone slabs down. Level 7 troop hiding cave. Maximum capacity 500,000. There were 750,000 soldiers in the territory, of which 500,000 were in the troop hiding cave, while 150,000 were performing various tasks around the perimeter. Once 100 slabs were carried down, a certain effect was indeed achieved. The area of the troop hiding cave far exceeded that of the Red Duke's underground chamber, hence more stone slabs were needed. Fang Hao made them again. The quantity of the exquisitely carved sun array stone slabs was increased to 500, finally achieving the effect that Fang Hao wanted. The entire space was in a high temperature and dry state. In the future, Yanshou only needed to rotate the patrolling soldiers to ensure they stay dry. Yanshou began to command the soldiers to place the stone slabs in the troop hiding cave. Fang Hao, wearing a raincoat, proceeded to a nearby open space and made a lot of exquisitely carved sun array stone slabs. He called over Demetria and Meatfist, among other heroes, and had them ride bone dragons to deliver the sunstone slabs to the territories where the undead soldiers were stationed. In this way, he wanted to prevent damage to the undead from the damp weather. As for Dong Jiayu and Kong Yang, he traded the stone slabs to them via the trade channel, and then the two of them delivered them to the skeleton heroes. In short, the goal was to minimize the damage that this kind of weather could do to the skeleton soldiers. After arranging everything, only then did Fang Hao return to the Lord's manor. Upon entering his room, Era helped him change out of his wet clothes. "Era, there are some sunstone slabs outside the door. Have the maids each take one. It's cold outside, everyone don't catch a cold, Fang Hao told Era. Oh, okay, master, Era immediately relayed the order. The maids ran over quickly, picked up the sunstone slabs, and carried them back to their own quarters. Fang Hao's situation here was much better than others. Even the maids' quarters had installed glass windows, which could greatly block the rainwater and cold air. With the addition of the current sunstone slabs to withstand the autumn temperature, there was absolutely no problem. More than that, the maids' work had also come to a halt these past few days. With such heavy rain, there was no way they could work even if they wanted to. After having lunch, Fang Hao lay down on the bed with his head resting on Era's slender thigh, watching everyone chat in the regional channel. In this kind of weather, there was nothing to do. They could only chat together to pass the boring time. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. A maid's voice came, "Master, Lord Nisbet is waiting for you in the hall." "Oh, I'll be right down." Fang Hao immediately sat up. Nisbet was a general term for a type of soldier species, and since he had recruited 101 Nisbets all at once through the Hundredfold amplification, each with independent intelligence, he had divided them into Nis 1 to Nis 101. He quickly got dressed and rushed downstairs. Then he saw 18 Nisbets standing orderly in the hall. Upon seeing Fang Hao come down, they all saluted at once, "Lord." Fang Hao nodded. At the same time, he noticed something off about several of the Nisbets. The name of the leading Nis 1 had changed. Desert Death God. Nisbet Green Tier 5. There were also 4 others with several name changes. They were taller, reaching up to 5 meters high, like gigantic statues, towering in the center of the hall. Seeing this, Fang Hao immediately understood why they had come. Half a month ago, Fang Hao gave 18 hero hearts to Nisbet and let them select 18 Nisbets to undergo the hero trial. It seemed that today the trial had ended, and a portion had successfully advanced to become hero units. Nis 1 took a step forward, knelt on one knee, and said, "My lord, out of the 18 who undertook the trial, 5 have successfully advanced to heroes." Nisbet had mentioned earlier that he belonged to a modified contentious type group. Although they could undergo the hero's trial, the difficulty was much higher compared to other groups. Fang Hao brought out 18 hero hearts, but only 5 passed the trial. This was with Nisbet's prior accumulation of soul energy in battle, else the promotion numbers would be fewer. But there was nothing to be done about it. The undead heroes did not have complicated emotions. They did not slack off or get influenced by emotions. If they did not pass, it was because they were not strong enough. There was nothing to complain about. Alright, everyone get up. Continue striving next time. There will be many opportunities to accumulate soul energy in the future for upgrading, Fang Hao consoled. Nisbet stood up respectfully in front of Fang Hao. Fang Hao immediately checked the information about Nisbet after he became a hero. Desert Death God. Nisbet Green Rank 5. Faction. Undead. Race traits. Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Weakness to Light. Legion Talent. Desert Guardian, Monster Infantry, Soul Charging. Skills. Soul Devouring, Stripping Traits, Death God's Arrival, Ancient Shadow. Innate Skills. Domain Power Mastery, Domain Axe Mastery. Desert Guardian increases 15% of all attributes of the unit's troops when in the desert. Monster Infantry increases attack power by 10% and defense by 15% of the infantry led by the unit. Soul Charging, the unit absorbs the death energy from the battlefield, and for every 10 energy, it reduces 1%, reducing the unit's skill cooldown. Soul Devouring passive, the unit kills the enemy and devours their souls, enhancing its strength. Stripping Traits active, the unit robs the target's racial traits, which will lose effect for at least 10 seconds. Death God's Arrival active, the body receives the blessing of Death God for 120 seconds, increasing all attributes by 200%. Ancient Shadow passive reduces final damage taken by 20%. Description. Nisbet is the epitome of the ancient god. The shadow of death will once again overshadow this land, and the immortal undead cheer for this. Nisbet, after becoming a hero, added the prefix Desert Death God, to his hero classification. For skills, he added 3 Legion skills and an additional personal ability. In the Legion skills, the Desert Guardian requires being in the desert to gain a full 15% attribute boost. Fang Hao wasn't sure whether future battlefields would extend into the desert. But the current situation clearly made this skill somewhat useless, on top of the downpour outside. The second skill, Monster Infantry, grants a certain boost to attack and defense. The third skill, Soul Charging, enables Nisbet to regain his own abilities after killing the enemy, proving to be a decent Legion ability. Personal skills like Soul Devouring, Stripping Traits, and Death God's Arrival were original skills. After becoming a hero, all 3 of these skills saw numerical improvements. The new skill, Ancient Shadow, passively reduces final damage by 20%. It is an excellent defensive skill. All in all, Nisbet's promotion, even though just to a green level, with the Legion skills and individual attribute enhancements, still has a significant impact on the entire Legion. The presence of, and the number of heroes in an army, can all affect the direction of the entire battle. Nisbet, the weather has been quite rainy lately. Take everyone for a rest. Those who didn't make it, don't be discouraged and strive hard next time, said Fang Hao to the crowd. Nisbet has his own living space. The 5 Nisbets, after being promoted to heroes, have grown in size. Once the rainy weather is over, Fang Hao plans to expand their living space for easier access. Yes, my lord. The Nisbets saluted and then quietly navigated their way out of the door. As soon as Nisbet left, even before Fang Hao could ascend the stairs, a bone dragon landed directly in front of the lord's mansion. Domina, in her human form, with 8 spider legs on her back, rushed in urgently. Drenched and looking rather frantic. Before Fang Hao could speak, Domina hurriedly said, "My lord, the Dragon Clan and the Blackstone tribe have surrounded our camp and mines." Domina wiped the rain off her face, her tone anxious. Upon hearing this, Fang Hao's eyebrows also instantly furrowed. The Webweaver's base, which is responsible for mining the Mithril mine, though not large in number, is an indispensable location for territorial development. Now, the Dragon Clan and the Blackstone tribe have encircled the base and the mine. This is not good news. Why don't you sit down and take it slowly? Fang Hao gestured for Domina to sit and talk. Domina didn't sit down, but continued speaking. Lord, they somehow found out about our last treasure cave operation. A few days ago, the Blackstone tribe surrounded us, demanding to know where we transported the treasure. Taking a deep breath, she continued. Lord, we didn't say anything, but they are running out of patience. Once the rain stops, they might attack the camp. Domina spoke very quickly, her anxiousness evident. Her story was also clear. The Blackstone tribe had found out about Fang Hao's theft of the treasure cave and had surrounded the Webweaver's camp. They've surrounded you. Yes, I managed to fly out and seek help from you only because they were caught off guard in this heavy rain. Domina said solemnly. The Dragon Clan aside, the Blackstone tribe was notorious in the nearby area. No matter if it was other tribes or fellow orcs, those living near the Blackstone tribe have all suffered at their hands. Smaller tribes often choose to migrate quietly. But more tribes, targeted by the Blackstone tribe, couldn't even escape, and continued to be oppressed. They could only seethe with anger but dared not voice it. Last time, Fang Hao and the others, per the instructions from the Null clan leader's map, found the treasure cave. They looted all the gold and silverware, gemstone crystals from inside. They left a message framing the Blackstone tribe on a stone pillar inside the cave. Later, the Dragon Clan member went into battle with the Blackstone tribe and mediation had to be done by others. Unexpectedly, almost a month later, they somehow traced the scenario back to Domina. However, Domina's Webweaver's camp was just a transit point, all the treasures have been transported back to Fang Hao. The gold and silver had already entered the melting furnace of the coin factory, turning into gold coins and silver coins. How many of them are there? Fang Hao summoned a maid to provide clean clothes. Without any hesitation, Domina directly changed into the clean clothes. The maids by the side were all wide-eyed. Even though the essential areas of Domina's body were wrapped with black insect armor, the tight-fitting armor showcased a woman's curves smoothly. After changing clothes, Domina continued to answer, "There are thousands of them surrounding the camp, but the Blackstone tribe has at least tens of thousands of people. Plus, there are people from the Dragon clan." Fang Hao stroked his chin. Tens of thousands of people were not a difficulty for him. The only potential danger was the Dragon clan and the heroes of the Blackstone tribe. How many heroes does the Blackstone tribe have? Just as Domina was about to answer, a loud alarm bell was rung from outside the door. Fang Hao immediately stood up. The sounding of the alarm bell indicated that enemies have entered the territory's range, and the skeleton soldiers on standby have already begun attacking. "We'll talk later. Enemies are approaching." Fang Hao led Domina out of the Lord's mansion, and Angia leapt from a second-floor window. Meanwhile, Demetria, Aseti, and Nelson also headed towards the commotion from their respective residences. Without question, everyone saw that a substantial number of skeleton giant bats and bone dragons were already at battle with the enemy in the sky above the city's east gate. However, due to the multitude of skeleton giant bats and the darkness brought by the rainy weather, they couldn't discern what the enemy was. "Let's go and check it out." Protected by the heroes and Nisbet, Fang Hao headed towards the eastern city gate. On the city wall, the orange hero Meatfist and blue hero Rockhead were already organizing the skeleton warriors in defense. But the main battlefield still happened in the sky. The mass of skeleton giant bats occupied the sky. As a result, the archers and defense towers on the ground found it challenging to attack, fearing that they might injure their own. "Can you identify the enemy?" Fang Hao led others to the city wall. "Lord, they appear to be the orcs' bad knights, so they seem to have followed her here." Meatfist glanced at Domina as he spoke. Meatfist and Rockhead were the commanders in charge of city defense. Just as Rockhead was instructing the skeletons to set up the troop hiding cave, Meatfist had observed Domina arriving on a bone dragon. In less than 5 minutes, these orc air forces flew in from the same direction. It did not take much to deduce that the orc air force was directly related to Domina. Upon hearing this, Domina's face turned pale. "Lord, Ia." Before she could explain, Fang Hao immediately waved his hand to interrupt. "No hurry, let's deal with the enemy first." After saying this, Fang Hao released the Dion doll, spreading its giant bat wings, and flew into the sky. When he got closer, the enemy who was being pummeled by the skeleton giant bats was down to just one person. Fang Hao immediately ordered, "They shouldn't kill everyone." The skeleton giant bat encasing the last person immediately dispersed. A half-dead orc fell from the sky. With a thud, he fell to the ground. The demon doll landed on the ground, allowing the soldiers to throw the scattered corpses into the conversion field. He took the relatively intact body and flew back. He landed in front of everyone, tossing the corpse on the ground. Demetria squatted down to check. "My lord, he's dead." He was too late after all. Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, "Yansho, you ride the bone dragon to the North Town City, replace Blackthorn there. You will be in charge of North Town City from now on." "Understood, my lord." Yansho mounted the bone dragon and flew towards the Bloody Mountain range. The commanding officer should have been replaced long ago. Yansho himself is a troll hero and familiar with the Bloody Mountain range. As for Blackthorn, although he is also an infantry hero, his skills lean more toward defense and interrogation. This opportunity is perfect to swap positions between Blackthorn and Yansho. Yansho will take charge of North Town City, while Blackthorn will handle the main city. An hour later, the heavy rain persisted as Blackthorn, mounted on the bone dragon, descended from the sky. The downward airflow stirred up a wave of water. He shook off the rainwater at the door and entered the hall. "My lord." In the hall, Fang Hao was discussing the siege of the Webweaver camp by the Blackstone tribe with several heroes. Seeing Blackthorn's return, Fang Hao instantly said, "Good, Blackthorn, allow me to introduce you to Aseti, Domina, and Meatfist, all heroes of our territory." Blackthorn nodded in acknowledgement to the three. Seeing that everyone had been introduced, Fang Hao continued, "Let's go, let's examine the corpse." Everyone put on rain cloaks and headed in the direction of the dungeon. The blood prison was empty. In the nearest cell, the corpse of an orc was laid on the ground. The cold body lay there, its wounds turned white from contact with the water on the ground. Blackthorn, examine the body. Fang Hao commanded. Yes, my lord. Blackthorn started to draw magical runes beneath the corpse. Once the runes were complete, 3 unicorns were led over. Their throats were slit to let out blood, and when the fresh blood converged onto the corpse through the runesa. The already cold orc suddenly sat up. His eyes widened in fear, staring at the people in front of him. My lord, we can begin. Blackthorn reminded in a soft voice. Fang Hao nodded and directly asked the corpse, how did you guys get here? The orc pointed at Domina, we followed her here. You knew she was coming. The great commander guessed that she would take advantage of the heavy rain to make a move, we were prepared well in advance. It seems like the Blackstone tribe had already guessed that Domina would use this heavy rain as a cover to send out a message. They had people tailing her. How many people were tracking? Did anyone escape back? Fang Hao continued to ask. No, only 5 of us came here, none of us returned. It seems that the 5 night riders that came here all died in the ambush by the skeleton giant bat, and this orc here was the last to die. Tell me everything about the Blackstone tribe's plans, how many people you have, and your relationship with the dragon clan. Fang Hao hurriedly pressed as he watched the orc's body start to swell up. The orc answered, we were ordered to surround the area. They'll probably start a fire after the heavy rain to burn the forest before they attack. There are 30,000 people in the Blackstone tribe. The dragon clan needs. Bang. At that, the orc's body exploded like a balloon. Blood and flesh splashed everywhere. The less physically intact the corpse, the shorter the time it stayed animated it seemed. But Fang Hao had already obtained the information he needed. A tribe of 3,000 posed no threat to him. My lord, I apologize. Domina muttered an apology with a lowered head. Worried about the safety of her people, she had rushed to Fang Hao's side without realizing she was being followed by the orcs. As a hero, this kind of mistake was unacceptable. If Fang Hao hadn't deployed strong forces here and the news had been passed back to the Blackstone tribe, it would have given their enemies access to more of their own side's information. Alright, we'll talk about this later. Let's return and discuss the follow-up matters. Fang Hao said. They left the skeletons to clean up the scene and the group returned to the Lord's Hall. On their way back, Fang Hao had Angia summon Nelson to discuss matters regarding the Blackstone tribe. In the hall, Fang Hao sat on the white bone throne. Below him sat a group of heroes and the elderly clan leader of the Blackfoot Cat clan. The Blackfoot Cat tribe, being a weak clan, chose to relocate to Fang Hao's territory to avoid the Blackstone tribe's long-term oppression. From everyone present, the Blackfoot Cat tribe held the most knowledge about the Blackstone tribe. To kick things off, Fang Hao briefed everyone again about the situation involving the Blackstone tribe and the Webweaver camp. This also included the fact that the Webweaver camp was currently mining mithril mines. Whether it was for the safety of the people of Domina or for the normal operation of the mine, they could not afford to lose the Webweaver camp. After Fang Hao finished, a brief silence hung over the room unit. The first to break it was the clan leader of the Blackfoot Cat tribe. He said straightforwardly, My lord, respected heroes, the Blackfoot Cats have had some dealings with the Blackstone tribe. I would like to supplement the information that we currently know about the Blackstone tribe. Yes, go ahead, there's no need to stand, you can speak while sitting. Fang Hao said. Yes, sir. The Blackfoot Cat clan leader, still standing, spoke out loudly. The Lord mentioned that the Blackstone tribe has around 30,000 members, but I want to add that the Blackstone tribe can summon many smaller tribes in the surrounding area. Once war breaks out, their numbers will exceed this estimate, possibly even substantially. He looked around and continued. Within the Blackstone tribe, there are 2 heroes, clan leader, Andres, and the great commander, Mashik. Moreover, the Blackstone tribe has a close relationship with Orc City of Tazgo. After finishing, the old clan leader again bowed and respectfully took his seat once more. He spoke in great detail, and everyone understood the implications of what he said. In the event of a battle, the manpower that the Blackstone tribe can mobilize is much greater than the 30,000 that they themselves had initially received as intelligence. This includes not only members of the Blackstone tribe but also the small to medium-sized orc tribes that are attached to the Blackstone tribe. Perhaps, the number of gathered personnel at that time would be more than 50,000. Secondly, the old clan leader mentioned the heroes of the Blackstone tribe, a total of 2 individuals, namely the clan leader and the great commander of the tribe. A tribe, with 2 heroes, is indeed quite formidable. However, even with 2 heroes, they pose no threat to Fang Hao. But the key point lies in the last sentence he mentioned: the Blackstone tribe has close ties with the orc city of Tazgo. That is to say, if Fang Hao goes to war with them, it is very likely to escalate into a war with Tazgo Orc City. Besides, currently, Bronze Bull is conducting trade dealings with Tazgo Orc City. Each of them has established shops in the other's markets. The additional information provided by the old clan leader is crucial. Bronze Bull City is currently in a business partnership with Tazgo Orc City. We need to pay attention to this point, said Fang Hao. Sir, we can't abandon the Webweaver camp, Domina warned urgently. Don't worry, I won't give up the Webweaver camp. Let's first hear what everyone else has to say. Fang Hao replied calmly, then turned to the others. Everyone, what are your thoughts? Aseti spoke straight away. Sir, all fair trades are built on equal strength. Occasionally showing off our weapons might actually smooth our cooperation. That seemed reasonable and also very in line with their current relations with the orcs. According to her attribute description, Aseti is a very fierce hero. Known as the glory of the kingdom, she indeed has her unique reasoning. What about others? Sir, I am willing to lead the troops and crush the Blackstone tribe, Meatfist declared loudly. The other people also subsequently voiced their agreement to the fight. Looking around, the heroes assembled were all battle-oriented, clearly a faction eager for war. Fang Hao looked back at Nelson and quietly asked, Sir Nelson, do you think we can fight this battle? Nelson didn't hesitate much. He nodded. In trades with the orcs, showing our strength will make things simpler. It seemed that Nelson also agreed with this plan. All right, Domina, Nelson, said Fang Hao. Sir, the 2 of them stood. The 2 of you, lead the army and set out in advance. Construct roads and bridges where necessary along the way, and ensure that the main forces have a route to the Webweaver camp. Outside, the rain had been pouring heavily for several days. If they were to march, they should first ensure that the roads are open. Yes, sir. The 2 of them loudly acknowledged the order. Outside, the rain was still falling. Even for the undead army, marching under such weather was difficult. However, the Blackstone tribe was ready to attack. They didn't have much time. The Webweaver camp and the Mithril mine could not afford any mishaps, so even in the pouring rain, the army had to be deployed to the Webweaver camp. Fortunately, the skeleton army didn't have to worry about getting a cold, which was somewhat of an advantage. 2 heroes took their orders and marched out of the Lord's manor. Fang Hao continued to give orders. Meatfist, along with all of the Nisbets, prepare yourselves. Once I've recruited the forces, we will immediately set out for the Webweaver camp via Bronze Bull City. Yes, my lord, Meatfist and a group of Nisbets immediately responded. As for the other heroes, since they were living units, they would not only slow down the speed of the army but also risk getting sick in the rainy weather. It would be easier for Fang Hao to join them via the transfer screen after the army arrived. This would avoid a lot of trouble. As for Nelson and Blackthorn, Fang Hao planned to have them stationed in the main city and, in passing, let Nelson rest for a few days. After this battle, the hero corpses they would obtain would need Nelson to transform into skeleton heroes. All tasks were distributed. After everyone agreed without objection, they dispersed to attend to their tasks. Fang Hao had a bowl of soup prepared by Aira, put on his raincoat and stepped out again. The raindrops beat down on his body, heavy like falling stones. Thud, thud, thud. Before he could go far, sounds of footsteps stepping on the rain-soaked ground came from behind. Angia came running up to him and draped her arm around his shoulder. I'll protect you. What's there to protect in the city? You never know. The rain is so heavy, one might slip and break an arm or leg, or maybe fall into a puddle and drown. If anything happens, I can save you, Angia stated. Thanks for your concern, but I'm starting to get scared the more you talk, Fang Hao said, feeling speechless. The two quickened their pace to the barracks, where Fang Hao planned to recruit troops. The forces stationed in the main city totaled 750,000. He didn't plan to move these soldiers. After all, he was being targeted by the god of light. If anything happened, these forces would need to protect the main city. Therefore, the troops to be dispatched to the Webweaver camp needed to be newly recruited. Thankfully, the accumulation over time of the wriggling spine in the warehouse had reached a staggering level. More than 270,000. This number was frightening. Under his hundredfold boost, the force had become astronomical. They could probably sweep across any force. It would not be a problem. Of course, there was danger if the enemy had quasi-gods or higher. A single skill from them could wipe out a large number of troops. First, he came to the skeleton conversion field to recruit converted troop types. Currently, the skeleton conversion field had unlocked Skeleton Beast Tier 1, Skeleton Soldier, Tier 1, Skeleton Wolf, Tier 2, Skeleton Ostrich Beast, Tier 2, Skeleton Warrior, Tier 3, Skeleton Giant Bat, Tier 3, Skeleton Ghoul, Tier 3, Skeleton Bad Knight, Tier 5, Skeleton Troll, Tier 5, Skeleton Pseudo Dragon Guard, Tier 6, Skeleton Troll Cyclops, Tier 7, Skeleton Mantis Man, Tier 8, Undead Centipede, Tier 9, and Bone Dragon, Tier 10. Recently, Fang Hao hasn't explored the map much and hasn't unlocked any new troop types. Knowing that there were dragons among the enemy, Fang Hao first looked at the flying troops. For aerial units, he felt the Tier 3 Skeleton Giant Bat was very useful. The swarm tactics were hard for the enemy to defend against. Also, the Tier 5 Skeleton Bad Knight, unlocked today, was not bad. Contrarily, the Skeleton Pseudo Dragon Guard and Bone Dragon, although powerful, required dragon crystals for recruitment, which Fang Hao didn't have at the moment. After giving it some thought, he first recruited those two types of flying units. Skeleton Giant Bat, 3 wriggling spines, 1 blood stone. Skeleton Bad Knight, 5 wriggling spines, 2 beast teeth, 1 death trace. Confirm recruitment. 100-fold amplification triggered, 101,000 skeleton giant bats recruited. 100-fold amplification triggered, skeleton 1010 bad knights recruited. Since the death trace was also considered a rare material, Fang Hao had only recruited 1,000 skeleton bad knights. From thin air, a large group of aerial units materialized. The image of a skeleton bad knight was an orc riding on the back of a giant flying creature. Although named a bad knight, the flying creature appeared more similar to a winged dragon. All of you, wait outside the East City. Whoosh. All the flying units changed direction and flew towards the city outskirts. With the troops leaving, Fang Hao began to check the attributes of the new troop type. Skeleton Bad Knight, Tier 5. Faction. Undead. Racial traits. Death, Hollow Skeleton, Weakness to Light, Flight. Skills. Fast Flying, Aerial Throw. Innate Skills. Intermediate Javelin Mastery, Intermediate Flight Mastery, Intermediate Throw Mastery. Fast Flying Active increases flying speed by 30% for 3 minutes. Aerial Throw Active throws a javelin dealing an extra 35% physical damage, with a 50% chance of penetrating the target. Description. The riders always carry a plethora of peculiar items in their backpacks, which they would dump out once they arrived above a destination. Closing parenthesis. The attributes of the Bad Knights were quite admirable. Their greatest advantage was their strong air-to-ground combat capability. From the description, it was clear that Bad Knights could throw various items downward, not only limited to javelins. For instance, toxic potions, or even the explosive devices at Fang Hao's disposal. These could all be hurled by the Bad Knights, and by then, the bombing effect would be much more significant than that of a skeleton giant bat. That counted as a decent flying unit. Having completed recruitment of the airborne troops, Fang Hao proceeded to recruit skeleton trolls and skeleton minotaurs. Due to a lack of unique materials, Fang Hao decided to forfeit the 7th tier Cyclops and instead recruited normal skeleton trolls that were only 5th tier. Anyway, strength in numbers was the key to winning a battle, and those rare materials could be used for more advanced units later. 100-fold amplification activated, recruiting 101,000 skeleton trolls. 100-fold amplification activated, recruiting 101,000 skeleton minotaurs. Great masses of skeleton-type units emerged. Go and stand by outside East City. The skeletons immediately turned around and marched towards the city outskirts in perfect unison. Upon completing recruitment at the transformation field, Fang Hao continued to the barracks. At the barracks, he began large-scale recruitment. 100-fold amplification activated, recruiting 101,000 skeleton warriors. 100-fold amplification activated, recruiting 101,000 skeleton spearmen. 100-fold amplification activated, recruiting 101,000 skeleton archers. 100-fold amplification activated, recruiting 101,000 undead mages. 100-fold amplification activated, recruiting 101,000 Baron Tomb Guards. 100-fold amplification activated, recruiting 101,000 skeleton cavalry. Fang Hao didn't put too much thought into the type of troops he wanted to recruit. His military strength was multiple times that of the enemy, how he deployed his forces didn't matter now. As long as there were no significant oversights, he could overwhelm the enemy however he liked, hence, Fang Hao recruited 100,000 of each kind. Batch after batch of skeleton soldiers appeared incessantly. According to the orders, they headed towards the city outskirts, standing in the rain in their respective troop types. The original forces stationed outside the city had all been placed inside the troop hiding cave. Now 900,000 more troops gathered, crowded as far as the eye could see. The incessant rain kept pouring down, washing over the skeletons' bodies. Having finished recruiting troops, Fang Hao continued to manufacture copious amounts of equipment. Mountains of weapons and armor were piling up. Meatfist and other leaders began to instruct the troops on equipping themselves, as they got ready for the final preparations. Only when night fell, and the sky darkened even further, were the soldiers suited up and ready. After a few more words from Fang Hao, Meatfist raised his hand and immediately all the troops activated, heading towards the webweaver camp. The next day, early morning, Fang Hao sat up in bed, glanced at the time, 7:20 a.m. Normally at this time, the sun should already be out. Still, the outside world was dim, the thick clouds blocked out the sun, and the heavy rain continued to drone on. However, the rain was quite lighter compared to the past 2 days. It seemed like the rain would be letting up in a couple of days or so. Fang Hao opened the regional channel to check on everyone else's situation. As soon as he opened it, he saw a constant stream of information scrolling down. Being stuck inside due to the rain, everyone was just chatting. My city is turning into a bath, and the 4 city gates can hardly cope with the drainage. My soldiers and farmers are all cooped up with me in the manor. We eat, drink, sleep, and do our business here. It's disgusting. You're still lucky. On my side, many farmers have loyalty levels down to the 40s, I'm worried they might rebel. The weather is too cold, I want to buy hot pot ingredients to beat the cold. Fang Hao reviewed the situation. He reduced the prices of his clothes and hot pot ingredients listed for sale. There's not much he can do about this natural disaster. His land had a drainage system that helped a lot, so it wasn't too badly affected. However, since the drainage system was part of the building blueprints, it couldn't be sold and they would have to deal with this on their own. Looking at the situation, the rainfall volume has been decreasing over these 2 days. He estimated that the rainy weather would end soon. All they had to do was to bear with it for a few more days. After checking the regional channel, Fang Hao checked his sound transmitting shell. Meatfist hasn't sent any messages back yet. It seemed that the heavy rain last night did impact their march. They marched all night, but they still haven't arrived. Dressed up and got out of bed. Exiting his room and walking downstairs, he saw a group of Blackfoot cats waiting in the hall. Upon seeing Fang Hao, Lori immediately jumped up. He went forward and reported, "My lord, we've gathered 172 Blackfoot cats here." Being small and nimble, the Blackfoot cats were famously competent scouts among the orcs. However, due to their small size, their combat power was inferior compared to the muscular orcs. Except for Lori, who was more relaxed, all the other Blackfoot cats were standing in an orderly fashion. Fang Hao glanced at them and said, "Did the old clan leader tell you about the operation?" "He did, fighting the Blackstone tribe. We've been wanting revenge for a long time." Lori clenched her small fist and said loudly, "Blackstone tribe's forces have besieged one of our auxiliary camps. Your responsibility will be gathering intelligence and reconnaissance. You won't need to fight directly, but you must guarantee the accuracy of the intelligence. Do you understand?" Fang Hao asked, looking at the Blackfoot cats. "Understood. Don't worry." Lori was the first to guarantee. The remaining Blackfoot cats also nodded in comprehension. "By the way, have you guys eaten?" Fang Hao sat down next to them, as the aroma of breakfast wafted from the kitchen. "We have," replied Lori before continuing his query, "Where is Angia?" "Angia is sleeping. Go call her for breakfast. We are heading to the Webweaver camp soon." "All right," Lori agreed, dashing up the stairs. Soon, he returned, leading a drowsy Angia from the third floor. Angia yawned, as Lori chatted non-stop about their mission, his face full of excitement. It was close to noon when Fang Hao received a message from Meatfist. The army Beatfist led had arrived at the Webweaver camp and crushed a wave of orc troops. Upon receiving the message, Fang Hao immediately rallied his forces. He activated a teleportation gate, directly heading to the Webweaver camp. Due to the short duration of the teleportation, only Fang Hao, Demetria, Aseti, and 52 Blackfoot cats arrived. The remaining Blackfoot cats would be led by Lori and Angia and arrive via bone dragon mounts. It was only because Lori was there that Angia didn't accompany Fang Hao, opting to stay with Lori instead. The teleportation gate appeared in the middle of the Webweaver camp. The moment Fang Hao and the others opened their eyes, they saw Domina and Meatfist waiting nearby. "Lord," the group saluted immediately. "Well done. What's the situation nearby?" Fang Hao instantly inquired about the surrounding circumstances. Meatfist reported, "My lord, we encountered an orc squad when we arrived. We killed over 500 of them. However, a small fraction escaped into the nearby woods. We're unfamiliar with the terrain and didn't give chase." Domina added, "The squad was a small team from the Blackstone tribe, who were on guard around the camp. Once they escape back, they will certainly inform the Blackstone tribe. Also, because of the rain, there weren't many orcs left in the vicinity. Upon encountering the skeleton army of 900,000, they were decisively defeated. The orcs who managed to escape would surely deliver news about the skeleton army to the Blackstone tribe." After listening to both of them, Fang Hao nodded in understanding. He checked the time, it was exactly noon. "Prepare things up. Once the subsequent troops arrive, we will attack the Blackstone tribe. We will conquer the Blackstone tribe tonight." In the army, there were also Blackfoot cats and orcs from Bronze Bull City on their way here. "Yes, my lord," the group responded. At this moment, Domina spoke up again, "My lord, that Dragon Clan member might also be in the Blackstone tribe." "Yes, I know." The group of heroes withdrew, starting their pre-battle preparations. Fang Hao nodded, starting to construct weapons, including various arrows on the empty ground. Among them were tools to deal with large airborne units, a dragon-locking crossbow and its heavy arrowsa. A Hundredfold augmentation activated, acquired dragon-locking crossbow X101A. A Hundredfold augmentation activated, acquired heavy crossbow arrows X10100A. A Hundredfold augmentation activated, acquired iron arrows X1010000A. The light flickered, and a huge pile of equipment appeared on the ground. According to Domina's intel, there was only one dragon. Along with the crossbows left in the camp from last time, an excess of 200 should be enough. Once the battle starts, there will be a large number of flying units. Dealing with a dragon shouldn't be a problem. The myriad of iron arrows piled up into a small mountain. A large number of giant spider hatchlings crawled out of the dense forest, started organizing the arrows, and bundled them with spider silk. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Blackstone tribe located southeast of the Webweaver camp. Due to the continuous population growth of the Blackstone tribe in recent years, even outside the city, there were densely packed houses. The orcs living in this city. Frequently, village orcs would bring hunted game here to exchange for their necessities. In the clan leader's hall, there sat a half-naked orc with blue totems painted all over his body, beside him. A young man in a long robe with long, red hair. Curved dragon horns protruded from either side of his forehead. Mr. Spencer, that ugly spider woman did indeed take advantage of the rain to send a message. Soon, the news will come back. Who stole your treasure will naturally be exposed, grumbled the orc with a low and seemingly angry tone. Someone stole the dragon clan's treasure and carved the words, Blackstone Tribe, on the site, resulting in the Blackstone tribe being wrongly accused as the thief, leading to losses. They had confirmed that the thief was someone else after investigations, but the damage to the Blackstone tribe couldn't be reversed. This left the Blackstone tribe with a grudge, and they were equally curious about who was framing them. I hope we get good news. Great Commander, don't worry. We, the Dragon Clan, are not unreasonable. As long as we find the thief, I will compensate for the Blackstone tribe's losses, Spencer answered calmly. Spencer, a member of the Dragon Clan, stored all the treasures he had plundered over the years in the cave. Unexpectedly, it was all stolen. Enraged and desperate to catch the thief, he resolved to investigate immediately. Upon becoming heroes, the Dragon Clan could morph into human forms. Maintaining their dragon form would consume a tremendous amount of energy, hence they would usually preserve a human-like shape to minimize energy consumption. While in their human forms, they would retain some dragon characteristics, such as Spencer's dragon horns and his fiery red hair, a characteristic of the Fire Dragon Clan. These were all trademarks of the Dragon Clan. This was similar to Domina's state when she became a hero. Even though she became a human figure, she still had 8 spider legs and a black carapace on her back. Not an issue. When the clan leader comes back, Mr. Spencer can discuss it with him, the great commander continued. The Blackstone tribe had 2 heroes altogether. Clan leader, Andres, and the great commander, Mashik. The clan leader had gone to Orc City Tazgo and was being held up by the rain. The tribe's affairs were currently handled by the great commander. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Just as the two were discussing their attack on the spider camp after the rain and how to distribute the spoils, footsteps echoed hastily from outside the door. Shortly, several orc guards barged in. Before the great commander could voice his reprimand, 2 orc guards rushed in carrying a grievously wounded orc. Blood soaked in rainwater stained the floor. The orc's grave injuries indicated a battle had occurred. What happened? The great commander's voice dropped even more. The wounded orc answered weakly, Great commander, the spiders. They brought backup and scattered us, many are dead. The great commander was first taken aback, then swiftly stood up, knocking over the chair behind him. Those ugly, sickening spiders actually had helpers. Plus, there was a power daring to move against the Blackstone, practically seeking death. The great commander's face was full of rage as he coldly asked, Tell me, which tribe dares to move against the Blackstone? I'll send my troops to annihilate them immediately. Obviously, those aiding the spiders were reinforcements brought in by the fleeing spider-woman. They had been tracking these thieves. Who would have thought they'd be so audacious to come to their doorstep? Spencer of the Dragon Clan, who was standing by the side, was also waiting for the answer. He wanted to see who dared to steal his treasure. The injured orc endured pain and answered weakly, It's an army of the undead. There are many of them, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. You are sure it was the undead? The great commander confirmed again. They were aware of every tribe and power, but they could never imagine that there was a large-scale power of the undead. If there were, they would have started a war long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. Moreover, why would the spiders be connected with the undead? Yes, the undead, many undead, hurry. The injured orc continued, but finally passed out due to his wounds. The great commander and the dragon clan exchanged glances, skeptical about this information. They were about to conduct an investigation. Then, the sound of footsteps rose again from outside. Immediately afterwards, the door opened, and one wounded soldier after another was brought in. Every single one of them had the same story. In the depths of the forest where the spiders lived, there appeared a large army of the undead. Their numbers had reached an uncountable degree. They were lucky to have escaped. Only upon hearing this did the great commander and the dragon clan realize the severity of the situation. The undead army was real and exceedingly colossal in size. The great commander looked extremely grim. After thinking, he immediately ordered, "Send scouts to investigate the situation in the spider forest. At the same time, gather the army, all the troops of the affiliated tribes gather under the city to prepare for battle." Yes. The guard took the order and immediately passed on the message. At night, the rain was still falling non-stop. Outside the Blackstone tribe, a massive orc army was gathered. Apart from Blackstone's own army, it also included forces from all nearby medium and small villages and towns. The total number of troops neared 70,000. It was with this force that the Blackstone tribe maintained its current status. Since it was defensive warfare, there was no need for baggage. All the villages received orders from the Blackstone tribe and gathered here. Everyone knew that there would be a fight. But they didn't know who the enemy was. The orc army was on the left wing. A small team formed by humans, they were clustered together, each topped with a rain cover, waiting for the next command. The raindrops hitting their bodies turned their faces pale with cold. 3 lords huddled together in a small tent, whispering, "What insanity are these beasts up to? Up in the middle of the night, not sleeping, and leaving us freezing here," one asked in a low voice. Another person hugged himself tightly, his teeth chattering, Look, they seem to be preparing for war. So many people have gathered, they seem to be ready to fight till death. The loyalty of my troops is less than 50. I fear they may turn against me before the war even begins." The last one who was said to have less than 50 loyalty, his grave is now overgrown with grass. You've managed to survive for quite some time. By the way, where is Brother Tang? Doesn't he know what's happening this time? Brother Tang is still in the city, we'll ask him when he comes out, to find out what's actually going on, said another. Before long, the leaders of each tribe walked out of the camp. A human man followed them out behind a female orc. After a greeting, he returned to his own team. Seeing the man approaching, the 3 men in the tent immediately rushed out to greet him. "Brother Tang, got any news?" "Half into the night, I've been frozen till I'm almost peeing," one of them said. The man called Brother Tang was named Tang Chi. With the backing of the Blackstone tribe, as he was favored by the tribe chief's daughter, he thrived. The other 3 men also survived due to Tang Chi's influence, and they all became affiliated villages under the Blackstone tribe. Wearing leather armor, Tang Chi replied directly, "They say that the enemy is a group of undead. The number must be significant, otherwise, they wouldn't gather so many people." The other 3 were stunned. This area was the orcs' territory. If they said there was an undead cave or something similar, it would be understandable. But a large-scale undead force appearing here was unbelievable. Lately, there are indeed quite a few rumors about the undead. Many have claimed they've seen the undead army. Perhaps they are all talking about the same group, someone said. From time to time, people would post a photo or two, all about the massive white bone army. Those massive, daunting images scared people just by looking at them. Because of this, the channel was filled with people used to grand spectacles, creating a situation where photos of battles with merely hundreds or thousands of soldiers were disregarded. Such images would even provoke a wave of ridicule. "This is what you call a battle? Even the fights at my village have more people." These kinds of remarks frequently appeared, making your battles seem less intense than a squabble between 2 dogs in the village. Because of this, unless it was a large-scale war, people hardly posted pictures of it in those channels. "I have to take a picture, or I might never get this chance again." One of them opened up the Book of Lords and took a picture of the orc army from afar. "It is raining, and it's nighttime. Even though the visibility is poor, the photos taken by the Book of Lords are still clear when directly sent to the regional channel. After showing off, the group continues to chat. I remember last time someone said the Undead army had connections with Fang Hao. Could it be the same this time? One of them spoke up. No, don't you guys know the recent happenings about Fang Hao in the channel? Another one leaned in a bit, speaking in a low voice. What happened? Someone claimed they saw Fang Hao. Also, the reason Fang Hao is so powerful is because he was helped by a widow whose husband died. It has nothing to do with the undead. Damn, a kept man. Before they could finish the sentence, they closed their mouth immediately. They secretly glanced at Tang Chi. Actually, Tang Chi was only able to receive support from the Blackstone tribe because he hooked up with Raisa, the daughter of the clan leader of the Blackstone tribe. Otherwise, neither Tang Chi nor any of them could have survived this long as humans. Sorry about that, Brother Tang, I didn't mean it that way. This person immediately apologized. Tang Chi didn't take it to heart. The orcs behind him often bring up this matter, even ridiculing him to his face. Besides, Tang Chi felt that his living conditions were not bad. The sustenance all came from them. He didn't have anything to complain about. Let it go, these are minor matters. Besides, Raisa is not a widow. I'm much stronger than Fang Hao. Tang Chi also said. Yes, you're much stronger than that boy Fang Hao. What the? An earthquake. While they were chatting, they suddenly felt the ground shaking beneath them. The soldiers in the front lines began to panic, and the commotion quickly spread back. The entire army began to shift in a tumultuous disorder, resembling a bustling marketplace. Everyone's faces were filled with fear. You could hear people saying things like, "There are too many undead and people, it's a punishment." Tang Chi and the others pushed through the front line to get a better view. Under the dim moonlight, vague figures were slowly approaching through the darkness. As the blurry figures drew closer, a regiment of skeleton warriors, marching in unison, began to come into everyone's sight. The ground shook in step with the marching skeletons. The orderly march drowned out the drumming of the pouring rain in a rhythmic resonance. Both the orc army and the civilian soldier squad of these four transmigrators turned ashen-faced at the sight of the endless swarm of the Whitebone army. They were right after all. It was the Whitebone army from the channel, even the equipment was the same. The speaker gave himself 2 slaps. The situation he had treated as a joke actually came true. Archers, prepare. Archers, prepare. The wolf herald traversed through the central part of the troops, shouting orders loudly. The leaders of each tribe started urging their subordinates to prepare for battle. Following that, the sonorous sound of a horn echoed from the rear of the army. A storm of arrows whistling through the air, piercing the falling raindrops, began its assault on the skeleton army. Inside the Whitebone army, Fang Hao is controlling the demon doll. Mounted on horseback, he looked from afar at the brightly lit Blackstone tribe. Compared to the darkness of his side, the orc side could see things more clearly. The walls of the city and the beneath it were filled with a large number of orc troops. Evidently, they had already prepared by scouting in advance and knew of his army's approach. My lord. The unexpected voice made Fang Hao shiver all over. He turned his head to look and saw Lori standing behind him. Blackfoot cats, the family who moved without making any noise. Especially when surrounded by the sound of tramping through water by the army, Fang Hao didn't even sense Lori's approach. Lori, you startled me. I'm sorry, sir. We found the location of the enemy's commander. They're in a building near the city gate with nearly 1,000 guards. There's quite a bit of risk in staging an assassination. Lori got straight to the point. All the way here, the Blackfoot cats served as scouts delivering information. Especially, in this weather, the sky was exceptionally dark. It was very difficult for anyone to notice the small size of Blackfoot cats. This time they even managed to find the site of the enemy's command. No need for assassinations, it's not worth the risk. Once the battle begins, you all do not have to participate in the fight. I want you to monitor this city for me, immediately report any particular findings. Fang Hao directly stated. The Blackfoot cats have limited combat power. They were not necessary in the midst of such abundant military power. Yes, sir, Lori responded and quickly left. The army continued to march for 20 minutes. Pass the order, sound the drums. Fang Hao looked at the distance between them and immediately gave the order. Yes. Following the order, the undead war drum started its heavy beat. A ring of gray light quickly expanded, enveloping the White Bone army. At the same time, the orc camp also echoed with a loud horn. Immediately after, an intense flurry of arrows streaked through the sky, splashing down in front of the White Bone army's camp. Due to the distance, only a few arrows managed to strike the front lines. A few of the skeleton warriors who were hit by the arrows continued marching forward undaunted. Sir, we are now within shooting range. The messenger quickly ran over. Fang Hao nodded, speaking directly. Pass down the order, archers and mages, attack. Yes. The messenger immediately relayed the order. Following that, successive commands to shoot were heard throughout the camp. Woo-hoo! A ghostly, dragon-like howling echoed, followed by 100,000 arrows descending like a massive iron net over the orc camp. The armies gathered outside the city were a council of forces from various orc villages. Looking up, they saw arrows raining down. The fierce and valiant orcs' faces were filled with panic and fear. In an instant, their orderly ranks broke apart. They scattered in all directions, looking for places and objects to shield themselves. Crackling. In the blink of an eye, the arrows landed. The orcs covered by the volley fell in droves. The earth was dotted with bodies pierced by countless arrows that stood upright like a wheat field. The united army of the orcs amounted to about 70,000. In the undead camp alone, there were 100,000 skeleton archers. A volley took down large swaths of the orc army. A surviving orc looked around at the bodies strewn about, his eyes bloodshot. He clutched his head and let out anguished howls. After his howling, he pulled out the arrows lodged in his body, stumbled to his feet, and walked away. He had to go back. He had to inform his village. The undead army was too vast. The Blackstone tribe couldn't stop it. He had to warn the women and children in the village to leave quickly. Ignoring the military governor's rebukes, the orc continued out. Thud. The Blackstone tribe's military governor swung his sword and cut off the head of the fleeing orc. Loudly, he reminded the others, the great commander has issued the order for all to charge. All who retreat will be executed. The war horn sounded again, a red glow enveloped all the orcs. Herded by the military governor, all the orcs began charging towards the undead army. The exchange of arrows, constantly flying towards the opposite camp, whittling down the numbers of the opposing army. Magic missiles sketched an arc in the sky above the ranks and crashed among the orc forces. Limbs were scattered everywhere. My lord, the enemy has started charging. A flight unit of about 1,000 is approaching under the cover of darkness from the right flank, a Tauren soldier whispered. Fang Hao sat on horseback, his gaze fixed on the mushrooming clouds in the sky to his right. He couldn't see any flying units, but the report could not have been false. The enemy was likely still a significant distance away. Do you know what kind of unit it is? Fang Hao asked. The Tauren replied, Sir, it should be the Bat Riders of the Blackstone tribe. Any sighting of the Dragon clan? Fang Hao continued. According to Domina's intelligence, the Blackstone tribe had Dragon clan members, so he had to be cautious. No mention of the Dragon clan in the report from the front, my lord. Good. Let Meatfist take command of the infantry. Deploy the skeleton giant bats, intercept every enemy flight unit, directed Fang Hao. Yes, sir. The Tauren soldier turned and left. Behind the ranks, an enormous swarm of skeleton giant bats soared into the sky. Using the cover of the dark sky, they flew straight into the oncoming enemy flight unit. Follow me, kill them all. As the orc army approached, Meatfist issued the attack order. With himself at the front, accompanied by many close-quarters infantry, they charged straight at the enemy forces. Bang, bang, bang. With each punch Meatfist threw, a fan-shaped blast was created. All enemies within 3 meters were blown away, forming a series of vacuum zones. Behind Meatfist were countless towering skeleton trolls and barren tomb guards with dual swords. Without any intentions of defense, they directly plunged into hand-to-hand combat. The forces of the two sides clashed at the center of the battlefield. The skeletons tirelessly wielded their weapons. Even when their bodies were damaged, it did not affect their combat abilities. Under the enhancement of the undead war drums, the even recently fallen skeletons got back up, discarded damaged parts, replaced them with bones from their comrades and rejoined the fight. Behind Meatfist and others, a line of shield barriers formed by skeleton warriors started pushing forward, step by step. Like a bulldozer, they pushed the orcs to retreat. Any orc they encountered along the way that wasn't completely dead was finished off by the following skeletons. The entire army was like a meat grinder, constantly advancing, continuously killing. The ground was carpeted with bodies. Blood mixed with rainwater to form rivers. Now, the orcs realized the stark reality. The undead army in front of them was fundamentally different from the wild undead they had encountered before. Not only did the undead have numbers far greater than theirs, they were also superior in terms of equipment and organization. This was a war they could not possibly win. Facing the relentless advance of the undead, like an iron wall, the orc army began to collapse into chaos. Some started fighting with the orc general. They were desperate to escape from this place. More and more orcs turned against the general and the number of escapees became uncontrollable. As time passed, wherever they looked, they saw only bones and bodies of orcs. The whole area resembled a gruesome, bloody purgatory on Earth. Still, the undead remained unaffected and continued to press forward while the orcs, at the rear, were in full retreat. Squeak. More and more orcs began to flee. Those at the front charging suddenly found there was no one behind them. Turning around, they discovered that the Blackstone tribe's army had already withdrawn into the city and the city gate was closed. Those orcs left outside had been simply abandoned. They were being used as cannon fodder to wear down the enemy's numbers. Seeing the Blackstone tribe close the city gates and retreat within their walls, those left outside did not want to become sacrifices either. No one wanted to continue fighting the undead. Those far from the center fled in all directions, while those unable to escape simply dropped their weapons and surrendered. Faced with surrendering orcs, the skeletons simply tied them up. They were not immediately killed, giving hope to many more orcs. Within half an hour of the city gates closing, the battlefield was left with only the advancing skeleton army and the Blackstone tribe preparing for a siege. Next, the siege would begin. The Blackstone tribe, atop the city walls. The great commander stared at the advancing undead army, his face grim. Even now, he couldn't understand why those ugly spiders would bring the undead as reinforcements when they were besieged. No matter how he considered it, the two sides should have no connection whatsoever. But regardless, the undead army was already at their city gates. The fodder troops outside the city were either dead or had fled. Those trapped within the city could only face the impending threat. Thud, thud, thud. Just as the great commander was anxiously discussing battle strategies with the tribal leaders, a burly female orc clad in beast skin armor, leading her own squad, rushed up angrily, shouting at the great commander, "Why did you order the city gates closed? There are still many soldiers outside. How will the tribes ever trust the Blackstone again?" This female orc is named Raisa, the daughter of the Blackstone tribe's clan leader. In the tribe, although her status was not as high as her brother's, her identity still held some influence. In recent times, Raisa unexpectedly demonstrated strategic capabilities. In fact, her influence is on the rise. Seeing the closing of the city gates, yet many soldiers remained outside. Raisa stormed forward, brazenly confronting the commander. Regarding Raisa's interruption, the great commander's face hardened as he sternly replied, "In absence of the clan leader, I have the sole authority to command the Blackstone tribe. It's not your place to question me." The great commander was a hero who joined the tribe later. It was only after he joined, and the tribe had two heroes at its helm, that it rapidly expanded. When the clan leader is absent, the great commander holds the highest command. Even the clan leader's children, unless they have become heroes, do not qualify to challenge the great commander. This is the way of the orc tribe, where power is the highest order, particularly under normal circumstances. Moreover, the current situation is exceptionally critical, hence the great commander could hardly be kind. There's still a distance between the city gates and the undead army. Opening the gates could save more orcs, and boost our defensive troop strength. Reza continued. Orcs outside the city were trying to flee in every direction. Once they run, they lose all their combat power. If allowed to enter the city, not only will it prove that the Blackstone tribe hasn't abandoned them, but it would also increase the defense force. The great commander glanced back at Reza. There are orcs within the undead forces. If they mingle and enter the city with the crowd, it will only make the tribe's situation more passive. He took a deep breath and continued. Reza, I understand your thoughts. No doubt your befriended human is still outside, but I want to remind you that the tribe is at a life or death situation, and we cannot tolerate your nonsense. Reza was visibly upset, but she didn't retort. Many within the tribe were familiar with her associations with humans, it wasn't a secret. Her followers behind were also continuously persuading her not to confront the great commander at a sensitive time. Just as the great commander himself said, in the absence of the clan leader, he holds the supreme command. Even if right now, he commanded to decapitate Reza, no one would object. The great commander swept a cold glance over Reza, ordering, take Reza and her companions to the dungeons, we'll deal with them when the clan leader returns. As the order was given, several orc guards came forward immediately. Reza tried to resist but to no avail. Her weapon was confiscated, and she was taken to the dungeon. As Reza and others left, tranquility returned to the city walls. The great commander resumed discussing the impending battle. After issuing fast-paced instructions, all orc leaders complied and descended from the city walls, preparing for the coming battle. Watching the skeleton army drawing closer, the great commander's expression remained grave. Glancing over to the human-shaped dragon clan member beside him, he said, Mr. Spencer from the Dragon Clan, I hope you will help the Blackstone tribe overcome the upcoming challenge. The root cause of this conflict with the undead was the investigation of the Dragon Clan's artifacts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have provoked those spiders, thus attracting so many undead. However, as things have gotten to this point, he did not want to tear the wound open any wider. The Dragon Clan possesses the ability to fly. If they realize things aren't going well, they may simply shrug it off and leave, impossible for them to be held back. As for the orcs, they had no second choice but to defend their city with all they had. Messages for help had already been sent out. They had to hold on until dawn, and wait for the clan leader to bring reinforcements. Spencer from the Dragon Clan, looking at the fast-approaching skeleton army, also looked a bit uneasy. How did they end up attracting so many skeletons? It's almost like a nightmare. But Spencer was even calmer than the great commander. As a member of the powerful Dragon Clan, he was full of confidence in himself. These are just some low-grade undead without wisdom. Their only advantage is their numbers. If we find the right opportunity to kill their command, we can potentially win this battle. These skeletons were obviously low-rank undead. Killing the commander in the undead army would render these low-rank undead incapable of staging an organized offense, which would then allow for them to break through steadily. Therefore, a beheading mission was their only chance at victory. Hearing Spencer's suggestion, not just the great commander, but all other orcs lit up. This was indeed a plausible solution. The great commander immediately said, we will do our best to hold back this army, and then ask Mr. Spencer to kill the enemy leader to end this battle. Spencer did not refuse. He glanced at the dim sky and nodded, sounds good. He has the ability to fly, and he himself is a very powerful hero. Even if he doesn't succeed in killing the enemy leader, he has the ability to escape. If successful, he can not only retrieve the treasures he lost but also make the Blackstone tribe owe him a favor. It's a win-win situation. There isn't much to lose in giving it a try. Just when the two had finished their conversation, somewhere on the watchtower came an orc's shout, enemies are approaching from the sky. There are many. Everyone immediately looked up. Under the dark clouds, a large number of flying units were quickly approaching. Although far away, they could tell that the shape of the flying soldiers was very similar to their bat knights. It was very difficult to raise these wyvern bats and train their knights. The Blackstone tribe had only built up around 2,000 bad knights over several decades. Among these 2,000 people, many have already died in battle. However, the number of skeleton flying units approaching head-on, not only similar in shape to the bad knights but also in their large number, astonished them. The great commander did not dare to delay and immediately ordered, "Archers, get ready and stop the undead from approaching." Criers immediately passed on his orders. The archers in the city were ready for battle, aimed, and drew their bows at the dark sky. As the skeleton bad knights flew over the city, a voice said, "Loose." Whoosh. Arrows whizzed out towards the dim sky. However, the skeleton bad knights did not seem to have plans to attack from the air. They kept a high distance from the ground. Clap, clap, clap. The shot arrows disappeared in the dark night. Not a single undead was hit. What was falling was cylindrical objects emitting white smoke. Skeleton bad knights swiftly flew over the city, sprinkling cylindrical objects all over the city like flyers. The orcs picked them up to examine them. "What are these?" they wondered. "Short sticks. Oh, I know. These undead are trying to kill us by hitting us with these." Outside the city wall, the skeleton army stopped moving, staying within a certain range, waiting. Everyone in the city was speculating about the cylindrical objects that fell. These objects could definitely harm a person if they hit them. But why were these things shaped like this? It would be more lethal to throw stones from a high altitude. An orc, carrying a cylindrical object, ran towards the city wall and shouted, "Great Commander, the whole city is filled with these things. Do you know what they are for?" Just as he approached, the smoke from the cylindrical object he held had burned up completely. Boom. An explosion sounded, making ears ring. Under the watch of the Great Commander and others, the orc was instantly blown to pieces, where even the cobbles under his feet were crushed to debris. Before the Great Commander could say anything, boom, boom, boom. There were dense explosions all over the city, every corner of the city echoed with it. The assorted strategic arrangement of troops was shattered into chaos in the explosions. The bodies of countless orcs blasted into pieces, flying all over the place along with raindrops. The world seemed to shake and dust filled the sky. The explosion lasted 5 to 6 minutes. The city was filled with thick smoke and a scent of gunpowder. The Great Commander crawled out of the ruins, spitting out a mouthful of blood and looking towards the inner city. Wherever he looked, all he saw were ruins, the mutilated bodies strewn everywhere, and his clansmen howling in pain. With bloodshot eyes, the Great Commander grimaced in distress. It was over. The Blackstone tribe was over. Before the Great Commander could give any further orders, rapid and low drumbeats echoed from the direction of the skeleton army outside the city. Dong, 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 dong. The drum beats were becoming more rapid. Then, the ground began to vibrate again ever so slightly. Those who had survived on the city wall immediately peered outside, only to see the skeleton soldiers that were waiting in the killing field, had already started to attack the city wall. They did not bring any siege equipment. They just charged forward directly without a care. "Regroup. Quickly get back to your posts, the enemy is attacking." As the Great Commander vomited blood, he roared. But those who responded to him were still moaning in pain and howling in agony. Only a handful of lightly wounded soldiers, fewer than 100, staggered up on the city wall. The view from the top, however, was filled with desperation and numbness. This undead army was not something they could resist at all. Even the Great Commander began to regret why he had helped the Dragon Clan and provoked those spiders. Watching as the skeleton soldiers rushed below the city wall like a tide, and then step on their companions' bodies to climb down the city wall. Like a dense swarm of ants, they clung to the city wall and spread upwards. Climbing the city wall with their bodies was something they had never seen before. But for these skeletons, it was devilishly effective and fast. "It's over, it's all over," said the Great Commander, slumping to the ground and muttering to himself. The battle had only just begun. And it's already over. Originally, he thought he could rely on the city wall to hold off until the clan leader came to move the troops from Tazgo Orc City for help. But now it seems that we can't hold on until then. By the time the clan leader comes back, it would be just to collect the dead bodies. One after another, some orc warriors slowly climbed up the city wall. Dragon Clan Spencer now approached from afar. During the explosion, he used his advantage to hide far away and only returned after it ended. Great Commander, quickly organize your men for defense. I will look for an opportunity to kill their leader. Spencer stood in front of the Great Commander and said soberly. Spencer was confident in his strength. Even if the Blackstone tribe no longer had much combat power, if they could hold back the enemy's main force, he still had a chance to kill the enemy's leader. He plans to score a victory in this war through a decapitation operation. Only by overcoming this skeleton army can he have the chance to recover those lost treasures. Hearing Spencer's words, the Great Commander instantly bucked up. Even if the hope wasn't great, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. How could he know if he could succeed without giving it a shot? All right, I will instantly organize a defense, the Great Commander hurriedly said. Spencer nodded, jumped down from the wall. His human form changed into a huge red dragon and he soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the dark, low-hanging clouds. The Great Commander, without any hesitation, stood up and roared loudly at the city below. He spurred the orcs who could still stand to grab their weapons, climb up the city wall, and defend against the undead warriors who were swarming up. Very soon, the skeleton warriors reached the city wall. They grabbed the iron sword in their mouth, turned their stiff skeleton head, and set their eyes on an orc ahead. Clash! The orc seized the opportunity and took the initiative, kicking the skeleton warrior off the wall with one foot. However, numerous skeletons hung densely outside the wall and kept climbing up to launch an attack on the soldiers inside the city. Very soon, the city wall turned into a battlefield. The orcs and undead began killing each other for control of the city wall. Skeleton Army, Central Location. Fang Hao was still sitting on the horse, watching the battle on the city wall. His white bone army had surrounded the city on all sides, and now it was only a matter of time before they took the city. Combined with the recent dense bombing inside the city, the orcs' defensive power had already been severely damaged. This made their following attacks much easier. My lord, we caught a team of humans in the woods on the right. Aseti wanted me to ask if we should execute them directly. A Tauren warrior came over and reported in a deep voice. The orc army outside the city was scattered and fled to the dense forest on both sides. Fang Hao asked Aseti to lead the cavalry to chase and drive out the larger group of orcs to prevent these orcs from forming into groups again and harassing the army in the forest. Along the way, Aseti led the cavalry and killed many people. But they had captured a group of humans which made Aseti wonder how to dispose them, so he sent someone to report back. Hearing this news, Fang Hao found it unexpected. The previous battle was chaotic. Meatfist, the leading infantryman, had a more direct and bold fighting method. Leading the army head-on, he quickly defeated the orc army. During the battle, he didn't notice the traces of humans. But to appear here, it must be a group of transmigrators. The human natives surely would not live in this area of the orcs, so the only possibility was the transmigrators. As for why they would help the orcs fight, they would have to be captured and interrogated. Capture them alive. If they resist, kill them, Fang Hao said. Yes, my lord, the Tauren warrior responded and ran into the distance. At the same time, Fang Hao also began to wonder. How had this transmigrator been able to survive from the orcs? He pondered in his mind. But in front of him, the skeleton archers and undead mages acted on their own, without receiving any orders. The archers drew their bows. The arrows flew like a rainstorm, shooting towards the sky. The mages' wands glowed, and magic missiles were launched into the sky. Fang Hao was suddenly startled. He looked up and saw a giant red dragon, as big as a cloud, breaking out of the clouds. With the sky filled with arrows and magic missiles coming at him, the dragon flew directly towards him. The body of this dragon was even bigger than that of a bone dragon. Its red scales shimmered with a brilliant red light. Arrows shot from all directions into the sky. As if there was an invisible shield, the forward arrows started changing direction along with the current, scattering around. The arrows rained down. Magical missiles struck the dragon's body, setting off a light glow. The sturdy dragon scales blocked the damage from the missiles, but the continuous explosion still disturbed the red dragon, slowing it down. The speed of the red dragon suddenly slowed down, just as a rain of arrows and missiles came again. The giant wings folded in, and the dragon suddenly dived down. Roar. After a roar, a blistering orange fire column blasted from its mouth towards Fang Hao's location. The enormous red dragon, wings spread wide, blocked out both clouds and moon. Plummeting downwards, it whipped up gusts of wind, scattering the arrows shot from all sides. Roar. With a thunderous bellow, a column of blistering fire spewed forth from the mouth of the dragon, sweeping directly towards Fang Hao's position. Where the fire column passed over, the ground was left charred and black, and skeleton soldiers enveloped by it were all turned to a fine ash. The fire column was fast approaching Fang Hao. Instantly, Fang Hao unfurled his wings, evading to one side. Just as his body left the ground, the fire column swept over his skeletal horse, which was instantly reduced to a pile of drifting ash. As the red dragon soared past, Fang Hao spotted the creature's name. Soul of Flame. Spencer, Orange Tier 5 Hero. Gazing at the scorched ground that stretched more than 10 meters long and over 3 meters wide left him reeling. This massive creature of the Dragon Clan left fire in its wake. It managed to scorch a region in the center of the undead army, turning it into a swath of charred rubble. The flame-scorched ground was steaming, creating a veil of white smoke. Damn! Fang Hao silently cursed. The Dragon Clan were naturally far more powerful than any other race. With each passing year, their strength increased dramatically. Even heroes of the same orange tier rarely matched the strength of a dragon. Especially their hardy bodies, and their ability to fly. No race would willingly pick a fight with the dragons. Even deliberately trying to appease the Dragon Clan to seek their protection was common. Were it not for the limited reproductive capacity of the Dragon Clan, one would fear this vast continent would long have been under their rule. Looking at the chaotic troops, Fang Hao shouted, "Regain your composure, return to your positions, long-range units move back, and swap places with the melee units, rear up the bolt throwers, and all airborne units, confront the red dragon." The imposing presence of the Dragon Clan left the accompanying Taurans in a brief state of disarray. Fang Hao issued orders loudly, prompted everyone back to their positions while rearranging the formations, preparing for a counterattack. The main force continued its advance towards Blackstone City. The heroes each had orders, and no heroes were with Fang Hao as he managed the central force. Additionally, the Dragon Clan's ability to fly meant that accompanying heroes could hardly counteract them. Upon hearing Fang Hao's orders, the troops began to adjust. The red dragon soared over the army, turned a circle in the sky, and flew back towards Fang Hao's position. It was clear, this creature that dodged its fiery breath must be the leader of this army. Although it appeared human, the revolting smell of sulfur emanated from it was absolutely sickening. The red dragon once again approached, with its fiery energy gathering. Just when it was about to breathe fire, it suddenly felt danger approach from its side. Without any hesitation, the red dragon sharply turned its body. Whoosh! Just as it turned, a pillar of dark light narrowly brushed past the dragon's side. Following that, the second, third pillar of darkness shot at it, forcing the red dragon to continually retreat. Red Dragon Spencer flapped its wings, swiftly evading attacks. But then it saw bone dragons and countless skeleton giant bats flying into the sky from various parts of the skeleton army, rushing at it. Spencer dilated his dragon eyes, watching this scene in disbelief. How was this possible? Even the Skeleton King, Oddies of this region, was incapable of owning that many skeleton soldiers and nearly 100 bone dragons at the same time. What is the background of this undead army? But the bone dragons and skeleton giant bats didn't afford him much time to contemplate. The pillars of dark energy that kept shooting out from all around, forced the red dragon to keep dodging. The Dragon Clan was also a systemically complete race. They had a well-established power center and also had various units with clear-cut duties. The dragon Fang Hao found to transform into bone dragons also belonged to the dragon units. Although they had the properties of the Dragon Clan, they were incomparable to dragon heroes like Spencer in terms of strength and body size. The death breath exhaled by the bone dragons, accompanied by the energy of darkness, endowed it with an energy effect of darkness. And they were continuously attacking the red dragon. Thousands and thousands of skeleton giant bats began to block the retreating red dragon's path, densely filling the sky. Seeing its path blocked by skeleton giant bats. Roar. Spencer released another flame dragon breath towards the skeleton giant bats ahead. The skeleton giant bats began to ignite, transforming into fireballs, falling in large numbers from the sky. Boom boom boom. On the ground, 20 dragon bolt throwers began to launch bolts. Thud thud. Unexpectedly, several bolts hit the body of the red dragon. Blood splashed everywhere, but the power of the bolts failed to completely penetrate the red dragon's body. The bolts only broke through the dragon's scales, carrying blood and chains, and fell directly from the sky. The injured red dragon let out an enraged roar, and began an intense fight with the bone dragons. Red and gray-white dragon breath continued to shoot out in the sky. Along with the thunder and lightning in the sky, the scene was spectacular and astounding. Watching the exciting battle in the sky, Fang Hao was deeply worried. This red dragon really was difficult to deal with. Even with an army of nearly 1 million, he didn't have a good combat tactic against this red dragon. Entangled with the bone dragons, even the bolt throwers below couldn't launch their bolts. And in the sky, the skeleton giant bats were being burned into fireballs, constantly falling from the sky. The siege of more than 100 bone dragons did not show any signs of victory. The recruitment conditions for bone dragons were quite harsh. Losing even one would greatly distress Fang Hao. Taking advantage of the time the bone dragons and the red dragon were entangled, Fang Hao began to think of a plan. How could he make the red dragon land? After thinking for a bit, Fang Hao immediately said, "Get Nisbet and his team over here immediately." The messenger ran off again. When he returned, Nisbet and the other 4 Nisbet heroes had arrived. "Sir," Nisbet and the others saluted. Do you have a way to get that red dragon to land?" Fang Hao glanced at the red dragon in the sky. Nisbet and the others, looking at the red dragon entangled in the sky with the bone dragons, their tone somewhat uncertain. "We could try, but we fear the dragon clan won't hold up for long." "Good. Give it a try." Fang Hao nodded his approval. Nisbet and the others nodded their agreement. They immediately moved through the army and quickly positioned themselves beneath the red dragon. Waiting for the right moment, they immediately released the skill strip trait. Spencer, who was entangled in a battle with the bone dragons, suddenly paused mid-breath, his huge dragon eyes widening in shock. His body began to fall uncontrollably. However, the ability to strip traits only affected Spencer for approximately 3 seconds. While still in midair, Spencer regained his flight ability, immediately flapping his wings. But just as he was about to take flight, the second Nisbet hero followed up by releasing strip trait once more. The red dragon's body began to fall quickly again. This time, the bone dragons in the sky did not miss this opportunity. Several death breaths were immediately released, instantly enveloping the red dragon's body. Deprived of the ability to fly, Spencer was like a giant target, unable to dodge in the slightest. Meanwhile, the huge energy blast accelerated the red dragon's descent. The areas being burned, the red dragon's scales started to show signs of charred and shedding. He had very serious injuries. Just as the red dragon tried to turn and fight back, the powerless feeling of not being able to control his wings attacked again, causing his body to continue its rapid descent. Below, the skeleton soldiers, densely packed, raised their spears, aiming at the red dragon's landing spot. The expression on Spencer's face began to darken. If he were to fall, he wouldn't be able to survive the spears, let alone kill all those skeletons. The city walls of Blackstone City had already been taken over by the undead. The thought of fleeing began to rise in his heart. As he thought this, the bone dragons released several more death breaths, enveloping his body once more. This further accelerated his descent. Boom. With a muffled noise, the red dragon heavily crashed to the ground. The erected spears pierced the body, causing bright red blood to splatter in all directions. Before the red dragon could stand up, the surrounding undead that had been waiting pounced on him, instantly surrounding the red dragon's position. The red dragon's body swung wildly, flinging waves of skeletons away. Every time he tried to flap his wings and take off, he would be quickly suppressed by the skeletons rushing at him from all sides. The huge body was covered in skeletons, like a sticky rice ball. Watching the red dragon fall from the sky, Fang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. In the sky, the bone dragons and the skeleton giant bat were unable to defeat the enemy, and he really didn't have a good solution. Especially for this kind of hero with a powerful body. They were like a free bird, coming and going as they pleased. If it hadn't been for Nisbet and the others becoming heroes and releasing strip trait having a temporary effect on heroes, his entire army might have found it very difficult to deal with this red dragon. Fang Hao contemplated. There was another angry roar from the direction of the red dragon. Bang! An explosion of fire flared up instantly. The surrounding undead were instantly killed or injured in large numbers. But when the red dragon tried to take this opportunity fly away, Nisbet and the others, who had been defending the surroundings, always managed to apply another strip trait just as he was about to take flight. The several Nisbets took turns releasing the skill, tightly locking down the red dragon. What followed next was a mobbing tactic to massacre the red dragon with numbers. Fang Hao was very familiar with this kind of combat method. The two fronts continued to be in battle. The city walls of the Blackstone tribe had been breached, the city gate was opened, and the skeletons began to pour into the city. The heavy rain continued, and the sky was filled with lightning and thunder. At this moment, loud footsteps echoed. Aseti led the cavalry, moving through the layers of troops, to stand before Fang Hao. Sir, these are the captured humans. Some escaped into the dense woods. We did not give chase too deep, Aseti said, mounted on his wind demon, the rainwater flowing down his armor. Surrounded by the cavalry were more than 20 humans. Besides the noticeable militia outfits, 2 could be identified as lords. The 2 were covered in mud, pale with lips tinged with some purple. They looked severely ill. Were there any other transmigrators? Fang Hao stared at the 2 transmigrators in front of him and asked in a deep voice. Hearing about transmigrators, the 2 looked at Fang Hao simultaneously. As they looked at Fang Hao's face, they were also able to confirm that he too was a transmigrator. Although Fang Hao was controlling a demon doll, under the enhancement of the demon mask, the appearance of the doll had no difference from his own. One could say that they both were Fang Hao, and completely identical in appearance. As if seeing hope, the 2 men recovered some spirit in their eyes and hurriedly said, "Boss, we are on the same side, we're on the same side." Fang Hao didn't answer him, continuing in a low voice, "Are there any other transmigrators?" They paused, thought for a moment, then said, "We were originally a group of 4, but now only 2 of us are left. We don't know whether the other 2 are still alive." The battle on the battlefield was intense. Dispersed by the undead army, they didn't stay together the entire time. By the time they fled, only the 2 of them remained. The survival chances of the other 2 were slim. Fang Hao nodded, asking further, "Why were you helping the Blackstone tribe?" This question caused a knot in the throats of the 2 men who had just begun to hope again. The lord in leather armor quickly replied, "We had no choice. Our territory is near the Blackstone tribe. We have to obey their orders, otherwise, we wouldn't have survived until now. I've heard that all humans in the Blackstone tribe have been killed. Why didn't they kill you?" Fang Hao continued to ask coldly. The Blackstone tribe had an infamous reputation. Not to mention outsiders, even medium and small tribes amongst the orcs were oppressed and enslaved by the Blackstone tribe. Those who didn't obey ended up having their villages annihilated, their people enslaved for labor or sold. How would they allow humans to develop armed forces and enjoy the same treatment as orcs? Faced with Fang Hao's question, the 2 grew quiet. After some thought, one of them secretly glanced at his companion, murmuring, "Well, Brother Tang knows someone high up in the Blackstone tribe, so we received some preferential treatment." Fang Hao noticed their glances, and looked at the man crouching below. He wore leather armor, had a decent build, long hair tied in the style of the orcs. "What are your names?" Fang Hao asked. "I'm Shang Shinran. I'm Tang Chi." Hearing the name Tang Chi, Fang Hao suddenly found it familiar. With careful thought, he remembered where he had heard this name. At the auction held at Trade Alliance's Outpost 032, Fang Hao had met Tang Qi. They had even exchanged a few words at the time. However, they had only met once, and both of them were fairly unrecognizable today, so they hadn't recognized each other. During their conversation, Tang Qi had mentioned he was affiliated with the Blackstone tribe, specifically the daughter of the clan leader of the Blackstone tribe. Presumably, this connection was why the Blackstone tribe allowed their small group to maintain an armed force. So your relationship with them is really close. Fang Hao looked straight at the two. Not close. We are also oppressed by the Blackstone tribe, and have no relationship with them. Shang Xinren hurriedly said. He was not stupid, he understood why these questions were being asked. All right, for now, I'll believe you, Fang Hao nodded, then ordered his soldiers, keep these humans under close watch. Kill anyone who attempts to leave or touch a weapon. Swoosh, swoosh. The surrounding skeletons turned almost simultaneously. They formed a circle, surrounding the two lords and the militia in the middle. Seeing this, everyone's body tensed. Over 20 people huddled together, carefully squatting on the ground. After Fang Hao and Aseti left, Shang Xinren whispered, Brother Tang, was that Fang Hao? How should I know? But judging by his demeanor, I guess that probably was Fang Hao. Tang Qi looked in the direction Fang Hao left, saying softly. One who dealt with the undead and possessed such terrifying power. Among the transmigrators, Fang Hao was their only guess. Shang Xinren thought for a moment, saying, but that's not right, a while ago someone on the channel said they saw Fang Hao. He was some aristocratic lady's kept boy, looked like the real deal. The city was called Li something C. Tang Qi discreetly glanced at the skeleton soldiers around them, swallowed, and said, stop talking about it. No matter who he is, our lives are in his hands. We should think about how to survive first. The battle raged on. Red Dragon Spencer, besieged by the skeleton army, rapidly consumed his energy and had morphed back into a human form. Bruises and wounds were scattered across his body, and one of his dragon horns had been cut off. Blood mingled with rainwater, forming a red puddle on the ground. Spencer's face was grim as he released one fire elemental spell after another, frantically fending off the encroaching skeleton warriors. He was clearly aware of his condition. The relentless attacks of the undead would soon break his resistance. If he didn't get a chance to escape soon, he was likely to remain here forever. Though he could resurrect at the hero's altar after death, his strength would still be significantly impaired, increasing the difficulty of his subsequent breakthrough. Therefore, he could not afford to die here at any cost. His gaze quickly scanned the few null undead hidden within the skeleton forces. He couldn't fly because of a curse skill these null skeletons had cast. If he could briefly repel them, he might have a chance to escape. With a quick glance around, he had made up his mind. He touched the pendant on his neck, from which several bottles of elixirs appeared, and he swallowed them all. After deflecting an attack with a piece of magic, Spencer immediately began to gather his magic. As the magic converged, the air around him started to heat up, evaporating the raindrops midair. The moment the surrounding airwaves started to distort, Spencer's eyes flew wide open, and he roared, Flame Storm. Boom. A fiercely rotating firestorm erupted from Spencer, its center. The flames swirled into a vortex, continuously rotating and enlarging, engulfing everything within its range. Skeleton warriors, flying missiles, incoming arrows. All of them were caught in the spiral, twisted up into the air, and then burned into ashes. The vortex kept expanding. The skeleton warriors, upon receiving their orders, quickly retreated to escape the engulfing vortex. Spencer, at the center of the storm, vomited blood profusely. His body staggered, barely able to keep his footing. The strain of releasing the flame storm, added to his injuries, had now pushed his body to its limits. He immediately swallowed several more elixirs. Seeing several null undead escaping the flame storm, he mustered all the strength the elixirs afforded him, transformed into a massive dragon and flew into the distance. By the time the flame storm had dissipated, the red dragon had already flown a great distance. Fang Hao was watching from afar, and a surge of surprise rushed through him when he noticed the fleeing dragon. If the dragon managed to escape and bring back the dragon clan as reinforcements, things would get tricky. He immediately ordered, "Nisbet, all of you, lead all the flying units after him, and make sure to kill him." "Yes, sir." Several Nisbets quickly mounted the bone dragon, leading a troop of flying species after the red dragon. The red dragon had been heavily injured. Even if it managed to fly, it could not possibly be as fast as before. Catching up and killing it should not be a problem. On the other side, the battle inside Blackstone City was nearing its climax. The city gates had been shattered, the flag of Blackstone lay among the ruins, the buildings reduced to rubble, and fires raged on despite the rain. The skeleton army had taken over the city walls from all sides. Their forces had fully penetrated the city and were cleaning up the remaining orcs within. In the heart of the city, within a narrow corridor, the great commander of Blackstone, along with the few remaining orcs, had set up a makeshift fortification and was making their final stand. On either side of the corridor, a vast number of the skeleton army continuously launched their assaults. "Hold your ground. The dragon Spencer is killing the undead leader. As long as their leader falls, these inferior undead will scatter," the great commander, wielding his battle axe, encouraged the orc warriors. Being trapped in such a confined space, they were unaware that the dragon had already fled. Nevertheless, the great commander's words still had a motivating effect. Leveraging the narrow passageway, the orcs had managed to hold out till now. Thump thump thump. A burst of footsteps sounded, and the advancing undead suddenly halted. The skeletons cleared a path, and the troll hero Meatfist confidently walked into their midst. After casting a glance at the orc warriors ahead prepared for defense, Meatfist said in a low voice, "Are you the clan leader of the Blackstone tribe or the great commander?" The great commander wiped the blood trickling down his forehead and stared defiantly at the gigantic troll skeleton in front of him. He countered, "What difference does it make?" "There is. I'd like to know who I am killing," said Meatfist casually. Hearing these words, the great commander's face burst into anger yet again and retorted, "Humph. It's you ugly undead who will die." Meatfist did not respond. He gathered power in his right fist and landed a massive punch. Boom. With a loud explosion, the defenses built by the orc warriors instantly crumbled. The orc soldiers behind were blown away like cannonballs, casualties amongst them were horrendous. All defenses were nothing more than playthings in the hands of the orange hero. "Kill them all, and bring me the body of that hero," Meatfist calmly ordered and turned to leave. Receiving their orders, the skeletons once again pounced on the great commander and the others. But now without the fortifications, the battle had turned into close quarters combat. Within 5 minutes, the sounds of battle ceased. The Blackstone tribe had fallen completely. Fang Hao entered the city. Meatfist was approaching him. Behind Meatfist, 2 skeleton warriors were carrying the body of an orc. The body, barely recognizable and riddled with wounds, had obviously been dead for a while. "My lord, the battle has ended. We are now searching through each building for any hidden enemies," Meatfist reported. Fang Hao nodded. "Good work." Meatfist stepped aside and continued speaking near the corpse. "My lord, we only found a single orc hero during the battle. He appears to be the commander of this war, but we aren't sure if he is the clan leader or the great commander of Blackstone." "Only one." Fang Hao's brows knitted together. According to information provided by the wise old Blackfoot Cat clan leader, the Blackstone tribe had 2 heroes. One was the clan leader of Blackstone and the other was the great commander. Could one have escaped with their clansmen? It isn't impossible. At present, we have only found one. We are still continuing our search, answered Meatfist. Fang Hao nodded and continued speaking. "Okay, let's carefully search the entire city and also assign the task of cleaning up the battlefield. Although it is a hero's corpse, store it separately from the rest. The remaining corpses should be handled collectively." "Yes, my lord," Meatfist complied and began distributing the tasks. The body of the orc hero was separately wrapped in straw mats while the other common orc bodies would be collected together for processing. The war had ended. Even if one hero had not been found, it wouldn't change anything. Blackstone City was surrounded on all sides. Unless that person also possessed the power of a quasi-god, it would be impossible to change the course of the war. The skeletons began to clear the battlefield, gathering wriggling spines and transporting corpses to a central location. The outside was a mess as the battlefield was cleared. Fang Hao, along with a Seti and a group of soldiers, went directly to the clan leader's hall. The situation inside the hall was a bit better. Only some traces of blood remained on the ground whilst the bodies had already been cleared. The architecture here still maintained the orcs' rough design. The floor was comprised of large stones, and the walls were adorned with swords and shields, as well as specimens made from the skulls of beasts. Fang Hao walked straight up the steps, and sat on the clan leader's throne. The instant his buttocks touched the seat, system prompts immediately appeared. Blackstone City has now become your affiliated city. You may rename the city here and control all resources of the tribe and affiliated villages. You may set a proxy ruler in the Book of Lords. The appearance of the system prompts meant that Blackstone tribe had become an affiliated city of Fang Hao. However, after this battle, the city was almost deserted. The conflict between the living and the undead usually leads to the death of one side or the other. There are quite a few orc villages around Blackstone City, which could be moved into the city later. But the loss of the population is not something that can be resolved in a short time. As for the ruler of this city, there is currently no suitable candidate. We will see who is suitable to manage this city later. Blackstone City. City level. Level 7 native city. Attributes. Gold coin tax plus 10%, orc clan reproduction plus 10%. Description. A city with its own attributes that can bring various benefits, accelerating city construction and development. The level of Blackstone City had only reached 7. Its additional attributes were inferior to those of Belisi's City or even Frostwind City. On the other hand, the resource reserves in the warehouse are quite abundant, storing a large amount of meat and leather. It's clear that the local orc tribes mainly engage in hunting and livestock. After looking over the city's data, Fang Hao continued to speak to a Tauren standing next to him. Take some people and search this place. Look out for gold, silver, jewelry, and any treasure chests. Yes, my lord. The Tauren followed orders, leading a team of skeleton warriors deeper into the city lord's hall. Once the Tauren left, the giant spider monster Domina walked in from the outside, followed by 4 skeleton warriors, 2 of whom were carrying a huge cocoon each. The 2 cocoons wrapped up the transmigrators Tang Chi and Shang Shinran. With a thud, the 2 were thrown to the ground. Only their heads were exposed, and their faces were full of fear. Walking in and seeing the city full of corpses, the 2 were terrified. The battles they had been in were simply sending their troops to clean up the beasts around their territory. This was the first time they had participated in such a large-scale war. At the same time, it was the first time they had seen that the dead could be piled into a mountain. The water flowing on the ground was bright red. It seemed as though they had not entered Blackstone City, but rather, hell itself. What are your plans now? Fang Hao asked without giving them time to recover. Hearing Fang Hao suddenly speak, both of them shivered on the ground. When they looked above, there was only fear in their eyes. Big boss, what did you say? Tang Chi asked nervously. Fang Hao repeated, the Blackstone tribe is gone. What are your plans now? Oh, Tang Chi responded instinctively, turning his head to look at Shang Shinran with effort. After some thought, he quickly said, we didn't have a choice before and could only be the orcs' underlings, but now we want to follow your leadership. The Book of Lords has the ability to absorb, which isn't a secret in the channel. Moreover, the 2 had guessed that he was Fang Hao. Dong Jiayu and some other lords in the channel had become Fang Hao's subordinate city lords. The 2 of them had discussed it before. If they didn't want to be killed by Fang Hao, the best way was to become his subordinate city. Besides, they had to be proactive and not miss the chance of surrendering before being killed by him. From a different perspective, they should feel fortunate that this skeleton army is led by a transmigrator. Otherwise, their fate would be the same as the orcs outside. Piled together, under the breath of the bone dragon, turning into mounds of white bones. Okay. Don't play any tricks on me. You can continue to live in your territories, and I'll provide corresponding protection, Fang Hao said, looking straight at the two of them. These two were different from Zhongbin and Fu Lei. As captives on the losing side, naturally they had no right to negotiate. Even if they were forced onto the battlefield by the orcs, once on the battlefield, they were only enemies and there were no secondary identities. Fang Hao and Tang Chi had actually cooperated before. Tang Chi was a loyal customer of Fang Hao's fabric store, the transmigrator who bought the most underwear. And in the Trade Alliance station Tang Chi had also chatted with Fang Hao and came across as being talkative. He actively approached Fang Hao for a chat and did not hide his relationship with the orcs. But after all, they had been attached to the Blackstone tribe for a while and he needed to guard against possible problems. Understood, understood, Tang Chi immediately responded. Shang Shinran, standing at the side, also nodded in understanding. Untie them. Fang Hao commanded. Domina stepped forward, the spider feet on her back working hard to cut the cocoon encasing them. She helped the two to get up from the ground. As soon as they got up, they didn't bother with anything else and immediately removed their Book of Lords and handed it over. Domina took the 2 Books of Lords from them and delivered them straight to Fang Hao. Fang Hao took them and directly used the Books of Lords for absorption. You can absorb the Book of Lords level 1. Absorption successful, your Book of Lords is now level 6, 6/20ths needed for an upgrade. The 2 Books of Lords were both level 1. After absorption, the experience required for the upgrade went from 4/20ths to 6/20ths, only increasing by 2 points. Fang Hao checked the 2 city levels. A Tang Chi's was level 5, and Shang Shinran's was level 4. Their levels weren't high, and they might even be said to be quite low. It seemed that being attached to the orc tribe did limit their development, or else they wouldn't only be at levels 5 and 4. In the entire region, they could only be considered middle to bottom rank. After absorption, Fang Hao reinstated the 2 as city lords. From the Book of Lords, he assigned 2 books of city lords into their hands. Alright, rest a bit. I'll have a task for you later, Fang Hao said. The 2 carefully stood to the side, not sitting down. At 4 in the morning, the rain continued to fall. But compared to midnight, it had lightened considerably. At this time, Meatfist came back in, the soldiers behind him bringing in an orc. Standing in the middle of the hall, Meatfist said, "Master, we found the orcs' dungeon, where almost 1,000 orcs were hiding. This orc claims to be the daughter of the Blackstone clan leader and wishes to see you." The orc was pushed to the middle. Her gaze first fell on Tang Chi and Shang Shinran, who were standing to the side. Fang Hao was also looking at the orc below. The orc was strong and tall, dressed in leather armor, with a red skin. Her chest was pronounced, yet she didn't have an abundant growth of hair like other orcs. Her bare arms and shins were quite clean. "You wanted to see me." Fang Hao looked at the female orc. The orc frowned at the human sitting above, her face subtly changing. She couldn't understand why a human would be sitting in the leader's position after the tribe was captured. "I want to see your leader," the female orc spoke in a deep voice. Clearly, she could not believe that a human could be the leader of this undead army, even if that tall skeleton hero called him master. Fang Hao wasn't bothered and replied, "I am the leader. If there's anything you want to say it to me. Also, your time is running out." The female orc continued to examine him up and down. She then said directly, "I am Raisa, the daughter of the Blackstone tribe's clan leader. I represent the remaining members of the tribe and surrender to you. I am willing to become your slave." After speaking, the female orc fell to her knees right there, bowing her head in submission. There were few people left in the Blackstone tribe, and all their key members had been killed in battle. The only one who could act as a representative was her AA woman who had been locked up by the great commander. She could also use her status as the tribe leader's daughter to fight for a chance for the remaining tribe members to survive. The orc's submission was very simple, to become slaves after defeat and let the victor do what they wished. Fang Hao looked at the female orc below without immediately responding. He nearly wiped out all the people of Blackstone City, and the surviving orcs would have seeds of hatred in their hearts. In the case of Frostwind City and the Troll City of North, he had indeed pardoned many people because those two locations needed a large amount of labor. At the same time, he also stationed a large army and heroes there to prevent uprisings. But for Blackstone City, whether to take these orcs as slaves or not, he was allowed to hesitate. What can you and your people offer me? Not killing you would only bring danger to me, Fang Hao continued. Orc Rasa pondered a bit, and immediately said, we can work for you. That is not enough to persuade me, said Fang Hao. Rasa's expression changed, her gaze scanning the Book of Lords on his waist. She immediately said, I am Rasa, and I am familiar with all the villages near the Blackstone tribe. I can help you make these nearby villages affiliate villages. It should be easier for me to do this than for your army. Fang Hao began to size up the female orc in front of him again. She was one of the few smart ones among the orcs, and what she said got his interest. There were many scattered orc villages near the Blackstone tribe. This included the orcs that had been gathered by the Blackstone tribe, then dispersed by Fang Hao. If there was a person to act as an intermediary and turn these villages into affiliates, that would save him a lot of trouble. Of course, the danger was also there. What if Rasa used this opportunity to gather these orcs to rebel against him? Even though he had sufficient soldiers and wasn't worried about that, if it happened it would be a big bother. After giving it serious thought, Fang Hao still shook his head. From what you are saying, I cannot trust you. You have used up your chance. Take her away. At these words, Rasa became increasingly anxious. She couldn't think of anything else that might convince the man in front of her, while the skeleton soldier at the side was already moving to remove her from the room. I can lead my people to work for you, and am willing to sign a slave contract with you. What else are you worried about? As the skeleton soldier dragged Rasa out, she kept shouting without giving up. But Fang Hao didn't say a word, as if he hadn't heard her. These 1,000 orcs offered more danger than gain. Just when the female orc was about to be dragged out, Tang Chi, who was standing to the side, clenched his fists, seemingly making a decision, boldly stepped forward and declared, Lord, I am willing to vouch for her. As soon as Tang Chi opened his mouth, all eyes turned towards him. What did you say? Fang Hao hadn't realized the relationship between the two. Tang Chi and Shang Shinran had just been released. He had been lamenting about being oppressed by the orcs just moments ago, and now he was vouching for a female orc. Ahem. My lord, I am willing to be her guarantor. I assure you that nothing will go out of hand. Tang Chi swallowed some saliva and continued speaking. Shang Shinran, standing beside him, watched Tang Chi but did not say anything. Do you know her? Fang Hao asked curiously. Yes, my lord, her name is Rasa, the daughter of the Blackstone tribe's clan leader. We have her to thank for our survival, and I am willing to vouch for her. I assure you nothing will go wrong. Tang Chi's voice gradually grew louder, his tone more firm. Rasa's style of doing things was very much like the Blackstone tribe. But it was undeniable that Tang Chi and the others were able to survive till now because of Rasa's protection. Other human lords who were found by other orcs had long been killed. Moreover, Tang Chi and Rasa's relationship was not ordinary. No matter how afraid he couldn't just watch Rasa be dragged out and chopped off directly. Tang Chi, you will be held accountable for your words, Fang Hao sternly reminded. Fang Hao now understood that Rasa was the very female orc Tang Chi mentioned back when they were in the Trade Alliance residence. Since Tang Chi was willing to vouch for her, Fang Hao didn't necessarily have to kill her. As long as he could confirm she wouldn't cause trouble, that was good enough. Tang Chi replied, yes, I'll stand by my words. Please give us a chance. Release her. Fang Hao ordered, and the skeleton warriors below released the female orc. Fang Hao continued, good, Tang Chi, remember what you said today. If anything goes wrong, I will cut you two down first. Yes, I assure you there will be no problems, Tang Chi loudly guaranteed. Meanwhile, Shang Shinran, who was standing beside them, was breaking out in a cold sweat. He looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't. He wanted to say that he hadn't made any guarantees. Why was he included too? After releasing the female orc, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, found a blank slave contract, and handed it to her. And he said, I am giving you a chance, how you make use of it is up to you. Raisa accepted the contract, looked back at Tang Chi, cut her finger, and dripped her blood onto the contract. The contract emitted a light and absorbed into her body, officially establishing the contract between them. Raisa's current loyalty to you is 25 points. Only 25 points, almost the same as the initial Blood Clan's Rolana. However, Rolana was a dark gold hero and had the right to do this, whereas the one in front was only a standard orc. You're called Raisa. I ask you, why is there only one orc hero in this city? Since you are the clan leader's daughter, why were you locked up in the dungeon? Fang Hao returned to his throne and asked Raisa below. Raisa's gaze flickered, but she still replied, my father went to Tazgo City days ago and hasn't returned yet. I was put in the dungeon by the great commander. Due to the slave contract rules, the slaves can't lie to their masters. So, whatever Raisa had said were all facts. What are your father's abilities? How many people does he have with him? Do you know what's happening in the city? Fang Hao continued to ask. No wonder the Blackfoot Cat clan leader said the Blackstone tribe had 2 heroes. And this sudden heavy rain left the Blackstone tribe's clan leader stranded in Tazgo City. Raisa's complexion became paler as she spoke about her father's information, her inner conflict became visible. She gritted her teeth and continued, he's at the purple rank of stage 7 and doesn't have many people with him. The great commander is most likely going to send the news out, but I'm not sure about that. A hero of purple rank, stage 7, was already at the pinnacle of power amongst the tribes. So, your father is very likely going to lead reinforcements back here, Fang Hao realized. Since the situation at Blackstone tribe had been relayed, the clan leader would definitely lead his troops back to give reinforcements. I'm not sure, but you have already won this battle. I hope to talk to my father to avoid further fighting, Raisa tried to calm herself and said. No matter whether the news has been passed out or not, her father will return here. When he finds that Blackstone City has been overran, a battle will ensue. She hoped to make her father see the current situation clearly and not lose his life in vain. There were too many undead troops to be defeated with their current strength. Continuing the fight would only increase casualties and give the other party a reason to kill everyone. After giving it some thought, Fang Hao continued, when your father brings his troops over, I will give you a chance to convince him. What he chooses then will be up to him. I will write a letter immediately and send it to Tazgo City, Raisa said, hurrying. HMPH. Put away your tricks, it will help you live longer, Fang Hao said coldly. Exhorting can be done, but sending it out right now cannot be allowed. If this letter gets into their hands now, it won't be an exhortation, but a warning. Then, it will cause a lot of problems for him. Moreover, once this letter reaches Tazgo City, it would likely drag Tazgo City into this war as well. Hearing Fang Hao's refusal, Raisa's expression didn't change. She replied curtly, all right, I understand. Fang Hao continued, Raisa, go and explain the situation here to your kin, and let them know the cost of their continued survival. If any trouble arises, everyone's lives would be on the line. Raisa's face remained grim. Yes, I understand. The remaining are women and children. I will keep tabs on them. Fang Hao nodded, then said to the Tauren guards standing beside him, you two go and assist her in handling this matter. Yes, sir. 2 Tauren guards replied, following Raisa out. Once Raisa left, Fang Hao turned to Tang Chi, and said, the 2 of you should also go and rest. Once dawn breaks, I will assign you with tasks. Oh, all right, they replied. Tang Chi hesitated for a moment and asked, my lord, we haven't asked how to address you. Fang Hao. As expected. Although they had suspected it was Fang Hao, upon confirming their guess, they still felt a tense feeling in their hearts. Fang Hao was a local celebrity, especially known for having killed a large number of people, even Yu Tianpeng of the Tianpeng Alliance had died under his hand. In other words, killing didn't weigh heavily on Fang Hao's conscience. Nice to meet you, Sir Fang Hao. Both of them greeted and saluted hurriedly. All right, go and rest. Don't discuss what's happening here on your channel, I'll give you a new task when it's daytime. Fang Hao said. Yes, understood. The 2 of them nodded, and exited the clan leader's hall. They both left. Meatfist and Domina also left to fortify Blackstone City. The hall was quiet once more. Aseti accompanied Fang Hao and spoke, "My lord, I feel that the handling of the orc issue seems a bit improper." Only when they were alone did Aseti voice her thoughts. Aseti was a renowned commander in a previous life. She was educated formally. Although she wouldn't oppose Fang Hao's decisions, she still pointed out aspects she found unstable. Fang Hao thought she was talking about not executing female orcs, so he replied, "It's just an ordinary orc. Besides, I genuinely need an orc representative to help gather the various scattered villages." Raisa, being the daughter of the Blackstone tribe's clan leader, was a better choice to recruit these scattered villages than sending the undead army. The arrival of divinity meant that the population was a resource. Moreover, with Fang Hao's current military power, an orc wouldn't cause any chaos. "My lord, I am not talking about that." Aseti paused, and continued, "My lord, doesn't the orc city of Tazgo have a hero's altar?" Upon hearing this, Fang Hao tensed up. He had overlooked something. Before Fang Hao responded, Aseti continued, "My lord, if Tazgo City possesses a hero's altar, then the soul of the great commander of the orcs will be resurrected by the altar, and the situation here won't be a secret anymore." Aseti pointed out the crux of the matter. Given the information he had received, Tazgo City was a major city of the orcs. Even Domina was considering advancing to become a hero and was thinking of doing so in Tazgo City. That implied that Tazgo City had a merit training ground, and it was highly possible it also had a hero's altar. Since Nelson hadn't followed, the slain great commander would be resurrected via the altar. By then, the situation here wouldn't be a secret anymore. Similarly, the slain great commander could be resurrected by the enemy. Can a hero of the caliber of the great commander be resurrected immediately? Fang Hao promptly asked. The resurrection of heroes takes time, the length of which depends on their power and rank. Aseti continued. Fang Hao immediately summoned guards. A Tauren guard from outside entered. "My lord, your commands." Summon Domina. "Certainly, my lord." The Tauren left, and shortly after, Domina, who had just left, came back. "My lord, you summoned me?" Domina asked curiously. "Domina, does Tazgo City have a hero's altar?" Fang Hao asked. Domina answered straightforwardly, "Yes, Tazgo City is the central city for the orcs in this region. It houses buildings like the hero's altar and the merit training ground." Hearing these words, Fang Hao's heart sank. There was indeed one. "Let's go. Take me to the location of the great commander's body." Fang Hao immediately said. "Yes, my lord, please follow me." Domina turned around, with Fang Hao and the others following behind. The group left the clan leader's hall, and directly went to a separate room. When Domina lifted the rolled straw mat, the body inside was gone and only the stains in the outline of the body remained. "My lord, it seems he's been resurrected," Aseti said from the side. Fang Hao nodded. He had guessed as much. It was indeed his oversight. During the previous battles, they had always occupied the enemy's main city first and then attacked the affiliated cities. Thus, they never had to deal with enemy heroes being resurrected. This battle, however, was against a tribe, and the front line was stretched too far. In addition, Nelson hadn't joined them, which led to the enemy's hero getting resurrected. Fang Hao continued, "Notify Lori, have all the Blackfoot cats scout Tazgo City. Tell Meatfist to rally the troops and prepare to attack Tazgo City. If the situation over here remained confidential, then the only casualty would be the Blackstone tribe. But with the great commander resurrected in Tazgo City will not let the skeleton army appear near the city." What Fang Hao could do now was to continue the attack. Before Tazgo City reacted, take Tazgo City in one go. "Yes, sir." The Minotaur guard ran down again. After Fang Hao returned to the main hall with the two, he directly used demon teleportation to return to the main city, bringing Nelson and 20 funeral priests with him. He briefly explained the situation here to Nelson. Nelson nodded slightly without saying much. Afterward, Fang Hao called all the heroes over and briefly discussed the next plan. Everyone left to prepare for action according to the plan. Fang Hao directly opened the Book of Lords and selected Blackstone City for conversion. Do you want to convert the original city, Blackstone City? Yes. Please choose the conversion city camp, human camp, undead camp. Undead camp. A ray of light enveloped the entire city. Conversion complete. Blackstone City next conversion countdown 29 days 59 hours. This ability has a countdown, so within a month, this city is not allowed to be converted again. The light scattered. The attributes of Blackstone City have also changed from a level 9 orc affiliated city to a level 9 undead affiliated city. Fang Hao came outside and built various military buildings such as Skeleton Transformation Field, Burial Grounds, Target Ground, and Undead Mage Tower. The bodies of the fallen orcs no longer needed to be transported to the main city. They can directly enter into the Skeleton Transformation Field for conversion on the spot. Fang Hao continues to recruit troops to replenish the losses in the fighting. On the other side, Tazgo City. Heavy rain washed over the city. In the middle of the city at the hero's altar, the orc priest was performing the last ritual. A light slowly condensed into a human form in the center of the altar. When the light scattered, the great commander, Mashik, appeared in front of everyone. Mashik, naked all over, rubbed his aching head and sat up from the altar. Before Mashik could speak, the clan leader of the Blackstone tribe, Andres, quickly asked, Mashik, what the hell happened? How did you die? Without the clan leader, the Blackstone tribe is taken care of by the great commander. Now that the great commander is dead, it means that the Blackstone tribe has been attacked, and the situation is even more serious than they had imagined. Mashik had a solemn look on his face. He dressed with the help of the clothes handed to him and directly replied, the Blackstone tribe was attacked by the undead army. I held out until the last moment, but still couldn't hold Blackstone City. What are you saying? Blackstone City is gone. Clan leader, Andres, yelled in disbelief. As a matter of fact, the demise of the great commander signifies that Blackstone City has already been lost. However, without a confirmed report, they were still harboring a glimmer of hope. Mashik's tone is also very desolate, the number of undead is several times ours. Despite our best efforts, we were unable to withstand the attack of the undead. Hearing Mashik's answer, the orcs below immediately began a loud commotion. The Blackstone tribe is a major tribe. With strong strength, it also has a big say in Tazgo. An important tribe like this just vanished. It was something they found hard to believe. How could this happen? Mashik, how could this happen? Andres, the Blackstone tribe leader, bellowed. Mashik sighed, lower his head. At this moment, all present are certain that what Mashik said is true. He wouldn't fabricate this lie. Not to mention that he is the great commander of the Blackstone tribe, he couldn't lie about this kind of thing. Moreover, no hero would fabricate a lie, dying and resurrecting to deceive others. That means there really is an undead army that has captured the Blackstone tribe. Seeing that the Blackstone clan leader still couldn't accept this truth, Mashik, who had died once, knew what to do next. He immediately said, Clan leader, I think we should hold a Tazgo City meeting immediately, inform all about this matter to prevent the undead from continuing to advance. Upon hearing Mashik's reminder, Andres raised his head, his eyes full of bloodshot. But he knew now was not the time for despair, and immediately said, notify all, immediately convene a Tazgo City meeting, stating that an undead army is planning to advance here. Yes, clan leader. An orc ran down. Half an hour later. Orc City of Tazgo, City Lord's Mansion. In the spacious hall, a huge round table was set up in the center. In the middle of the table was a ginormous sandbox, documenting the terrain and roads of this orc area. Along the side of the round table and arranged in a triangle were 3 chairs, each occupied by an orc. One of them was Andres, the clan leader of the Blackstone tribe. The other 2 were Krat, the city lord of Tazgo City, and Litos, the leader of the Shadow Moon tribe. Unlike human councils, the Trilateral Council of Tazgo City operates simpler rules. All decisions were made after discussions among the 3. The other smaller tribes had no say in the matter and were forced to execute the decision. Therefore, Power here is more concentrated, the three big tribes are getting stronger, and the rest are getting weaker. In front of the round table, Mashik was recounting the details of the Blackstone tribe's attack, as well as the number and characteristics of the undead. Even after he finished recounting, the other two leaders still found it hard to believe that an undead army could suddenly appear here. That's impossible. Litos of the Shadow Moon tribe interrupted Mashik, expressing that it was absolutely impossible. Litos abruptly cut off Mashik, finding holes in his story. Clan leader Litos, I can guarantee that this is absolutely true. Moreover, the number of the undead has reached a terrifying level. If we do not pay attention to it, it may have severe consequences, Mashik immediately emphasized. Litos continued, then explain. If you say that the number of the undead has reached hundreds of thousands, where did they come from? Did they grow from the earth and appear directly outside the Blackstone tribe? The tribes and cities were connected and communicated with each other. An army of the undead did not disturb any surrounding city, but suddenly appeared and conquered the Blackstone tribe. This did not make sense. No matter from which direction the undead came, there should be information transmitted, rather than suddenly launching an attack on the Blackstone tribe. Litos, don't probe into these details. Mashik has been resurrected at the hero's altar and has brought back this important piece of information. We should focus on how to deal with the subsequent attack of the undead, not where they came from, Blackstone clan leader Andres seriously commented. Andres suppressed the anger in his heart. If the Blackstone tribe was not wiped out by the undead, he would essentially be a powerless field commander. He wished he could stand up and slap him to death. At this moment, City Lord Krat also spoke. Mashik, you said the undead were reinforcements brought by those spiders, so they came from the west. Mashik didn't understand why he asked this, but he replied, the undead first arrived in the spiders' forest, then they continued to the east to attack the Blackstone tribe. If the undead does not intend to stop, they will probably arrive at Tazgo City tomorrow and continue their attack. After hearing this, Krat, the city lord, fell silent. As the ruler of Tazgo City, he naturally knew more information. Combined with the information provided by Mashik, something suddenly came to his mind. He immediately ordered his subordinates, call Merchant Matva. The guard responded and quickly left. Shortly after, Matva, who was unaware of the reasons, was dragged here and stood nervously. City Lord, two clan leaders, Matva immediately saluted. Matva acted as a representative of Tazgo City's merchants, visiting various cities to negotiate trade relations on behalf of the official merchants of Tazgo City. Or, in some of the more prosperous cities, he would open official stores for Tazgo City. All along, Matva had been rather capable, though without any major achievements. Until 2 months ago, when Matva secured cooperation between Tazgo City and the Manam Market. Both sides opened stores in each other's cities. Matva's performance surpassed everyone, bringing significant benefits to Tazgo City. On this occasion, Krat suspected the West when he summoned Matva. Matva was standing below, and seeing that no one had spoken for a while, he felt somewhat nervous. He rubbed his hands and cautiously asked, Lords, how may I serve you? Krat carefully examined Matva before continuing, how are those Taurans in Manam doing recently? Matva thought about it and replied, City Lord, their business is doing very well, especially in the clothing industry, which is extremely profitable. Hearing this, the other two clan leaders also guessed why Krat asked this. Because this clothing store was famous, and it was called the Bone Textile Store. Do you have any other connections with the Manam Market? Krat continued to ask. Matva answered, I delivered a batch of goods to the Manam Market last month, and it's not yet time for the next delivery. Krat nodded and continued, Come, go with Matva, arrest everyone in these stores, I want to interrogate them personally. Yes. The guards responded in unison, startling Matva. At the same time, he felt a sinking feeling in his heart. It wouldn't be that something had happened between Manam and Tazgo City, right? Thinking of this, Matva hurriedly said, City Lord, it has been raining heavily these days, and the Taurans left the city, and their stores are all closed. Hearing these words, the faces of Krat and the others became even more grave. They didn't even need to guess the enemy must be related to this Tauren city. As for Letos' concern about where the undead came from, it now makes sense. They came from the west, from the Manum market, and entered this area. Fury slowly rose in Krat's eyes. He ordered coldly, "Take all of Madva's subordinates and family members to jail." Yes. The guards acted quickly, and amidst Madva's loud complaints, he was taken away. The hall returned to silence. The ins and outs of the matter were actually very clear. This undead army was indeed more formidable than they had imagined. The Spider Camp and Tauren's Manum Market both had ties to this undead army. The Blackstone tribe's action against the Spider Camp had evidently angered this army. They braved the heavy rain, crossing such a long distance, and launched an attack on Blackstone City. Right now, they had to gather their forces and resist the arrival of the undead army. As for the Spider Camp and the Tauren's Manum Market, they would settle accounts with them after the war was over. Then, no one questioned the identity and origin of the undead anymore. They began to discuss the follow-up plans. And they arranged a large number of scouts to monitor the movements of the undead army. Blackstone City. In the center of the clan leaders' hall, a pile of treasure chests that had been scavenged was stacked. Gold coins that shone brilliantly, and shining gemstones filled each box. Looking at the treasures in front of him, Fang Hao was amazed at the wealth of the Blackstone tribe. There were 3.5 million warfire coins, over 7 million beasthead gold, and various gold and silver utensils and agate gemstones. The amount of wealth possessed was probably richer than a 12-tier city like Belisi's city. Rebecca, even after capturing several faceless nobles, only possessed enough money for road repairs in East City. And here, at the Blackstone tribe, a level 7 large tribe, held so much money. If Rebecca had this much money, she would probably be so happy that she wouldn't be able to sleep for days and nights. Next to the treasure chest filled with gold coins was a golden treasure chest. This kind of treasure chest is specifically a reward after the transmigrators clear the levels. Many spoils of war can be opened from it. However, this battle only yielded one golden treasure chest. The quality of the treasure chest was not high. Opened directly. A blinding light instantly appeared. Gain. Blackstone Martial Arts Field Building Blueprint, Purple Large Pasture Building Blueprint, Blue Mountain King Orc Sword Making Blueprint, Blue Wyvern Sky Armor Making Blueprint, Blue Beast Tooth 72, Warfire Coin 255. The light was dazzling, and Fang Hao instantly caught sight of the purple and blue light. For a gold chest to yield a purple building blueprint is not bad. In the past, the majority of golds yield blue blueprints. First, check the purple blueprint. Blackstone Martial Arts Field Purple. Type. Special Building. Effect. The experience gained by the Orc clan in the training ground is increased by an additional 20%. Description. The Orc clan must find victory in adversity, and seek hope for the future of the race. Construction requirements. Hardwood 1200, stone bricks 2500, thick leather 800, cast iron blocks 220, metal parts 150, beast teeth 120, perfect essence 5. The attributes of the first blueprint surprised Fang Hao. Blackstone Martial Arts Field, it turned out to be a building that can amplify the experience of the orcs. Keep in mind that both heroes and ordinary soldiers need to accumulate experience through training and learning. Fang Hao remembers seeing a kind of potion before that also only increased training experience by about 20%. This building has reached the effect of a potion, and it is a group racial effect. As long as they patrol in the training field, they can get the amplification. The only pity is that it has racial requirements and is effective only for orcs. That's okay. Angia, Aira, Bronze Bull, they are all orcs, they can also get the opportunity to upgrade. Especially Bronze Bull, considering the age of the orcs, if there is no chance for breakthrough, I'm afraid it will be even harder to break through in the future. We can build one in Bronze Bull City at that time. He was very satisfied with the first blueprint. Then look at the second blueprint. Large pasture, blue wood 3500, hardwood 1500, stone bricks 2200, cast iron block 350, metal parts 120, natural gem 2. Description. extra large pasture, with more suitable breeding environment for livestock. The second one is a pasture. The blueprint is blue, slightly higher grade than a regular pasture. At that time, the scattered orc villages can be used for animal husbandry. The next two blueprints are equipment blueprints. Mountain King Orc Sword, blue, hardwood 1, thick leather 1, cast iron block 12, metal parts 5. Wyvern Sky Armor, blue, thick leather 10, cast iron block 3, spun yarn 12, metal parts 8. The Mountain King Orc Sword is a type of sword weapon equipped by the Blackstone tribe's orc soldiers. The blade is wide and thick, and the edge is sharp. The hilt is wrapped in leather and feels quite heavy when held. The shape resembles the ancient ghost head sword, emphasizing the damage caused by hacking. Wyvern Sky Armor is not troop armor, but armor for the Bat Riders wyverns. Made of leather and metal, the armor can protect the body of the wyverns. Such armor is generally listed according to body size. Here, not only can it be used by the skeleton Bad Knights, but it can also be used by the skeleton Pseudo-Dragon Guard. The body sizes of the two are very similar. After making them, as long as the blacksmith makes some simple changes, they can be equipped for the Pseudo-Dragon Guard. The blueprints have been checked. The last two are Beast Teeth and Warfire coins. Both are rewards that are given as long as you open the treasure chest. Having checked the rewards, Fang Hao had the blueprints placed in the gold coin box as well and ordered them to be sealed directly. Then immediately shipped to the Webweaver camp. At that time, he can directly store these coins in his storage space. The Tauren lifted the box and left. When he walked out the door, he passed Lori. Lori strode in, wiped the mud off his face, and said directly, "Sir, Tazgo City has begun to assemble the surrounding troops, and enemy scouts have been found around Blackstone City. The Blackfoot Cat is responsible for reconnaissance and continuously delivers news back. Enemy scouts have begun to probe into the range of Blackstone City. It is clear that they already know the situation here. And they have begun to make preparations for battle. Can you confirm the number of the enemy?" Fang Hao continued to ask. Lori said, "Many scattered troops are gathering from the villages to Tazgo City. The number is still uncertain, but it is definitely more than Blackstone City. Well, next we need to mainly scout the number of enemy troops, and the movements of each army." Fang Hao continued. "Yes, my lord," Lori replied, shaking the water droplets off his rain smock and left again. Fang Hao took a deep breath. He, too, stepped out of the clan leader hall. The sky outside was starting to brighten up. The rain fell gentler than it did last night. This rain had washed away most of the bloodstains in the city. Fang Hao left the clan leader hall. Outside the city, Meatfist had already begun to gather the troops. "My lord, the troops are assembled. We need to replenish our arrow supply," Meatfist opened up. "All right, I got it. Oh, and has Ni returned yet?" asked Fang Hao, while flipping open the Book of Lords. "Not yet," Meatfist answered. "Last night, Ni rode the Bone Dragon, taking away most of the flight units from the territory to hunt down the Red Dragon. They had thought that it would be easy to catch up and kill the wounded Red Dragon. But even till now, they had not received any news." Got it," Fang Hao nodded his head. He found the production page for arrows and selected, "Make. Amplification by 100 times activated, received 1,010,000 arrows. Amplification by 100 times activated, received 101,000 detonators." Crackling. An immense amount of arrows and detonators appeared out of thin air. A minotaur standing nearby immediately instructed the skeleton soldiers to begin bundling and loading the carts. When everything was ready, Fang Hao issued an order, "Meatfist, let's move. To Tazgo City." "Yes, my lord," responded Meatfist. He turned around and gave the order to march. The army began to move, majestically advancing towards Tazgo City. Among the troops, most were the undead, but there were still many orcs interspersed within, serving as scouts and messengers. After the battle last night, the orcs only rested for about 3 hours. Coupled with the heavy rain, the physical consumption was intense for these living soldiers. So, it was crucial to finish the upcoming battle against Tazgo City as soon as possible, giving the living some time to rest. As the grand army moved forward, all the beasts along the road avoided them from afar. They hid from the sudden appearance of this skeleton army. Fang Hao was rather smart this time around. He did not ride a horse but instead lay back in a cart filled with heavy loads. He hoped it would stop his movements from standing out too much and thwart any assassination attempt against him. Although he was merely a Dion doll, his body material came from the bones of an orange hero. Any damage would be a tremendous loss. Bang! Lori leapt onto the cart with a leap of faith, suddenly appearing beside it. Fang Hao got a fright and nearly flung the Book of Lords from his hands. My lord, we have detected a small orc squad up front, less than 1,000 in number. They seem to be converging on Tazgo City, and we're likely to encounter them at the upcoming junction, Lori exclaimed. For this mission, it was Blackfoot Cat's first time joining the army in action. Lori was especially zealous, continuing his reconnaissance work through the night with unabated energy. Fortunately, Angia was left behind at the webweaver's camp to protect the real Fang Hao. Otherwise, these two, armed with treasure and a disregard for danger, might have run straight to Tazgo City and attempted to assassinate their leader. Upon hearing Lori's report, Fang Hao promptly said, "Aseti, this is your responsibility to disperse them." It appeared that this squad was a village team that was mobilizing towards Tazgo City. When dawn broke, they led their team towards Tazgo City. As you order, my lord. Aseti led the undead cavalry away from the main army and advanced towards their target. As they drew closer to Tazgo City, they started to encounter orc squads from the surrounding areas. Some, upon noticing the undead, immediately fled. Others were spotted first by Blackfoot Cats. The cats alerted Fang Hao, who then arranged for these squads to be dispersed. The troops from these villages were like town guards, not particularly strong. Just a bit of shooing and they would scurry back to their homes in fear. Fang Hao lay comfortably in a carriage while Nelson sat upright beside him, not as laid back. That red dragon formed a massive whirlpool of flames and wiped out a large number of soldiers in the blink of an eye, narrated Fang Hao, recounting the previous night's events. Flipping through a book obtained from Blackstone City, Nelson casually remarked, "It's well known that dragons are the most powerful of all races. They possess a force that all others desire, so it's not surprising that they can wield such terrifying abilities." Being worldly, Nelson was not shocked in the slightest by this information, unlike Fang Hao. The Dragon Clan possessed immense physical strength, sturdy scales, inherent magical powers, and prolonged lives. Everything intelligent races could desire, the Dragon Clan had naturally. One might say they were the darlings of the world. What a pity it had fled last night. Otherwise, we could have gained a powerful hero, Fang Hao lamented. Nelson looked up, responding, "The Dragon Clan is small in numbers. Consequently, their protective instincts are extreme. If we were to kill one, we must first ensure that the news does not leak out, else we would face significant trouble." It was the second time Nelson had reminded Fang Hao of the potential strength of their enemies. The first was when he came across the heart of Rolana from the Blood Clan. Such a powerful heart made Fang Hao want to store it in the viscera jar. Nelson had then warned him to be careful because Rolana belonged to the royal family of the Eternal Night clan. Storing her organ would be tantamount to killing her and could result in retaliation from the clan. Now was the second time, and Nelson was seemingly apprehensive about the power of the Dragon Clan. Indeed, the matter with the Dragon Clan was complicated. Even a single red dragon had already given them a massive headache. If a few more dragon heroes were to come, it would be quite difficult for them to handle. But now that things had escalated to this point, who knew, Nisi, who had been chasing them, might have been killed by the red dragon. Regret was no longer an option, and the situation at the time did not allow him to sit down with the red dragon and negotiate peace. They would just have to take it step by step. "We will have to keep matters discreet then," Fang Hao eventually stated. Meanwhile, he had already begun considering how they could battle dragons in the air. One could not rely solely on Nisbet to bring them down from the sky each time, it was too inefficient. In fact, the Dragon Clan is not invincible. The balance among all races is not maintained because of the Dragon Clan's love for peace. Each race has its own ways to counter airborne forces, dwarves with their machines, the undead with their modified troops, the human clan and elf clan with their flying units, continued Nelson. Indeed, upon reflection, every race was developing their airborne forces and machines. Many dragons, due to their inherent strength, had remained stagnant with no significant changes for many years. The moment a war started, each race could throw a large number of troops into combat. Even if they were to lose, they could easily repopulate within a few years. On the other hand, the Dragon clan faced a problem with reproduction. Every casualty was a significant loss. This was presumably one of the reasons why the Dragon clan had been peaceful in recent years. Fang Hao understood Nelson's intent. Even if a conflict proved unavoidable, there were plenty of methods to oppose the Dragon clan. All right, I understand. Once this is over, I will focus on developing our flying forces, Fang Hao replied. As the pair continued their discussion, 2 lines of 20 funeral priests followed alongside the carriage. They came along so that if any heroes were killed, they would immediately seal their souls to prevent them from resurrecting at the hero altar. The army continued to move steadily forward. A Tauren sprinted over with a report. My lord, we have news that Tazgo City can be seen in the distance. Fang Hao sat up. Good, prepare for battle. We will have Tazgo City by nightfall. Regroup and rest inside the city afterwards. Yes, sir. The Tauren turned and left to relay the orders. Tazgo, the Orc city. After 5 continuous days of downpour, the rain finally stopped. The whole city was still damp as if it had been washed clean. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing a magnificent rainbow quietly emerging in the sky above the city. Meanwhile, in the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Krat was standing by a window, looking up at the clear, blue sky. Hastened footsteps echoed as an orc guard hurriedly entered the room. He whispered, City Lord, the undead army has been spotted. Their sheer number is impossible to count. Krat swiftly turned around, his gaze piercing the guard. What do you mean, impossible to count? The guard swallowed nervously, continuing, the undead army, it's huge. Hundreds, nay, possibly close to 1 million. Nonsense. Slaughtering every soul in the 100 Cities Federation wouldn't give that many undead, shouted Krat angrily. But as soon as he had finished speaking, he remembered the intelligence he had received the previous night about the gathering at Blackstone. He had also mentioned the number of the undead, stating it was hundreds of thousands or even possibly over 1 million. They had assumed at the time that the great commander had concocted a decent excuse for losing the city. Now, hearing the scout's report, his mind began to waver again. But, how could this even be possible? Even the skeleton King Adis could not possibly possess such a vast army. Seeing the scout's unwillingness to speak, Krat said, gather the others, prepare for battle. After saying that, Krat left the room, and the guards conveyed the news. He arrived at the city wall. The clan leader of the Shadow Moon tribe, Litos, and the clan leader of the Blackstone tribe, Andres, were already waiting on the city wall. The 2 of them stood on the city wall, their faces shocked as they stared ahead. Far away, the White Bone army appeared on the horizon, streaming out of the dense woods. Slowly inching closer and closer. The entire forest seemed to be trembling, and the skeletons emerged like waves, making the enemy's numbers impossible to estimate. A grave expression crossed Krat's face. Despite being mentally prepared for this, the sight of such a massive White Bone army still stirred an uncontrollable surge of fear in his heart. Andres, what on earth did you do? Litos, the clan leader of the Shadow Moon tribe, questioned indignantly. At this point, he was curious as to what Blackstone had done to provoke such a gigantic army. What could I have done? You all know about the Dragon clan's lost treasure. It was because of this matter that we traced it back to the undead, Andres, the clan leader of the Blackstone tribe, explained irately. Nonsense. Inquiring about a lost treasure wouldn't provoke the undead to mobilize such a large army. You must have done something, Litos shouted. The Blackstone tribe had already explained the matter yesterday. But given Blackstone tribe's reputation, Litos still suspected that they had committed a more egregious act, provoking the undead to rise en masse. To start a war of such magnitude. Although the Undead clan also needed gold and silver, in general, they led ascetic lives. Having obtained longevity, they also lack many significant emotions, their desire for wealth not as greedy as the living creatures. So, Litos did not believe that it was as simple as the Undead starting such a large-scale war over some treasures. City Lord Krat knows about this matter. We have been investigating this matter all this while, Andras continued. While Litos wanted to say more, Krat interrupted their argument. As for this matter, we'll discuss it after we survive today's ordeal. Upon hearing Krat's words, Litos ceased talking. At this point, there was no use in getting angry. Now, they had to focus on how to overcome the immediate crisis. The skeleton army appeared incessantly outside the city. Worst comes to worst, they could all die here. Who was right or wrong and how they provoked these undead were no longer important. Seeing the massive skeleton army begin to move forward, City Lord Krat ordered loudly, "Prepare for battle and return to your positions." The pre-war mobilization had taken place at dawn. The time that followed would be entirely occupied by the looming large-scale war. Whether they could survive would depend on whether this skeleton army was as formidable as the great commander had claimed. Tazgo City is a large city, unlike Blackstone City, which is just a tribe. At this time, the city gate was locked tight, and all the troops were within the city, preparing for the imminent battle. Most of the people here did not know who today's enemy was. They just followed Tazgo City's summon and brought their troops here. They gathered and, while waiting for orders, chatted to pass the time. Then suddenly, everyone felt a subtle trembling from the ground. The place also started to get chaotic up on the walls, and occasionally one could hear words like, "undead," and "skeletons." Could there be some large creature approaching outside? Why else would the ground tremble? Did I just hear the runner mention something about skeleton army? It couldn't possibly be the undead. I just saw a guy coming down from the wall. He had wet his pants. People from other villages came to ours last night and said that the Blackstone tribe provoked the undead. Apparently, Blackstone City is no more. Is that true or false? How could the Blackstone tribe disappear when there were so many people there? Why do we have to clean up the mess that the Blackstone tribe caused? The city walls became increasingly chaotic, soldiers shuttling about as though faced with a formidable enemy. The courier dashed down from the city wall, starting to relay City Lord Krat's commands. Above the city walls, the soldiers assigned to guard them began to grow tense at the sight of the undead surging from the dense forest like ocean waves. The sheer number of their enemies was just too overwhelming. The skeleton army started spreading out, their number so vast that one can neither see the end nor count them. They surrounded the city from 4 directions. The skeletons, holding beast-head shields, began to slowly close in their encirclement. Tazgo City now resembled a lone leaf adrift in the sea, surrounded by white waves crashing towards it from all sides. All the orcs looked anxious, ready for battle. However, just when everyone thought the big fight was about to begin, the undead army suddenly halted their march. The skeleton army parted to reveal 3 orcs. The 3 orcs looked somewhat apprehensive as they quickly walked towards Tazgo City. Soon, the people on the city walls recognized the identities of the orcs. The one leading was Raisa, the daughter of the clan leader of the Blackstone tribe, and the remaining 2 were also members of the Blackstone tribe. The 3 orcs, having emerged from the skeleton army, walked under the gaze of everyone to the walls of Tazgo City. The orc warriors held their attack, waiting for the trio to declare their intentions. Standing below the city gate, Raisa took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "I am Raisa of Blackstone City, I bring important news, and wish to see my father." Due to the tension of the imminent battle, the whole scene was quiet. Raisa's voice clearly reached the ears of the orcs on the city wall. Before long, after confirming there were no ambushes, the city gate cranked open a sliver, letting the 3 of them walk in. As soon as the 3 of them entered, the city gate closed once again. The orc guards quickly stepped forward to shackle the 3 and escorted them to a room. In the room were the leaders of various tribes. Clan leader of Blackstone, Andras, showed no joy upon seeing that his daughter was alive. He asked coldly, "Why are you here?" His tone was curious as to why Reza was not dead and why she appeared here. Reza glanced at her father, then turned to the newly resurrected great commander. She spoke bluntly. Father, the enemy's numbers are close to 1,000,000. Continuing this battle will only send more of our tribesmen to their deaths. Andras frowned, staring at Reza. Taking into account that Reza had emerged from the skeleton army, he had already started to guess some things. His gaze grew colder. Reza, you betrayed your tribe. Did you lead these undead in the attack on the Blackstone tribe? The city vanished overnight, nearly all tribesmen were killed. And at this moment, Reza arrived to persuade him to surrender. It made him speculate that Reza had betrayed the tribe. I did not betray the tribe. I only hope that our tribesmen who managed to escape will survive, and not just senselessly head to their deaths. Reza continued. Bang! Before Reza's voice had fully faded, a goblet came flying over, hitting her in the head. The massive force knocked Reza onto the ground, making her head spin. However, she still heard Andras roaring, Blackstone City is gone, the tribesmen are gone, what use is your survival? Blood began streaming from Reza's forehead. She held her head, climbed up from the ground. She frowned at her father, whose expression was fierce, not quite understanding the meaning of his words. If the lives of the tribesmen were irrelevant, then what was the purpose of this city's existence? There was a stele in the center of Blackstone City with the inscription, "Seek hope for the future of our race." When all Blackstone tribesmen were dead, where was the hope? Father, City Lord Krat, you have seen the number of undead. Once the battle begins, the chances of Tazgo City winning are very low. The leader of the undead has made a promise that if we open the gates and surrender, he can assure the safety of everyone. Reza scanned all the individuals present with a somber look as she spoke. Once these words were spoken, a pall of silence fell over the entire room. It wasn't surprise at Reza's words that caused it, rather everyone present had heard of an alternative to battle. Most of the people gathered here were chiefs of nearby villages. Originally this ordeal had nothing to do with them. They were dragged into the city by the forced command of Tazgo City. Now they were surrounded by the undead, and they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. Everyone didn't dare to voice it, but inside they were cursing the people of the three tribes. Most tribes had experiences of relocation. If there is no way to win a war, then just take the tribespeople and leave, there's no need to fight head-on with so many undead. They regretted their decision greatly. Now Reza brought the news that the undead promised to open the city gates to avoid the war, and the various small and medium tribes began to hesitate. After a brief silence, the whole place became chaotic at once. Many minor leaders behind the three major chieftains began to whisper and converse in low voices. It was clear that some people were already moved. Upon hearing the subsequent debates, the expressions of the three major leaders became serious. If the discussion continued, there was the high likelihood of dissent brewing within the army. Silence. Krat shouted angrily. The room was once again silent. Krat continued, so this is the undead's strategy. Planning to open the city gates with this child's trick. Since when did the undead start making promises to the living? City Lord Krat is correct. Who can guarantee that the undead will keep their promises? They're just trying to cause disagreements among us by adopting this method. At this time, the great commander of the Blackstone tribe also chimed in agreement. The ones who dread surrender the most in the entire venue were Krat and the Blackstone tribe. Krat was the city lord of Tazgo City. If the city was lost, he would lose everything. As for the Blackstone tribe, they were the instigators of this confrontation. While anyone might survive, if the undead were victorious, they would undoubtedly be killed. Upon hearing this, the others had to admit it was true. A great battle was imminent. Choosing to trust the undead at this time was indeed not a wise decision. Reza frowned as she watched her father's indifferent face, feeling somewhat anxious. The strength of the undead was already apparent to everyone. She didn't understand why they should continue with a war they couldn't win. Just as she was thinking of persuading them again, Krat was the first to speak. All right, this matter is settled. Everyone should take this time to prepare. True, the enemy is numerous, but they are low-level undead and not difficult to deal with. Everyone nodded, indicating they understood. At this point, they could only follow Krat's instructions. So what about these three traitors? Someone asked aloud. Krat looked at Blackstone clan leader Andras and asked, Andras, your daughter, what should we do? HMPH. I have no such daughter, do as you please with her. Andras scoffed coldly, his stance unwavering. Guards. Krat yelled. Immediately, guards walked in, awaiting the city lord's orders. Krat spoke directly, take the three of them out and behead them. Hang their heads on the city gates as a symbol of our resolve for this war. Yes, sir. The guards stepped forward, escorting the three outside. The other two wailed loudly for mercy, but Raisa just stared wide-eyed at her father. She had done everything possible to protect her tribe and her children from the undead, begging Fang Hao to allow her to persuade her father. Why was she branded a traitor now? Her father, at this moment, did not even glance at her, just whispered with Krat about the plans for what was ahead. She didn't know what she had done wrong, why she was a traitor. Just for not having died in the city. Or was it because she should not have come here to persuade her own father to surrender? Just as the three of them were going to be dragged away. Shadow Moon Tribe's clan leader, Litos, suddenly spoke up, hold on. Everyone looked at him. Litos continued, give these three to me. I need a few people to test my poisons, just so happens I am short of hands. Alright, then the three of them are yours. Krat didn't give it much thought and quickly agreed. Then he told everyone return to your posts, prepare for the enemy. All the leaders nodded collectively, exiting the room, returning to their respective teams. Litos, leading the guards, took Raisa and the others to their army's base. Upon entering the room, Litos just sat there, lost in thought. After a while, Litos asked, where's Spencer? Spencer was the red dragon who, according to the great commander's description the night before, had gone to ambush the undead leader during the fight but had not appeared since. It was highly likely that he had fled. Raisa shook her head, I don't know, he might be dead. Litos's brow furrowed in worry again. This undead really feared nothing at all. The Dragon Clan was known for their protectiveness, if the news got out, they might incur the Dragon Clan's vengeance. By then, without them lifting a finger, the Dragon Clan could annihilate the undead. But unfortunately, they could not wait that long. Why didn't the leader of the undead kill you? Litos asked again. Raisa looked at the towering orc leader in front of her and replied, my man knows the leader of the undead. Also, I promised them that I would convince the surrounding villages to become affiliated after the war. Oh, your man is also an orc. Litos gave Raisa a once-over. It's a human. This outcome was quite outside of Litos's expectations. Amidst the battle between orcs and the undead, a human man appears. This confuses Litos, he cannot grasp the connection. But Raisa wouldn't make up a human as an excuse at this moment. The sound of gathering armies comes from outside the door, leaving him no time to consider these questions. Looking directly at Raisa and the others, he said sternly, little girl, how about we make a trade? Maybe you won't have to die. Let's hear it. I won't kill you. You three just hide in my room, and if the undead win, you have to protect me and my people. I won't bother about the others. Litos looked Raisa in the eye and said every word clearly. The three of them were taken aback by his proposal. So, Litos had not brought them here to test some potion. He was simply adding an extra layer of insurance for himself. If the orc army withstands the undead, he can return and kill the three of them without anyone knowing. If, as Raisa suggests, the undead truly break through, they take the city. By then, he could say that he intended to surrender, but the situation at the time did not allow him to do so. Additionally, he would release Raisa and the others. No matter which side wins in the end, he will survive and become the hero of this battle. Such a cunning man. Raisa had no other choice and accepted his terms. I will vouch for you when the time comes, but I can't guarantee the final outcome. Good. It's a deal. Litos pulled out a dagger and cut the ropes binding their wrists. I'll remember this, said Raisa. Once again, the sound of the guards urging came from outside. Litos said, you three, stay in my room and don't go out. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you. We understand. Litos nodded and strode out. Outside, all the houses near the city wall had been demolished. Catapults and beams were being transported to the top of the city wall. A vast number of soldiers were constantly running around the city. According to the orders, they were moving to the positions they needed to defend. An air of tense grimness permeated the whole city. Everyone was quietly getting on with their tasks, waiting for the impending battle. In the undead army. Sir, the enemy on the city wall has entered battle mode. The Tauren walked over and reported quietly. In the distance, the orc army began to mobilize unstoppably on the city wall. The defensive equipment was already loaded, ready for battle. Looking at this situation, it seemed that Race's plan failed. Her father, along with the city lord of Tazgo, had decided to go to war instead of taking her advice. Have Race and the others returned yet? Fang Hao continued to ask. Not yet, the Tauren answered. Fang Hao glanced again at Tazgo City's tightly closed city gate. It seemed that Race was in danger. She was either being held hostage or had been executed. Fang Hao let out a sigh. This was Race's choice, he could not change anything. He looked again at the city in front of him and ordered, "Beat the drums, full army attack." Yes, sir. The Tauren turned and left to deliver the order. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deep drumbeats resonated from the undead army. Disordered drum sounds echoed from all over the army, gradually unified into a thunderous roll that shook the entire battlefield. When the aura conferred by the war drums enveloped all the soldiers, commands began to be issued. Attack! Attack! Crash! The skeleton soldiers surrounding the four sides of the city wall began to move once they received the command. Little by little they moved forward, their pace quickening until they began to run. The skeleton soldiers started to charge wildly. The grating sound of bones and armor chafed together, piercing the heart. Orc archers atop the city wall began to shower arrows down onto the soldiers below the city wall. Like a downpour, the arrows crashed against the skeleton bodies with a clattering noise. The leading group of skeletons was already studded with arrows in their shields and chests. A large number of skeletons fell, but even more skeletons charged to the base of the city wall, climbing up the city wall rapidly by stepping on their fallen companions. Behind the skeleton warriors, the skeleton archers and undead mages were marching forward. Following the footstep of the front row, they were also approaching Tazgo City. Soon, the Tauren passed along the news again. Sir, our archers have advanced to the shooting range. Another Tauren quickly ran over. Sir, Scholar Nelson has a message. Our mages have reached the designated location. Fang Hao nodded and issued a loud order. All archers and mages begin the attack. Suppress the defensive forces on top of the orc city walls. All troop types should be led by their respective commanders. Notify the bad knights to take off, carrying thunder tubes to bomb the city. Yes, sir. The two Taurens sprinted away to relay the orders. Woo, woo. The sky suddenly darkened overhead. Arrows shot from the archers densely flew towards the city wall like a violent rainstorm. Arrows crashed onto the city wall, causing death and injury among the orcs trying to hurl rocks and logs downwards. After the arrows came the magic missiles from the undead mages. Though they seemed rather plain and not very powerful, they proved to be quite impressive on the battlefield. The missiles had a bit of an explosive effect. Dense volleys of missiles blasted groups of orcs to pieces. The attached dark energy property caused the morale of the enemy's army to plummet rapidly. And in the back of the undead skeletons, thousands of skeleton bad knights took off, each carrying in their baskets a multitude of explosives. Rapidly closing in on Tazgo City. Inside Tazgo City. 4 heroes, each in charge of defending a side of the city walls. Krat led the Tazgo City army, Litos led the Shadow Moon tribe's army, while the clan leader and great commander of the Blackstone tribe, since the Blackstone tribe's force had been wiped out. They led the united army assembled from various scattered tribes. They were also in charge of the defenses on their respective sides of the city. Even though all the tribes despised Blackstone, even if Blackstone City was gone, the cloud of the great tribe and the 2 heroes still remained. They would obey these 2 leaders. Krat, looking down at the sea of undead rushing in from below the city, also started to break out in sweat. But at this moment, his attitude would affect the morale of his soldiers. Still pretending to be calm, he shouted out loud, "These are just low-grade undead. Do not be fooled by their numbers. Hurry up with the rocks and rolling logs. Do not let them climb up." Down below the city walls, orcs formed into long lines. One after another, rocks and logs were transported up to the city walls. Then the soldiers above, aiming at the amassed skeletons, threw the rocks down with all their might. Every time a rock fell, it would cause the freshly made piles of skeletons to scatter instantaneously. Large amounts of bones scattered haphazardly. Krat, watching this scene, feeling quite effective, continued to encourage his troops. "They are just low-grade undead, continue throwing rocks and logs. Ultimate victory will be." Before he could finish his sentence, the sky above suddenly darkened, followed by the sound of a strong wind. Krat looked up, and his words of encouragement for the soldiers got stuck in his throat. "Take cover from the arrows." Krat yelled out loud, quickly snatching a shield from a nearby soldier, guarding his own head. The next second, a dense rain of swords landed on the city walls. The painful howl of the orcs rang by his ears. Large groups of orcs were covered in arrows, their bodies lined the city wall, turned into a blanket of corpses. "Damn it! Don't stop! Fill the gaps! Throw the bodies down, continue to defend." Krat cursed as he turned back to instruct the orcs below to fill the gaps in the lines. But before he could finish his speech, boom boom boom, a series of magic missiles exploded on the city walls. The orcs who'd just sprinted up the walls to replace the fallen soldiers, were blasted off by the shock wave. They fell from the walls into the city. The bodies of the orcs were robust, many of them survived the fall, landing on the ground and screaming in pain. In an instant, the previously high-spirited orcs fell silent, staring at the empty city walls, not knowing what to do. "Continue to fill the gaps, watch out for enemy long-range attacks. If the undead break through, we'll all die." Krat continues to shout at the top of his lungs. The orc soldiers quickly climbed the walls and filled the gaps. But during this brief replacement period, the outside of the city walls were already full of skeletons. Some of the faster ones had already climbed onto the city walls. Holding their weapons, they rushed at the orcs. The undead moved incredibly quickly. Without any climbing equipment, they could step on their companions' corpses and climb up the city wall. Krat drew his sword from his waist, leading the orcs to kill the skeletons that had climbed up. "Sir, there are enemies approaching from the sky," an orc shouted loudly. Krat looked up, only to see a large group of skeleton bad knights approaching from the sky. Seeing the aerial units, he remembered the explosion mentioned by the great commander. It was this kind of flying unit, throwing explosives, that instantly broke Blackstone City's defense. At that time, he thought that such explosives would be scarce, and after a carpet bombing of Blackstone City, there wouldn't be any left. But now, seeing the bad knights closing in quickly, he realized that he may have underestimated the number of explosives. All aerial units attack their aerial forces. Krat shouted loudly. Whoosh! Nearly 1,000 orc bad knights flew into the sky. They quickly formed a formation and flew towards the skeleton bad knights. However, when they got close, from behind the skeleton bad knights, a large group of skeleton giant bats emerged. The numerous swarms of them instantly engulfed all the orc aerial units. Underneath, with Krat and the other orcs watching, all the orc aerial units were gnawed to white bones in an instant. Falling from the sky, those skeleton bad knights carrying explosives continued to move forward. Seeing this, Krat yelled out, "Quick! Archers, aim at the sky, prevent them from getting close." The orc archers began shooting at the sky, but the bad knights' flying altitude was very well maintained. They only quickly glided over the city without intending to get close or lower their altitude. Clang! 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 One after another, cylindrical objects fell from the sky, covering a large area of the city in no time. Krat's face turned pale instantly. He wanted to order people to throw the cylindrical objects away, but there were too many of them, and in such chaos, it obviously was not feasible. In this emergency, he could only shout, "Run away from these things." But, in an army, orders are not issued by shouting. The next second, boom! A series of explosions echoed in the city. The earth-shaking explosion echoed throughout the city. Stone and flesh were mixed together, scattered everywhere. The Orcish army suffered heavy casualties, even the skeletons climbing up the city wall fell due to the shaking of the city caused by the explosion. Krat stood on the city wall, dizzy and ringing in his ears. Leaning against a nearby wall, he barely managed to stand upright. As the city's dust gradually dissipated, Krat looked at the scene within the city, frozen in place. At this point, Tazgo City was like a human purgatory, with bodies and pieces of flesh everywhere, and the pain-filled wails of orcs. Smelling the pungent scent of gunpowder in the air, Krat finally understood what these cylindrical objects were. Dwarven gunpowder. The dwarves used gunpowder to develop many strange explosives and devices, which they found convenient for mining. But why were they in the hands of the undead? The sound of skeletons climbing once again arose from below the city wall. Krat quickly gathered his spirits and shouted loudly, "Regroup and continue to defend the city wall." But he couldn't bring himself to say any words of encouragement like, "We can win, these are just lower undead." The uninjured orcs quickly climbed up the city wall, preparing for defense. Crack, crack, crack. Several more skeletons climbed up the city wall, and the orcs prepared to counterattack. Rain of arrows from the skeletons forced the orcs into a defense stance once again. Arrows and magic missiles were continuously fired upwards, clearing the orcs who had just climbed up. The orcs behind continued to fill in and defend. "City Lord, there are too many enemies, we cannot resist," a soldier loudly reported. The undead were already starting to climb the city wall, engaging in fierce fighting with the orcs. Below the city, the number of skeletons was like a mass of ants, continuously spreading upwards. With their current defensive methods and abilities, they simply cannot stop this undead offensive. Krat shouted loudly, "Even if we can't stop them, we must. Otherwise, all of us will die." The orcs did not answer, but the replacements for their fallen comrades kept coming and defended the city wall with gritted teeth. Time slowly ticked on. The battle on both sides began to turn into a war of attrition, each competing with the attrition of their forces. It was a test to see who could persist till the end. However, more bad news arrived. A harried orc came running over, pushed his helmet slightly, and loudly reported, "City Lord Krat, the north gate has been broken through. Commander Mashik is retreating with the soldiers." Before Krat could respond, another soldier ran over quickly and said, "We've lost control of the west city wall. Chief Andres is struggling for control." The successive news made Krat's expression to change drastically. Both the north and west city walls were commanded by two heroes of the Blackstone tribe. Since the Blackstone tribe itself had few people, they commanded a coalition of surrounding orcs. As it was not their own army and resistance to the fight was strong, it was difficult to exert real combat power in the defense. From the beginning of the battle, the defense on both city walls had been very tough. After a round of bombing, both city walls had completely fallen and the Whitebone army was continuously pouring in. The defending orc soldiers were forced to retreat under the fearless undead's attack. Despite the two heroes fighting head-on, they still could not change the inevitable outcome. Krat had not expected the fall to be so rapid. After cursing both of them, he asked hurriedly, "Where are they now?" "The two commanders are gathering the remaining army to stop the undead from progressing any further," the soldier replied. Looking extremely grim, Krat noted that the loss of two city walls would render the remaining two of no defense value. "Tell them to fight to their dying breath to slow them down. If we lose the city wall..." Krat decapitated a skeleton with a swipe and shouted. But before he could finish his sentence, another orc soldier came running quickly. He shouted, "City Lord, the north gate has been opened." Commander Mashik was killed by a tall skeleton. A large number of skeletons have entered the city and are moving towards the other three gates, planning to capture them from the inside. "What? Mashik is dead?" Krat was even more surprised. Just a moment ago it was reported that the North City had fallen, and now Mashik had fallen in battle. This was happening too fast. The soldier repeated, "Commander Mashik is dead, the North Gate has completely collapsed, the enemy will soon spread to the other three." Hearing this news, the defensive soldiers on the city wall froze. Once one city wall was breached, Even if the other three persisted, the city's overall defense was compromised. Not to mention, the defense here at the city wall was already struggling. Endless skeletons were climbing onto the city wall, fighting with the orcs. If the skeletons coming from the north gate were to attack from behind, they would be caught in the middle and the situation would be even more adverse for them. Having no alternative, Krat gritted his teeth and said, "Inform everyone to fall back to the second line of defense for a final stand." Yes. The soldier quickly left to pass on the message. Meanwhile, the defensive force on the city wall began slowly retreating while fighting, gradually giving up their defensive position. When the orcs retreated from the city wall, the skeletons quickly covered the city wall. The city gate was flung open, and the army flooded into the city like a burst dam, launching attacks on all the living creatures within. Meanwhile, Krat and others had established a defensive perimeter in the heart of the city, making their final stand. They had managed to snatch a brief respite. In the heart of Tazgo City, various items had been piled up to form a makeshift fortress. All the orcs were gathered there, preparing to endure the final assault. At this moment, a lot of them were already filled with regret. If they had known it would come to this, they should have heeded Rasa, and surrendered. Though the words of the undead couldn't be fully trusted, at least they seemed to offer a chance of survival. "Hold your ground, we haven't lost yet," Krat's deep voice echoed once more. All the soldiers stayed silent, a profound stillness settling over the scene. The only noises were the anguished groans of the wounded being treated. They were all too aware that if the city walls hadn't managed to repel the undead's assault, how could this small, makeshift barricade hold back the marching undead army? On the right side of the orc army, the Shadow Moon tribe was gathered. Chieftain Litos was quietly instructing his tribesmen to obey his commands during the battle. If the fortress should fall, they should not break out of their formation and stay close to him. Having finished instructing his tribesmen, Litos brought a warrior that was fully armored to his side and murmured, "Don't forget our agreement. It was your father who abandoned you. I saved you." "I know, but I can't promise how it would pan out," came a female voice from beneath the helm. Before the retreat, Litos had Rasa and two others disguised as deceased soldiers, blending into the crowd and withdrawing here. Seeing that the course of the battle was irreversible and that the orcs' defeat was only a matter of time, Rasa became Litos's last hand to play. "If I and my tribesmen survive, I can promise you that the Shadow Moon tribe will welcome you as a member and will never abandon you," Litos vowed earnestly. It was not uncommon for a tribe to accept people from outside tribes as members. Usually, these outsiders possessed strength or special skills that could bring benefits to the tribe. They would be given the status and the same treatment as the other tribal members by the chieftain. Great Commander Mashik had also joined the Blackstone tribe as a member because of his heroic status. Litos saying such a thing now represented that if the Shadow Moon tribe were to survive, they would stand behind her. "I'll keep my promise," Rasa responded calmly. "Good," Litos nodded. A bustling sound of footsteps began to echo around the makeshift barricade. A large group of undead began to appear from all directions. They quickly formed another circle, trapping all the orcs in the middle. Krat and his companions wore grim expressions, their bodies slightly crouched, hands gripping their weapons tightly, ready for the final battle. With the number of remaining orcs limited and no additional reinforcement, they knew they had become lambs to the slaughter. The only question now was how many undead they could take down with them. The skeletons, holding their shields in front of their bodies to form a sturdy line of defense, did not launch an attack immediately. Just when everyone was speculating about what tricks the undead had up their sleeves, a path appeared in the ranks of the skeleton army, and a Tauren strode out quickly. He arrived in the middle of the battlefield and roared loudly, "Orc brothers, this war was provoked by the Blackstone tribe. They besieged our camps, seized our mines, we retaliated. My lord realizes that most of you are innocent, and as long as you put down your weapons and surrender, we promise a..." Whoosh. In the middle of his speech, he was suddenly struck down by an arrow. Although he wore plate armor, the Tauren was still hit in the chest. He clutched his chest, moaned in pain and collapsed to the ground. Everyone's eyes instantly turned towards the orc tribe, only to see Krat, his face grim, holding his bow. Under all the eyes on him, Krat bellowed, "Don't believe their words. How could the undead let us live? Only by sticking together do we have a chance of surviving. Yes, we must unite. Don't be fooled. They are undead." Blackstone clan leader Andras echoed loudly. The two roared out their defiance, but silence prevailed among the orcs. Actually, the words of the undead seemed somewhat credible. Forget about this moment, the fact that the undead chose to negotiate while in a superior position and the presence of a Tauren in the undead army implied that they were accepting of orcs. But when the undead allowed for surrender for the second time, Krat still shot an arrow at them, directly squashing their conditions for surrender. The injured Tauren was dragged back to the rear of the army. And the undead gave up on negotiations, choosing to attack. Amid the low drum beats, the undead started to advance. The narrow street was packed with skeletons, jostling each other as they rushed forward. The orcs watched the dense skeletons in front of them, swallowing hard. The archers continuously shot arrows, no need for aiming, just shooting forward could hit the enemy. Despite the mechanical repetition of drawing their bows, they still couldn't stop the undead's advance. Bang! The skeleton warriors jostled and trampled upon each other, crashing against the defense wall like a giant wave. Then the soldiers behind stomped on the skeletons in front, layer upon layer directly flooding over the wall, leaping in to engage in intense combat with the orc warriors. The wall they hoped to lean on felt like a mere illusion, serving no purpose at all. And the surge of the undead was over in one sweep. It broke the formation of all the orcs. Maintain formation, be ready to fill in gaps. Krat, leading the army, shouted loudly. But they were no match for the sheer quantity of the undead, whether they could maintain the current situation or not, their entire formation was being pushed back. Bit by bit, they retreated from the defense circle to the walls on one side, relying solely on the wall to block the enemies in front. Boom! With a loud roar, several orc warriors were sent flying. A towering skeleton hero in heavy armor emerged up front. His fists were encased in massive gloves, the shiny metal plates on them were eye-catching. Whiz! Several arrows were shot from the orc's side. The skeleton hero slightly tilted his body, easily dodging the incoming arrows. His gaze swept over Krat, who was hiding in the rear of the troops. He took a step forward and unleashed a powerful punch. A punch that seemed to hit the air, but a moment later a loud rumbling sound erupted, a fan-shaped shock wave blasted forward and several orcs were instantly sent flying. The shields they held were twisted and mangled, and the orcs spat out blood, unable to stand up again. Seeing the scene in front of him, Krat's pupils shrank. The enemy's strength had far exceeded his own. Krat didn't even get a chance to continue issuing commands before the skeleton hero's second and third punches came in quick succession. With each punch, shock waves exploded, and the well-equipped orc warriors were as feeble as infants. They were sent flying and collapsed dead by the piece. The intact orc formation was scattered by each punch, and the skeleton hero quickly approached Krat again and smashed down his skull. Krat had been vigilant against him. He quickly darted away, his footwork nimble. Boom! That punch had smashed a huge hole in the wall behind him. Broken stones and dust shot up. Krat understood that he was no match for his opponent. Without hesitation, he turned and tried to run. But the skeleton hero had been watching him closely, why would he let him escape? The skeleton hero rushed out of the dust and smoke and went straight for the fleeing Krat. Krat turned around in a fluster, holding his sword across his chest to block the enemy's punch. Bang! His sword clashed with the skeleton hero's fist. The sword instantly shattered, and Krat's body flew backward, hitting the wall behind him. Krat, holding his broken sword, slumped in the debris at the foot of the wall. With each movement, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, he couldn't ward off even a single blow from the enemy hero. Seeing the skeleton hero getting closer again, Krat's expression started to bristle with panic. Don't, I surrender. The skeleton hero stepped forward, directly crushing Krat's arms and ordered, tie him up. Immediately, the skeleton warriors rushed up and started to tie up Krat.